A happy Valentine's Day to you as well, Ken.
Well, this day is more exciting because of your book and your message and how much you believe in this making the world better. And so do we. So we're honored to have you as a co host and a person bringing in all these amazing speakers with us.
The pleasure is all mine, and thank you for all the hard work behind the scenes to make this day possible. Thank you for your friendship and partnership through the years.
All right. Well, there's going to be many more years because love is not just celebrated on Valentine's Day. It's a choice that you can celebrate it every day. Every day can you can tell someone that you care about them, that you love them, and you can just be unconditional by being a giving person. I wore red for you, brother.
That is huge. I don't take that lightly, and I love it. I love the background in the back. Uh, that steals the cake in my
Well, I
books.
was going to say that it makes me hungry too. I'm salivating. So we have 8 hours, and we have roughly 50 speakers sharing the power of love, and this will culminate into a book that will be the that love makes the world go round. But I want to acknowledge you that today is the day that your book has lifted off, and the reason we're making this event. So um, this is your book, Created for Love, Four Master
Mm,
Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment.
mm.
And you have lowered the price today to 99 cents. So anyone that would like this book, it's going to change your life. It's very powerful. Evans is a brilliant speaker. We made this event to celebrate this book, to celebrate this message, and honestly, most importantly, to celebrate someone who would make a book like this, who would author a book like this, who would be committed to a life message like this. And I did chase Evans for a while because I said, Evans, this is very important work. We would be honored to be your publisher, but more importantly, the champion of this message as a marketing company and a media company. So we made this day for you to show how much we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And the message of love is easily the greatest force, that we have. And what a day to celebrate love and expand the subject of love beyond just romantic love, which is kind of the focus on Valentine's Day. Nothing wrong with that. That is great. But love is something that's so much bigger, and each one of us has the opportunity to, as you said, express that every day.
I think that love mimics you understanding why God put you on this earth. I think it also
Mm,
mimics that you are peace and you are abundant, and that there's no reason to not be in harmony with how life can work for you and not at you. And
mm,
we always do the best we can, but sometimes it doesn't work out. And if you operate out of love, you actually
mm.
attract better solutions, you attract better people, you attract a better experience than you would have had otherwise. I want to start off the day with this book was very important to me. I made this book. It's called Mantras Millionaire Magical Mindset. And anyone that buys the book for Evans and shows a review, I challenged him to get 100 reviews today. And already at the beginning of the day, he has nine. So congratulations and thank you to those nine. But when you do a review and you send it to bookdrsmiley@gmail.com, or you can text me at 202-701-0911. I will send you a copy of this book. It is a digital copy that you'll give you, but I will read the premise and the reason that I'm so attracted to Evan's book of love.
Mm.
So I think we've heard this before, but I think it's a statement and a passage that can never be heard enough. I put this in the cupboard, so I see it every day in my kitchen. And here we go. Love is patient and kind. It does not envy or boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is self seeking, not easily angered, keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. Love always protects, trusts, hope, preserves, and it never fails. Corinthians 13, 4-8. So
Mm.
I wanted to start with that message because although I'm not giving the prayer and you may be giving some words from God and to bless this day, I would like you to do that, please. And then also maybe read some excerpt from your book as well.
Absolutely. Literally, I was thinking of that same passage this morning as I was making a short drive, and I thought about all the literature that's been written about love, all the songs. that
Yes.
have been written about love, all the movies that have been made about love. But nothing quite captures the essence of love like that passage of scripture that you just read. Very, very powerful. So thank you so much for sharing that. And with that, how about we pray and just say thank you to the author of love. Lord, we thank you because you are love. And we thank you, Lord, that we are created in your image so that we can receive your abundant love, but also be conduits through which that love is shared back to you, to ourselves, to others, and in this world that you have put us in. We're so grateful for Valentine's Day, a day that we take to pause and just tell those dear ones in our lives, family, friends, um, that we love them and that we appreciate them. We thank you, Lord, even for the opportunity of gathering today virtually. We are so grateful for technology. They say prayer knows no distance, but we're so grateful that technology nowadays has knows no distance as well, and we are able to connect to talk about this so important topic and just share ideas on how we can be better recipients and better conduits of the same. So our prayer, Lord, is that our day to day will be filled with nothing but your love. And through what happens today, may you be lifted, may you be glorified, may we be edified and continue being those channels of your love that you have called us to be. And it's in your name we pray. Amen.
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 That was so beautiful.
Thank you for the opportunity.
The best advice I ever got in my life. I mean, this is quite a statement. It came to me through the prayer that you just gave. I reflected on the best advice I ever got. And it was from this wonderful lady who worked for me as an EA. That's an executive assistant who manages your time. And
Mm.
she saw me, this is probably over 15 years ago, but she saw me get a little frustrated and possibly even a little upset. And I wasn't being anything but emotional in the moment. And I said, I was upset with how this person had handled something. And Kim said to me, she said, choose love.
Mm.
And I'll tell you, it shifted completely who I was going to be in the moment. It shifted who I was going to be for that person. It
Mm.
shifted how I wanted to communicate with the person. It shifted forgiveness, everything. Everything was like clouds had come in and just said, it's all beautiful.
You've touched on a very important point, a lot of, I think the word love is, thrown away, is thrown flippantly, like when I
Mm,
say, I love that red, I love
right.
chocolate, and then I turn around and I tell my spouse, I love you, right? We use the same word, but just understanding that it's a choice, it's not really a feeling, and it's a conscious decision that we can make, and that we have the capacity to do that. That's very powerful.
It was roughly 8 months ago that I was on a train in New York and I was coming back to Baltimore. And I gave a keep smiling card to somebody on the train. I gave another one and another one. This lady near the end of the train trip, getting off at BWI, Thurgood Marshall Amtrak,
Mm.
he said, she said, "Wow, that smile card is so beautiful. Thank you so much." And I said, and it was God talking through me. I hadn't even prepared that these words could come from my mouth. And I said, "Do you know why a smile is so powerful?" And she
Mm.
turned and she says, "No, why?" And I said, "Because it's fueled with love."
Mm. Mm.
So love is so powerful. And I want you to hold up your book and just choose a passage that is just a little taste of how much value and how much it will save a soul and how much it can really project people into what God wants, which is the pursuit of happiness, the journey of happiness, the journey of joy.
Absolutely. So here is the book Created for Love, and uh, the cover is actually a picture of a painting that hangs in my living room right next door.
Mm,
Um, that was gifted to me by a good friend of mine, Erin Page, and who will be speaking today.
Oh, yes, I know
Uh,
Aaron. Yes.
yes, yes, and she's an incredible speaker, coach, artist. And allow me to read for you just a quote that's just right here on the back.
Okay.
Um, it says, "You are created in love for love. Your highest purpose and fulfillment is found in the context of a loving relationship with God, yourself, others, and your world." You know, one book that really just, you know, was a huge blessing to me that I read many years ago is The Purpose Driven Life
Hmm.
by Rick Warren. That book was just a bestseller and
Same
everybody
here.
was reading it. Churches were doing Bible studies around it. I actually led a Bible study around it. And maybe 3 years ago, I was reflecting on that book and I thought to myself, each one of us is looking for a sense of purpose and each one of us is looking for a sense of fulfillment. But those things don't happen in a vacuum. They happen in the context of relationships. We are always relating with and to someone or something, right? Life is all about relationships. And so this book essentially talks about the four key relationships. That's why it's called Four Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And that first very important relationship, in my opinion, is our relationship with a higher being.
Mhm.
For me, I choose to believe that's God. Uh, People may have different persuasions on that, but just that understanding that there's someone bigger than you and me. And then, secondly, having a relationship with yourself.
Right.
Sometimes the relationships we have with ourselves are not healthy, whether that's because of things that maybe have happened to us or have been projected to us over time. And then the third component is our relationship with others. But again, the foundation is having that relationship with God that gives you that sense of worth so that you can love yourself. And then you're able to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And then the fourth component is connecting with your life. Life is abundant, connecting with our world. I think the world is beautiful, no matter what the news says. And then connecting with our purpose. Each one of us was placed in this earth on purpose, filled with purpose and for a purpose, and connecting with that and learning to love that and sharing our unique contribution with the world.
Well, we share the same book, Purpose Driven Life, that drove us, inspired us to play bigger. I read the book, I think, while I was taking care of my mom who had Alzheimer's, and so as a
Mm,
caregiver, I was feeding my soul with, you know, what am I doing here? What am I doing next? And so when my mom passed, it immediately became clear to me that my
mm,
purpose needed to be checked. It needed to be evolved. It needed to light me up. And
mm,
so I share the excitement of that particular book because it was the first message and the first, you know, book that told me what I was going to do after my mom passed, which was
mm.
to ironically buy some cameras to photograph people's smiles, to
Wow.
photograph there's hope, to photograph
Wow.
there's inspiration. So I think that is it's interesting that we both have that book that guided us into more clarity. I wanted
Wow.
to
That's
say when the pandemic happened,
mm,
I got really clear about the distinction of when you are excited about life and when you are not. And I think from my hypothesis that I wrote my dissertation on was that until we love who we are, we
mm,
cannot give ourselves the gift of a purpose because the purpose would mean nothing to a person who is, still has hatred or disdain or
mm,
greed or just negativity. I mean, it doesn't have to be really bad, just not loving thoughts. And so if you're not who you want to be, give yourself the gift of loving yourself and create the person that you love to be and create the person that you deserve to get this gift of a purpose. And my purpose is very simple. It's amplify goodness. But I couldn't do that until I could be that for myself. And
mm.
so your book and this message in this day is so, so important. And I wanted to say there's two songs, and I wanted to invite you since you brought up music. I was a DJ for 40 years, and
Mm.
I'm thinking of two songs right now, and I want you to
Okay.
share two. And then we're
Okay.
going to bring our lovely director of events, Tanisha Carroll, in. But the first one I'm going to give is the Beatles. All You Need Is Love, and I think that that song, just the title by itself, is almost an inspiration of Corinthians. Like that's all you need. And then the second
Mm,
one is Huey Lewis and the News, The Power of Love.
mm,
It's the power of love. Like it's a kind of a
mm,
rock song, but I'm just thinking about those two pieces and how each speaker is actually talking about how powerful love is, that it's the most powerful force because it can
mm.
take hatred that would destroy and turn it into creation or co-creation. So
Mm.
I yield to you, sir. What song or two would you like to say? Since you were the one who said there's so many songs about love, which one do you want to share?
I think of the song by Bob Marley. I grew up on reggae.
Yeah,
One love,
one love.
one love. And I think the lyrics just sum it up. Let's get together and feel all
Yeah,
right. Give thanks and praise to the Lord and feel all right. Spreads just that message of togetherness and love and harmony.
I love that. Bob Marley, one love. You got it. And by the way, that did bring the world together. And music
Yes.
does. I mean, music is another thing that when it's fueled with love, it brings humanity together because we are a
Mm,
song, we are
mm,
singers, we are a soul that's alive when we're singing in joy. So
mm,
it is beautiful.
mm.
Well, without further ado, I'd like to bring my beautiful, wonderful event planner, Tanisha to Carol. Please join us on the stage. So, Tanisha, I can never thank you enough for helping to make this dream come true and have people like Evans taken care of to the level that a day could shift the planet. So, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. What a beautiful day to be able to honor love created by our God. I love that you all, just established the fact that love comes from God. He created us for love. And I enjoy the opportunity to support people in what they're doing. And so this day of love being uh, connected with Evans and his wonderful book, and that we're going to make a bestseller today. And, so it is the ability to love without judgment, without critique, without your own inhibitions is a gift. It's a gift. And I hope that we can give that gift to everyone today, as you all have given it to me and to so many others. I hope that today we're able to give this gift of unconditional love to everyone that will view our video today. So thank you, gentlemen, for your vision and your excitement and your willingness to go beyond what you even can see with your natural eyes to do something amazing for the world.
Well, we want to also give a shout out to your amazing team because without a team, we do not function. And so this team is included Faison Manzour,
Yeah.
and of course Daniel Pedamonte, who is responsible for the graphics and the book that will be designed.
Yep.
And who else would you
Amy
like?
Cabrera,
Yes, Amy
for
Cabrera,
sure.
awesome.
Michelle Mraz.
Dr. Michelle Mraz, yes, and
Yes, yes.
she has her event coming up that's very much like yours, Evans. It's on International Women's Day, and it's
Yes,
going
I
to be
saw that.
about it's going to be so we're highlighting and acknowledging people that uh, a day would change how their book shows up in the world, but how humanity actually changes because of that book. And Charlie Tremendous Jones says the difference between where we are today and where we'll be 5 years from now are the books we read and the people we meet. And so I do these events in hopes that that's what will be the result. I wanted to introduce, not everyone knows you, Evans, because we have some people that are speaking from Perfect Publishing. They're speaking from friends nominating them. So would you take 2 minutes, maybe even three, and just share who is Evans? I know that I'd like you to share just briefly that you came from Kenya and that the country is my favorite because it's the only country that has Ken in it. So I'm just really happy about that. But if you'll tell just a 3 minute synopsis as if you were being introduced as a speaker, please. We're gonna go.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna go ahead and take my camera off so that you can just share with the audience.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. It is such a pleasure to get to be with you virtually today. My name is Dr. Evans Kamuru, and I am a speaker, I am an author, and I am a coach. If you were to ask me what my mantra is beyond informing, inspiring, and impacting people, it's to help people and organizations to lead with disability. Now, what do I mean when I say that? Well, I was born in Kenya, East Africa, and I was born with a physical handicap. I was born without my right hand, and I was also born without my right foot. And at a time where the culture, by and large, and the society was not very welcoming of people with handicaps, the superstition of the day held that if a child was born with a physical impediment, that was a curse. Maybe it was a bad sign. And a lot of children like me were either shunned away or ostracized from society. In some very extreme cases, maybe even thrown away, right? But my journey with love started there because I landed in the arms of Mr. and Mrs. Julius Kamuru, my parents that loved me unconditionally. And they nurtured that environment of love within our home. And I'm the fourth of five brothers, and they loved me unconditionally. And that's the reason I am who I am today. It's because of the love that they poured in me. And so my mission on life is in life is really just to spread love, number one, and to spread the message of empowerment, to tell everybody that we'll listen, that, hey, listen, each one of us has God-given worth in us. Each one of us has God-given purpose in us. And no matter the handicaps, no matter the disabilities, no matter the challenges that we may face, that we can overcome them to be of impact to the world in a way that glorifies our Maker, that is a blessing to the people that God has put in our path, and that is also fulfilling to us. So in a nutshell, that's who I am, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans. I wanted to turn the stage over to you because I wanted people to know who is this person that took this journey from Kenya to be here at this event today. And it's interesting, but all those pieces of the journey caused the book to be that much more exciting, that much more insightful. So thank you for authoring this book. And thank you very much for allowing us the privilege and the honor to be a publisher.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the partnership.
So we are going to bring up our first speakers. Okay. So we have Lady Jen and Brian Duplessis. Please come on up to the stage. We'd like to turn it over to you, and you share your presentation on the power of love. And a lot of people are going to be very excited because when they see Brian, they're going to say, how is his twin here? So thank you very much for starting the day off with a great message. And Lady Jen, every time I see you at an event, I feel the love you bring to the stage. I feel the love that you bring to the energy of that room. So, and then of course, Brian, he just gives me a little tap on the head and says, thank you for being in my brother book. So have fun, enjoy the stage, and thank you for being love.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we are delighted to be here today, and just what a great way to spend, a Saturday with everybody and being able to share a great story. And so we're starting this off. I'm glad that we're the first people. I love it. I love it. But today what we want to share with you is how to laugh your way to a healthy marriage. Now, notice we're not saying a perfect marriage. We're saying a healthy marriage. We could say laugh your way to a happy marriage as well, but we feel that healthy encompasses all pieces of it, whether it's faith, relationship, financial, it's all the pieces of it. And often we are asked, what is the secret to a happy marriage?
And of course, why laugh? Why do you laugh to a happy marriage?
Yeah.
The biggest thing that you'll find is that if you laugh, you will not cry.
Right. And this is why we laugh all the time. So people refer to us as Danny and Sandy from Greece all the time because we are high school sweethearts. And I'm much more polished, and he is not as polished. But we know that opposites attract, and we're actually the epitome of opposites that attract.
Yeah. But, also I'm a confused, the confused therapist factor. So in essence, they don't understand us at all.
Right. They can't figure us out whenever they do. So,
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing is that, we've had struggles through our lives. After 42 years, the biggest arguments we have still is about who moved my keys again,
right.
and we just don't know what happened.
Right.
They're there.
So what we wanted to get you today is just some quick strategies that we use. We're not going to give away our secret. And the reason why I don't like giving away our secret is because if I were to tell you that our secret is romance and your relationship needs communication, then you're not going to be successful, or vice versa. So that's why we are going to give you some tips. So first thing is that we do it together. So write that down. Instead of DIY, instead of doing it yourself, we do it together. And Brian, why don't you tell us why we do it together?
Well, I think a lot of the turbulence within our family history, it just puts in a position, that we need to do something different. So instead of doing it their way, we're going to do it our way. Period. End of story.
Yeah. And I think a lot of times when you see families or parents that, have had a long relationship like we have, but our grandparents had great long marriages, and we looked to them to say, how can we model and modify for us? And then we looked at our parents, which they all had really difficult marriages. And we said, how do we model and modify the good stuff, but let's get rid of the old stuff. So that I think is really important. So doing it together rather than DIY is really good. So some best practices. Number one, you want to write this down. We are the minister of. So for example, tech, interior in the house, security, banking, baking, right? I'm the minister of baking. If he bakes, we don't have anything good. So we created these roles, right? These roles that allow for us to really get involved with each other and know where our roles are in the household, right?
Right. And my role is really simple. As spoken, I do everything I'm supposed to do when she tells me in the house, but I drive the car, I carry the bags, and I run security. And think about this. That is the most important thing that a man can do. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure that those things happen, and anything that touches those subject lines, I do it for the Lady Jen Project.
Right. He always tells everybody, hi, I'm with the Lady Jen Project. And people are like, what are you talking about? We don't really understand it. So we have another strategy that we do, and this will be fun for you to all write down. And by the way, if you have kids or you have grandkids, or brothers and sisters, as we get older, we hug hello and we hug goodbye, but we don't have any of those times in between. So, Brian, what is it that we do within 2 feet of each other?
It's a simple thing. She needs my lip.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, that was okay. And I'll take another one in 2 feet.
So we kiss within 2 feet of each other. And we take that opportunity to express gratitude, right? To say, thank you for taking out the trash, even though I asked 5 times, or some type of really nice gratitude, like thank you for making the bed this morning or putting the toilet seat down, right?
And we're training our kids and our grandkids to do that now, so it doesn't stop.
Yeah. So anytime they're around us, they're like, oh my gosh, grandma, they don't call me grandma, they call me Dama. Oh my gosh, you want to kiss me again? And I'm like, yes, because that's what we do. So, all right. So the next one, the weekly state of the onion. Yes, you heard us right. The state of the onion, not the state of the union. And we hold weekly meetings where we peel away, right? Any lingering issues that have been happening throughout the week. So again, like finance, romance, business, whatever it is, to make sure that we aren't expressing that in the heat of the moment and saying something that is scary, right, to each other. So this is our safe zone where we can talk about anything that we want, right?
Yeah. And we've created a space, a lot of it is that, allows us to decompress and allow us to put things out there. And when it's calm, you have the opportunity to make sure that things are put out there and it's understood on both sides. So just think about it. You just need that moment. You know, you may still be fighting, but you remember what's the most important thing is the DIT,
Right.
not DIY.
Right. Okay, so some practical tips for you. We always eat the main meal together. Now, we work together and we're in the house together all day long, and sometimes that isn't fun. We have a zone where we don't have to kiss because we would be kissing like 40 times a day. But breakfast is our time, right? This is the time that we share our gratitude list. We talk about what's happening for the day. We support each other and we laugh together.
Big cup of coffee, so it's all good. But you know, no rushing. You know, you feel the gratitude. You know, uplift one another. You know, a lot of it is that you know, do the things that are good for the other person, and it makes you feel better. It really does.
Yeah, that reminds me of. So there is another little tip I'll say here that we were going to talk about is go look in the mirror, look at yourself in the mirror, right? And ask yourself, should your spouse be looking at you? No, I'm joking.
She's
I'm
not.
joking.
She means it because I turn around and put my makeup on every single day.
But do look at yourself in the mirror. You know, if you want romance, are you giving romance? If you want stability or you want someone to be patient, are you patient? Those are things that you could be looking at. Okay, next tip, and then we have one more after that, and we'll be out of here. The next one is called CPCC. CPCC. And this stands for Calm People Create Connection. Calm people create connection. So as I like to put it, I just like taking a deep breath, calm people. So I take a big deep breath sometimes with Brian and I say, okay. Now let me tell you where the scissors are because they've been there the whole 42 years, right? Sometimes I have to take 50 breaths.
So basically, this is not growing apart. It's just allowing the growth when it's needed. Let it happen because you have the calmness and allowing to
Instead
take
of
care of
they're
the,
where they're supposed to be. They've been in the same place every single time. How many times do I have to tell you, right? It's just
even though I asked the question 20 times and she
Yeah.
asked it once, there's
Right.
a difference.
Right. Okay, next. Go with the flow. Right?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Oh
going
yeah,
with the
this isn't
yeah. This is part of I'm in the room, so I'm only allowed to do certain things. No, but you know, just allow yourself to grow together. And at times you know, you're going to need your 5 minutes to yourself, but the bigger picture is, you know, the decades of the relationships makes a difference. And understand, at least in my part, you know, it's shown through people that you care about, family and friends, because they look towards you for the benefit of what you're doing and they want to do certain things that you do to make things better.
Yeah. So I hear people say all the time, we grew apart. Don't allow yourself to grow apart. Grow together. If you're the one who is growing more fast than the other, then reach down and help them feel like they're being part of it. Don't let the resentment build. If you're the one who's below and you're feeling resentment or jealousy or anger because someone's growing apart, then do the work to get there. And we just can't express that enough. We've had times where I'm the lead, he's the lead in the family, in the household, financially. There's just all kinds of ways, but you have to choose each other every single day in order for that to
Yeah.
happen.
And I want to add one
Yeah.
thing, you know, to that is that there's things that I don't do and I don't do well. She does, and vice versa. And what happens is that, you know, we adapt and allow the person that does things better than us to do them. And what happens is that you become a better person because you have the one next to you consistently. So that's just where I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to leave you with this quote that Ellen Wilcox did, and I actually thought it was my mom's, but ready for this? Love this quote. You know, I leave every time I speak, I leave this, but we flatter those we scarcely know. We please the fleeting guests, but we deal many a thoughtless blow to those we love the best. So be careful about that. Know when you're being really nice to everybody else and then turning right around and yelling at your kids or yelling at your spouse or yelling around. Those are absolutely wonderful things that you should be looking at. So we have a gift for you all. Best practice is if you simply text the word laugh with us, laugh with us to 26786. Again, laugh with us to 26786. you'll get the entire list of the tips and tricks that we have. And it's been a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much for allowing us to share our love with you and some of the
And happy
strategies.
Valentine's Day to all.
Yeah.
2 feet rule.
Yeah.
Hello, Lady Jen and Brian. Morning.
Good to see you.
Is it morning where you are?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
Wow, what a pleasure to meet you both, and congratulations on 42 years.
Thank you. Yeah,
That's
43 in a
almost
couple months.
43. We've known each other almost 47.
Yeah, as of
Wow.
today.
Yeah.
As of today.
Actually, yes. Yeah, that's a big
I have to say you all must have started pretty early because you don't look old
Well, we
enough.
were 14 and 15 in 10th grade together. We were in
Right.
high school
Wow.
together. So we
I
truly,
was 20 and she was 12 when we got married.
no,
She's,
he was 20, I was 19. He was 20 just by a couple days. But you know, it's yeah, I mean, we truly are the Sandy and Danny. But yeah, we dated all through high school. We were off and on in high school, you know. But February 14th is the day, 1981, that we got back together, went to dinner, and we've been together ever since. So the oscillating happened way before that, right?
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
that is such an inspiration to every one of us. And I was literally taking notes just for
Good.
all the very, very, very practical tips that you all gave. I think my favorite one is the things to do within 2 feet. I love the kiss.
Yes, and do with everyone. Do
Yeah.
with
I'd
everyone.
like to add one little
Not your coworkers.
one note about this is that, a lot of times too is that people need to listen, the younger people, before they get a relationship. Listen to your parents. It's amazing because my dad said she's the one and her mom said he's the one, and vice versa. And then with our son and our daughter-in-law who've been married 15 years plus, it's because we said, "You're stupid, go back to her."
Right, we did. We told our
Okay?
son,
This-
she's the one, you got to go back. And
Yeah.
he did, and here they are.
So it's
Yeah.
amazing how older people know better than you do. So
Yeah, they
do
are.
the right thing by listening.
But always model, you know.
Mm, mm.
Model.
That is great advice right there. Hey, listen, nice to meet you all, and thank you again so
Yeah.
much for taking a day out of your Valentine's Day
Of
schedule
course.
to come and
Our
share with us today. And
Yeah.
a happy Valentine's Day to you both.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Happy.
All right, wonderful. How about that for a start? That was incredible. But you know what? It's gonna keep building on and getting better and better. Next, I want to invite somebody that I'm pleased to call a friend. And this is somebody that I've known for the last 2 years, and just her love, her commitment, her passion is incredible. Allow me to read her bio for you before I invite her to the stage. Regina Platt, often referred to as the stepologist, is a messenger of hope. She is a tenacious servant leader who empowers individuals and communities to take steps forward to obtain their desired outcomes. Regina is currently serving as Restorative Justice and Mediation Coordinator within the Topeka, Kansas Center for Peace and Justice. She is a global public speaker, published author, and a one-on-one coach and community advocate. She has been honored with numerous honors, including being appointed World Civility Ambassador and an honorary degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Humanities from the United Graduate College and Seminary International. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite to the stage my very good friend, Regina. Regina, welcome.
Thank you, Evans. It is an honor to be in your presence, you all. Today, I want to talk to you all about no ordinary love. Today is a day where people are moving out to spend monies on items and things, but sometimes the heart is not centered on who they really are and what love really is. Love is limitless. It is the limitless opportunity for victory to emerge. Again, we'll say this: love is the limitless opportunity for victory to emerge, not just to emerge for you, but all you come in contact with. When we think about this word of love, we're thinking about this simply as love is a choice that is choosing us every day. We are choosing every day to align our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions to give sight and sound to something, come on, to something that we've never phantomed we could experience, that our communities could experience, our families could experience, our nation could experience. See, the ideal that love is this thing that awakens you means we have to understand this character that goes with love. Love is patient, love is kind. Come on. Love does not envy, love does not boast, love is not proud, right? Sometimes we have people as they are walking out and you're buying these gifts and you're doing these things, you're telling everybody and anybody about what you did for your person, about what you bought and how much you spent and where you took them at and how long you spent there. But if love is an everyday movement, an essential part of the characteristics of operating in excellence, love must be that these things are done at a level of patience, a level of kindness, and without envy for anybody or anything, without boasting, without being proud. It does not dishonor others. We're in a society where dishonor has been the rippling effect that continues to come back and go move forward and causing harm, shame, and pain upon others. But we are in a steadfast season where love is not self-seeking, love is not easily angered. So much anger operating in a society that's supposed to have been built by refreshing and retraining an ideal that could open others to come in and gather with us and become one with us. Love does not keep record of wrongs. We consistently, through my restorative justice movement in nature, we consistently give an opportunity for healing to happen. But love addresses the issue. I love you. And so I come to you and I call you in, not calling you out, not separating myself from you, but helping you to understand that I am here with you to win. Love rejoices over truth. That's why we call in and not call out. Love always protects, not just one time when it's my friend or when it's my family, but love protects all. Love gives dignity and respect to all we come in contact with. See, when we think about this thing called love, it not only does love stretch us, right? But love awakens us to thrive. Love never settles. Love never becomes complacent. Yet love stretches us out, and love allows us to go in the inside of the hearts, in the communities, and the people to bring out what needs to be removed so that we can awaken others to step forward into accountability, transformation, transcending the realities they whatever phantom they could walk in. Love has so many benefits when we think about these pieces, right? The benefits when you look out and you go out over media, love literally triggers a powerful neurochemical to happen within the brain. Love causes stress reduction so that they can be healing mechanisms that are happening naturally in the body. Love shifts the hormonal balances of individuals. It boosts up our immune system. Love hits the heart and heals it and gives it the opportunity to breathe again. I shall and I will breathe again because blood pressure is lowered. Come on, let's think about that. Love opens us up to creativity where we're able to create at a heightened level than we've ever imagined before. Imagine being a child and you were as that scientist and you were creating, you were touching, you were phantoming that you were covered by somebody and something that nothing could touch you. Love increases the longevity when it comes to your life. Do you believe that this is no ordinary love? If you're dealing with stress within your body, deal with checking yourself. What is my heart posture? Where am I bad because love will reduce that pain within the body and cause healing to begin to happen. When we are connected with love, we are able to sleep. It improves our sleep. Come on. Aren't you at the point in your life where you want to trust that where you are comfortable and you are safe being, and you don't have to worry about the next thing or the next person, because love allows rest to infiltrate every area of us, every cell and membrane of us, because love is. Love stretches us. Again, I said with the brain, the neuroplasticity, there are pathways that have been limited by trauma. This is evidence that we have seen in research. We've watched with the A scores, right? A diverse childhood experiences where those that were used to seeing this brokenness and this pain could not experience love at a heightened level. But I come to you today and say that this is no ordinary love. And the part of this that I want you to understand, that in this season, in this time where we're talking about, this is not an ordinary love. It is up to us to make some decisions. What will you choose today? How do you choose to think today? How do you choose to feel today? You want different, but you continue to practice the trauma and the pain and the false teachings from your past. But if we want to move forward and we want change, I must be accountable to me. And not only am I accountable to me, but I'm accountable to my family. Again, I say to you, this is not an ordinary thing. This is not a wait and see what they can do for me, or wait and see how I feel about this. Love goes beyond emotion into action. We have a generation that's coming forth behind us that's waiting to experience love, not based off of false prophecies, not based off of others' brokenness, but based off that they play a part of a greater effect that can happen, not only in the nation that we live in, but all over the world, because love serves, love gives, love connects, love dreams, love sees, love envisions something different happening beyond this body called me. And so love causes us to be accountable. Come on. How many of you understand the accountability of being connected to somebody or something? How many of you understand that passion is reignited, and there's a heightened lighting when you come around? When I was asked to be here today and we think about love, you sacrifice a moment, a second of your time so that you can exist in the reality that someone else is creating, so that they can enhance the culture and the community that surrounds them. Are you willing to be the one that awakens someone else to their next, which will be their best? Are you willing to support even when it hurts you? Are you willing to release yourself from the bondage and chains of what they didn't do for you? This is no ordinary love. It's not about what they do, but who you are and how you stand. Love is a protective hovering and covering over you that allows you to hope again, see again, believe again, and be again. I thank you. This is no ordinary love.
Wow. Wow. My friend, Dr. Regina, I can just feel the passion in your voice speaking about love. And as you are going through all the benefits of love, I wrote down love is medicine. Like, it's not just a feeling. This is something that affects us even at a physiological level. And thank you so much for just reminding us of just the power of love. And thank you so much for coming on and sharing your love with us today, from the bottom of my heart and the rest of the team. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Already
Bye-bye.
happy Valentine's Day to you and yours.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right. That was just amazing, amazing. And as I said, it keeps getting better and better. Next, I want to invite to the stage somebody that I call a coach, but I'm also pleased to call a friend and a brother. Dr. Terence Leftridge is a dynamic empowerment coach, speaker, and trainer dedicated to helping entrepreneurs and professionals become unstoppable in their communication and also in their confidence. Through his coaching and signature programs, Dr. Leftridge empowers others to live boldly, to speak powerfully, and to lead with unstoppable impact. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, my friend, my coach, Dr. Terence Leftridge, welcome.
Thank you so much, Evans. It's an unstoppable day for love. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, positively.
Man, I love it so much. I even got my coffee cup. I got my love coffee cup this morning. And I want to thank you for the honor and the opportunity and the privilege to speak on your platform today. And so I don't want to hold you guys up. I know I've got 8 minutes. I've got 480 seconds to talk to you about love is able. So let's jump right in. So a few years ago, I found myself in a relationship that looked right on the outside. We were aligned on paper, supportive in public, and even committed in our language. But privately, I was shrinking. I remember one night when I realized I had enough of that and I needed a change. You see, I had shared a big vision with that person, something that stretched me in a new direction, a new level, and was going to ultimately have me becoming the best version of myself. And her response wasn't excitement, it was hesitation. It was subtle discouragement disguised as concern. Are you sure? That's risky. Maybe you ought to just slow down. And ladies and gentlemen, it was at that point where I decided that this was not what I wanted. I recognized that something had shifted, not in them, but in me. I started holding back my ambition to protect the relationship. And that night, I realized something dangerous. I realized, was this love building me? Or was I quietly being broken? And that question changed everything. And I hope you follow me for the rest of this time that I have with you, because love isn't just about how you feel, it's about how it grows you. Love should empower your abilities and your beliefs. It should shape your lessons and it should expand your expectations because love is able. And if it's not strengthening you in those ways, if it's not lifting you up, it's holding you back. So let's talk a little bit more about love as able and how it can strengthen your abilities. After going through that relationship, I started to focus more on my abilities. And I wondered, was I becoming more capable as a result of that relationship or more cautious? Was I living out my life in a full manner or was I playing it safe because of the relationship? Because, ladies and gentlemen, real love expands your capacity. It doesn't require you to downplay your calling or dim your light just to let someone else shine. And if you have to shrink your gifts to keep you comfortable, that's not partnership. That's a permission to stay small. On the other hand, real love challenges you. It pushes past excuses and demands growth. See, love sees your potential and says, I won't let you settle. And in any relationship that you're in, whether now or later in life, neither person should ever allow the other person to settle. And if people around you are uneasy with your growth, well, guess what? They weren't aligned with your destiny. Because love, as I say again, is able, and love strengthens your abilities. But love also enhances your beliefs. What hurt me most about the season of the relationship I shared with you was that I didn't lose my confidence overnight. I lost it gradually through the small comments that were made, through the subtle doubts, through the repeated hesitation. And I realized something critical. The people closest to you are shaping your internal dialogue. And if they consistently question your vision, eventually you will question it too. But here's the good news. Healthy love, it protects your system. It doesn't feed into your insecurities. It doesn't amplify your fears. Instead, it reminds you of who you are when your emotions try to take over. It strengthens your faith and it grows your abilities. But it also does something else. It allows you to learn over time through your life lessons. Like the relationship I mentioned to you, a 7-year relationship that failed. But let me be clear, that relationship didn't fail, it taught. That relationship taught me that love isn't about agreement, it's about alignment. That time doesn't guarantee compatibility. Just putting in the time doesn't mean the time was well spent. But it did show me that staying loyal to something that holds you back isn't noble, it's negligent. And we're all mature here, so let me give you some mature truth. Not everyone who loves you is meant to grow with you. Think about the train of life. Many stops, many destinations. Some people get on for a while, some people get off, and others stay with you all the way. Those that left you didn't make them bad, it just made them seasonal. And when I stopped measuring love by how long it lasted instead of how it helped me grow, I began to heal. And I learned that even heartbreak teaches discernment, and even disappointment sharpens your standards. And love sets those expectations for those standards. So, listen, here's what I learned next. I learned in that relationship that I had expectations, but I never communicated them. I expected encouragement, I expected shared ambition, I expected growth, but I never defined it. And when you don't set clear expectations, you allow things that break you down. Healthy love demands that you set standards. It shows how we support, challenge, and grow together. You've got to put in the time for those relationships, but you've also got to expect to put in the work. Now, relationships are not about being perfect, but it's about expected progress. So let me ask you the same questions as I wrap up my time that I started out with. Is your love making you more able? Are your abilities expanding? Are your beliefs strengthening? Are your life lessons elevating you? And are your expectations aligned with your future? Or is that relationship finding you shrinking just to protect your comfort? Remember, attachment can feel intense, but love feels purposeful. Attachment says, don't outgrow me. But love says, let's stay together. And here's the deeper truth. Before I could expect love from anyone else, I had to be able within myself. I had to grow within myself, develop my abilities, protect my beliefs, honor my lessons, and raise my own expectations. Because love expects you to reflect the love that you believe you deserve. When love strengthens rather than depletes you, it makes you clearer, stronger, and even more aligned. And as I leave you, I want to leave you with this. A love that builds can't break you, and a love in alignment can't stop you. It makes you unstoppable. I'm Dr. Terrence Lethbridge. Go out and be unstoppable in your love today.
Wow, wow, wow. Dr. Terrence, thank you. Thank you so much for
You're
sharing us
welcome.
with us those incredible truths and nuggets on love. I've written down that love is not about agreement.
Yes,
Love is about alignment. That
yes.
was that was very, very powerful, and I'm very grateful for you taking the time to come and be with us today, brother. And a very happy Valentine's Day to you and you as men.
Happy Valentine's Day, Evans. And to all of you guys who are watching today, don't just make it a great day. Go share some love and make it an unstoppable day.
Will do. Thank you. All right. Next, I want to invite to the stage a friend that I've known for a couple years, Prentice Ahmad. Prentice Ahmad is the first Mr. US United in 2023, a dynamic speaker and a two-time international best-selling author whose journey from homelessness to CEO inspires global audiences. Prentice, it is such a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for being with us. Take it away.
So much for having me. Thank you guys so much for having me. When I got the call asking if I would be interested in coming, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so amazing. So I don't want to belabor the time because I understand that my time is limited. When I was a kid, everyone knows that my grandmother meant the world to me. My grandmother was a person to me that was incredibly smart. She only had a seventh grade education, but she was probably one of the most intelligent women that I knew. When I was a kid, I remember I used to love eating sweets. And personally, I still love eating sweets to this day. I just ordered a whole bunch of Girl Scout cookies. I'm not going to eat them all, but I have a whole bunch of Girl Scout cookies that I just ordered. I ordered every last one of them. And I remember how much I would get teased because I loved sweets so much. And I would often get called Sugarhead because how much I loved them. And one day it bothered me so bad to the point where my grandmother had to come to my aid, and she grabbed me and she said, "Come on here, baby." And she got me by myself and we sat down in the living room on her plastic couch because she had all the plastic on the couch. And she said, "Baby, let grandma tell you something." I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "It is not what people call you, it is what you answer to." And at that time, I really didn't understand what my grandmother was saying. But in hindsight, I understand 100%. And that statement has changed the trajectory of my life. And it has changed the trajectory of my life for a few reasons. And I'm going to tell you why. What I learned during that time, although it gave me comfort, even though I didn't understand what in the world she was saying, but in hindsight, the reason that it gave me comfort now is because everything that I have accomplished has been because of that statement. Many times we do not answer the name that we have been called to be. We have been called to be so much more than the image of how we allow people to see us. We have been called to be great. We have been called to be magnificent. We have been called to love. But unfortunately, what happens is we decide that we are not going to move into the fullness of that calling, of that image, of that name because of a few reasons. Because of fear. Many times we fear the unknown. Many times we fear being successful. A lot of times we have circumstances that keep us in a predicament where we would rather become attached to the way that we see our predicament and we allow that struggle to become our identity. Or it can be for another reason. We don't want people to see us in the fullness of how we are meant to be. Sometimes the familiar is better than venturing off into something that we don't know. Sometimes it is easier for us to allow ourselves to be crippled by the circumstances and the life that we have versus the life that we don't know anything about. I've heard it said time and time again, I would rather do business with the devil that I know than a devil I don't know, which to me is ludicrous because once again, we have been called to greatness. We have been called to walk into the fullness of the name that we have been given. And right now, as I would say, the way that we look at ourselves, it determines a lot on the way that we actually progress forward. Case in point, have you ever looked at your life and you looked and you said, you know what, I would love to have this, I would love to have that. And you know that you can achieve it, but the only thing is, you don't know how you're going to do it. You end up telling that one thing to someone else, and that person gives you their fear. They tell you all of the things of how you're not going to be able to do that, how you're not going to be able to be successful. Well, no one else in your immediate circle has ever been able to do that. What in the world makes you think that you're going to be able to do that? But here's the thing, you have been given a dream, you have been given goals, you have been given vision. Many times we allow someone else's limiting belief to become our own. I remember hearing a great motivational speaker say, once your mind has been expanded on a thought or an idea, it can never go back to being the same. And that was said by none other than the Les Brown. Once your mind has been expanded on that thought or an idea, now you will never be satisfied in the life that you have, in the calling of where you are, in the name that you have, without actually fully going after what you have and what you want. You have to be able to look at that life and say, you know what? I'm going to go get that. No matter what it takes for me, I'm going to go get that. I was woken up earlier before I started getting ready for this event. And there was something that came to me. Some people call it a download. Some people call it, oh, this is God speaking to you, the divine, or whatever the case may be. I ended up writing it down because I didn't want to forget it. And it went a little something like this. Life is not a game of chance. It is a game of choice. You put forth your best effort, and that's what comes back to you. Do that a few more times, and your life has changed. When you start walking into that name that you have been called to be, your entire life, your entire perspective becomes different because now you are walking into the fullness of who you are. You are walking into the fullness of the name that you have been called to be. I always tell people anytime that I go and I speak at any event, everyone has the potential to be great, but it is what you do with that potential that actually matters. When you have that potential and you know exactly what you're going after, you will not stop until that potential becomes your reality. Once again, just in case if you missed that little nugget, everyone has the potential to be great, but it is what you do with that potential that actually matters. Thank you guys so much. That's my time. And I look forward to hearing from you guys. I look forward to connecting with you all soon. Thanks, guys.
Prentice, Prentice, Prentice. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to hear you
Always.
speak. You always drop gems of wisdom and truth. And that quote right there, life is not a game of chance, it's a game of choice. It's about choice. I'm probably messing it up. You know, you put your best effort forward, you rinse and you repeat, and your life has changed. That is money right there. That is
Thank you,
powerful.
Evans. Thank you. And I actually got that earlier this morning when I woke up, and I was just like, oh my gosh, like I woke up and I immediately grabbed my phone, which is something I don't do. But I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm being told to write this down. Let me write it down. And sometimes sometimes when you speak, sometimes it's for you. Sometimes it's for someone else. Sometimes it's for someone that is watching to tell someone else that may need to hear. So I said, you know what? Who am I to stand in the way of someone else's blessing and someone else's healing? So let me make sure that I'm obedient and I write it down so that it can help and change someone else's life.
Well, I don't know if it was for anybody else out there. It was definitely for me. And thank you so much for just coming on today and sharing your love with us. And happy Valentine's Day to you and to yours,
Thank you
Prentice.
so much, my brother. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Lovely. Next, I want to just invite to the stage a very, very dear friend. I alluded to it at the beginning, but my book, Created for Love, that heart right there is an actual picture from a painting that's hung in my living room next door. And the painting was a gift to me by the next speaker. She embodies everything about love and about just sharing positivity with the world. And allow me just to read a quick bio here about her. As a speaker and artist, and yes, she does both from the stage, and I've seen it, and mother Erin Page creates using her heart for connection to her own heart so she can ignite heart-centeredness in the audience. No matter where she speaks or shares her gifts, Erin Page is all heart. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Erin Page.
Hello. How are you, Evans? Oh my
I am
goodness.
fantastic, even better now that we get to have you here with us. Thank you so much.
Well, the pleasure and honor is mine to be on this program today and to be present with you and the audience. And I know the rest of this lovely Heart Day, as different speakers come up, there will be ignition in love, and it will trickle outward into and create that ripple effect that I talk about. So thank you for having me on.
It's our pleasure. Take it away.
Okay. Hello, beautiful, beautiful humans. I am thrilled to be with you today and share about one of my favorite words, love. And I'll just start out by everyone that has been around me knows that I like acronyms. And if you have pen and paper, I would highly recommend that you write down this acronym that I have for love and come up with one for yourself. Let optimal vibrations enter. And that's what we're doing today on this day of love. And we all have an opportunity to take those optimal vibrations and continue that outward ripple effect into the world after this day of love is over, and we can continue it amongst ourselves first, because I believe that you have to start out with yourself first, and then projecting that magic of love and the optimal vibrations outward to those around you, to those that are around the world, those that you have never met yet, those that you will never meet, but they will feel those vibrations because we are all connected. One of the things that helps me stay in that optimal vibration love state is to be present. And today I'd like to share a few thoughts on the power of presence. And the best way to do that really and truly is to have that moment of breath, that moment of pause. If it's prayer, meditation, just taking even 30 seconds to breathe in those optimal vibrations that are meant for you. You are meant to be loved. It is a God gift. It is higher source telling you that you are loved by the one unconditional love, and you are deserving of that. And the breath, taking that moment of pause to be able to breathe in those vibrations and then mix it up with your own, what I call liquid love, and breathe that outward. It connects us even further, not only to ground ourselves in ourselves, within ourselves, but it also projects outward those lovely vibrations for others to take in. And people will notice. Have you ever gone into a room and it felt a little, let's say, wonky, or you felt like maybe you didn't want to be there and there was something a little off? Well, there's also the ability to go into a room and change that through the breath, because there is science behind the vibration of your heart center will affect those around you. So have fun with it. Go into those rooms that may seem a little wonky, that may seem a little off. Stand in your own presence of letting optimal vibrations enter. And slowly but surely, those vibrations that are being vibrated, that frequency of your heart center will slowly change the atmosphere of the room, even just a little bit. People will start walking up to you going, have you done something different? Did you change the color of your hair? Have you been working out? No? I've just been more heart-centered. And that'll stop them in their tracks. And they'll probably ask you, and just keep spreading the love. I mentioned liquid love. So how do we stay present? Because if we are not present, then we're missing out on the blessings that surround us, the love that surrounds us. If we are borrowing from the future, if we're still tapping into the past, we're not present. And I can give you a very, very powerful, at least for me, it really changed my life as a young woman, a presence where I was present and I saw the beauty of love. So I was in college and going through a very rough time. And you can read about my bio out there on my website or what. But yes, it was a very, very tough time. And I was called to go to a church that I had passed multiple times, never had gone in before. And I sat in the back pew, feeling really low, wondering why things were not great things, not so good things were happening to me. But I sat in the back pew, and as the pastor was giving his sermon, I noticed an older couple sitting multiple rows more towards the front, in front of me. And the gentleman, the husband, he started to slump over. And as I said, they were an older couple. I don't know what was going on, but he started to slump over. And his wife, without any reservation, slowly with love, tilted him back up, put her arm around his shoulders and held him up so he could see the pastor and hear, most likely, and be more in tune with the sermon and the passage. I sat in awe. I said, oh my, that is love. That is unconditional love. The power of love is around you. And when you are present, you will feel it, you will see it, and you can participate in it. And the liquid love is like a lava lamp. If we're not plugging in to the present moment for that, whatever the material is inside a lava lamp, let's say that liquid love within inside you, if you're not tapping into that present moment, if you're not feeling the warmth of your own heartbeat, of your own presence, then it's just sitting at the bottom and becoming very stagnant. Prentice earlier talked about, you have great things to do, and we all have great things. Do not compare yourself to anyone. Just tap into who you are, your love, that liquid love, and then it starts to flow around, right? And that's the beauty of the breath, the breath, that you can breathe it in, mix all that in with your liquid love, and then you breathe it out and people will see it and feel it. Let optimal vibrations enter. Let optimal, not mediocre, not so-so. We're talking about optimal, like the highest vibration that there is. Let them enter. There can be fear around letting love in. And I would encourage you, my acronym for fear is forget everything and reframe. Reframe. Take a chance. Take a chance to open up your heart to those optimal vibrations so you can gift them to someone else. And you can also, how powerful it is to be able to be vulnerable to receive those vibrations of love into your own life from those around you. Throughout this entire event, if those of you that are watching it are in that space where you may be questioning love, I encourage you to tap into this whole entire event. Go back and watch it over and over and over again. And if there's someone that speaks to you and speaks to your heart, I guarantee if you reach out to them, they will be open to hearing you, seeing you, and loving on you. And that's what the world needs right now. They need more uplift. We need more uplift. We need you to tap in to that beautiful, beautiful, unconditional love that you came here. You came here to be a part and there's no separation. That's be a part of that unconditional love that created you. There's power in the present moment. Let optimal vibrations enter today, tomorrow, and every day.
Wow.
And that's my message.
Erin, thank you so much. When I think of you, I think of somebody that walks out exactly what it is that you have shared with us. You're such an embodiment of love. And for anybody that's joining us, that was my good friend Erin Page, and I shared how she's the artist that painted this love heart that's on the cover of my book and gifted me that painting. And not just that, the quote that she gave, or rather the acronym LOVE, I asked her if I could use that in my book and allow me to read that for you as it reads in my book. You and I were created in love to love and be loved. When we open our hearts to love, in the words of my good friend Erin Page, we let optimal vibrations enter. I will put an extra spin on it to add that when we open our hearts to share that love, we let optimal vibrations emit. By receiving and giving the energy of love, we entertain and send out the most powerful force of all. So, Erin, I'm grateful for your friendship and your kindness, just for coming on today to share your love with us. Thank you so much, and a happy Valentine's Day to you and yours.
Likewise, thank you so much. Have a pleasant day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, I hope you're enjoying yourselves and just receiving some good ideas and concepts. We are expanding on the topic of love today. There's a wonderful cast of speakers and authors and thought leaders that are still to come. And in a little bit, I'm actually going to invite the host for the next hour, my good friend and coach, Dr. Terence Leftridge. But before I do that, allow me to just let you know that today, just with the heart of love, my book is available for only 99 cents. So if you've been wanting to grab yourself a copy, go ahead and do that today. And I have a challenge from my publisher today, Perfect Publishing, Dr. Ken, to reach 100 reviews. If you'd be kind to just drop a review for me on Amazon, and you can always change that later. That will be such a blessing to my heart. And so to guide us here in the next session, allow me just to invite to the stage my fellow host, Dr. Terence Leftridge. Welcome, sir.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. B is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore. Now, let me ask you, how did you get Evans into that song? How did you get your name in that song so quickly? It's amazing how you do these things, Evans. Thank you. Welcome, man. This is cool. Happy Love Day to you.
Happy Love Day to you too as well, my brother.
Man, I am so excited and so honored to be on your platform because you exude love not just on today, but every time we have the honor to be in your presence. Your aura is just all about love. Your service is all about love. Your personality exudes love. And so I just love being around you, and having the opportunity to do it virtual today is a wonderful thing. Can I hit you with a quote real quick before we go any further?
Absolutely.
So there's a quote by Eden Asbes. He says, "The greatest thing you'll ever learn, Evans, is just to love and be loved in return." And so let me just say, I love you, brother.
Man, that's powerful, and right back at you, man. Thank you so much, Coach.
Yeah. So I think as we keep this show on the road, that we're going to go to a video next. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
All right. So let's cue up that video and we will keep this show running.
Hello, I'm Dr. Allison Watts, and I am so happy to be here. Evans Kamaru invited me, and I know that Dr. Smiley is the one who I think started all of this, and I'm going to tell my story in a minute, and I think you're going to see the humor in why I'm bringing that up right now. But anyway, I am a coach, an author, and a speaker. I've been coaching for many, many years, mostly with dentists, but I do leadership coaching now, and purpose coaching. So yeah, let me tell you a little what I'm inclined to, the thread I'm inclined to weave through this is maybe you guys all know this, the song "Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places." Even though I've never really been a country music fan, that song comes to mind when I think about telling you this story. So I was adopted, and I didn't find out I was adopted till I was 10. And the house I grew up in, for me, wasn't very friendly. It was a very shaky, unfriendly place to grow up, and I did not feel safe. And at 10 years old, I found I was adopted. And at 11 years old, the way I say this, and it may sound kind of shocking, I know, is that I found out I was ugly. And what happened was I went to the orthodontist. I had gone to the dentist, regularly as a kid. And then the dentist sent me to the orthodontist. And I thought I was going to the orthodontist to get braces. And I was. But what happened was when we went back for the consult, I was sitting in the room with my parents at 11 years old, already very insecure, already feeling not loved and not lovable and not safe in myself and in the world. And the orthodontist showed giant pictures of me and pointed out my facial defects. So the essence of it was that my jaw had grown wrong and I needed jaw surgery, and that braces wouldn't be enough. And I remember sitting in that room and looking at those giant pictures of me, and I had no idea before this day that I had a physical, defect. You can call it a defect, and or defects even. And so I remember going home and looking at myself in the mirror and being so self-conscious now. And before that, I think I was looking for love. When I say looking for love in all the wrong places, like mostly from my parents and my family. And I wasn't really finding the kind of love that I was looking for. I wasn't feeling seen and known and appreciated and valued and validated. Really, I wasn't feeling validated for who I was. And I know that so many people feel this way. So many of us growing up thinking it's not safe to be. It's not safe to be me. There's something wrong with me. So that was my core belief. There's something wrong with me. And so I went out into the world looking for what I guess would be called lovability. Like, I wanted to know there was nothing wrong with me. I wanted to know I was lovable, that I was worthy of love no matter what, with my defects and all. And I did not feel that way. So as a teenager, after 11 years old, finding out that I had this going on, I became very self-conscious. I think looking back, what happened was I had the idea already that something was wrong with me, but I could hide it. Like, nobody would know. But once I went to the orthodontist, it was like, oh my gosh, now everybody can see this. Everybody knows there's something wrong with me now, which now I know wasn't true, but that was how it lived in my body. So I went through my life looking for love, which became looking for really feeling good enough. It turned into a striving for competency. And maybe so many of you can relate to that. And so in my teens, in my 20s, in my 30s, I was just striving to be the best. I'm going to prove to everybody there's nothing wrong with me, and I will get the love and the approval and the belonging, and like I'll finally feel good inside when this happens, right? So I was looking for the love in high school, becoming the top of my, all the things, like doing all the things that we do when we're high achievers. And then in my 30s, the most miraculous thing happened. I took a course from a woman who I read her book, and the book revealed to me that, in fact, what I thought was broken, what I thought was wrong, what I thought was going on wasn't at all what was going on. There was like all of a sudden a crack in the belief system that I'd been holding. And all of a sudden I could see it wasn't a big crack, but it was enough to say, oh my gosh, maybe there isn't anything actually wrong with me. Maybe I am lovable. Maybe I'm okay at my core. So from my 30s on, I started learning more about this, what I'm going to now call the truth. And so I spent less time looking on the outside for love and more time looking inside. And I was a dentist. I forgot to share that part. But in my 30s, because of my jaw and my own experience with dentistry, which I had braces twice, I have braces again right now. And I had jaw surgery at 18. And it did change my life. It really did. It changed my facial structure enough to where I felt like, okay, people can look at me now and I look more normal. And so I became a dentist because I wanted to change people's lives the way my life was changed. And so I did that. I became a very successful dentist. I treated my patients with so much love. I never wanted anybody to feel like they weren't okay or they weren't, I didn't want people to feel broken. And so I was very loving. And I also was like, let's get this done for you. I was their biggest cheerleader. I was really great at helping them define their vision for their health and their beauty and their function, and then to achieve those goals, no matter who they were. It was one of my greatest most joyous times. And then I had a bit of a burnout, and I also had a bit of a realization like, oh my gosh. And this was around the time when I was going to that ladies' workshops, and I read that book and I thought, oh my gosh, I've been trying to heal things on the outside for myself and my clients, and there's work to be done on the inside. And so since then, that's what I have focused my time, my attention, my love on, is just understanding the truth of who we really are, where we really come from, that the love that we spend our lives looking for, it could be, I think it's love. I would say the love we look for on the outside, whatever form we try to get it in, whether it's competency or, I don't even know what else it might be. My chosen thing was to become the best at everything that I did and to prove there was nothing wrong with me, and then people would accept me and love me. And I would accept and love myself. But what I learned was that actually the first thing to do is start giving that love to myself, to feel the love that I am coming from the inside out. And I just want you to maybe take a minute and just take a deep breath, maybe close your eyes for a second if you feel comfortable, and connect to the love that is always inside of you. Because it's always, always there. And I didn't realize how much I was going through life cutting off that love. You can open your eyes if you closed them already. I didn't realize how much I was going through life cutting off my own love, coming to me and coming from me because of the judgments and the fears and the insecurity and the protective mechanisms that I had put on top of myself so that nobody would see my flaws. And in actuality, there was always love there. I could have always felt it. I could have always accessed it. So that's been my journey. Maybe you have your own version of that. I'm sure you do. I'm sure if you're here that you have some sense of knowing the love that you are, knowing the magnificent creator and being and just magnificent being that you are. And hopefully you've started to shine that into the world, or like shine it as much as you can. I am working through some fears right now and insecurities and shining my light even brighter. And that's what I want to invite all of us to do, is just to continue to remember who we are and the power we have with the love that we are inside, to just show up and give that love and receive that love. And with that, I believe we can literally change the world. It certainly changed my own world. It changes the world around me. And I know that it can change the world at large if we each embody that and practice that. So thank you so much for inviting me. If you want to get a hold of me, you can go to my website, AllisonWatts.com, or I'm on Instagram under AllisonWatts.dds. You can find me on Facebook too, but I think there's also some other Allison Watts. It might be a little bit confusing. But I have a quote about lighting up the world on the top of mine. So anyway, I would love to. I'm on Messenger, and I'll message you back on Instagram. But anyway, I would love to hear from you. And I hope that this served. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I have a 4-day, very intense workshop right before this. And I wanted to be at the top of my game and not be tired and exhausted when I came on here. So anyway, many blessings to you. Have a great day. And thank you for being here and here on the planet at this time, so we can bring our light and love to the world. Take care. Bye for now.
Phenomenal. How did you guys really feel the love that was going on with that? I hope you did, because I surely did. It was an amazing talk by Dr. Allison. And she said, knowing the love who you are, that self-love is the best love. And remembering that who you are and the love you share helps others see who they are and see the greatness that's in them. We thank you, Dr. Allison. Make sure you guys give her some love in the comments. And welcome to the Love Day event. Are you having a good time already? I know I am. I'm getting lots of nuggets. Hopefully you got your pen and your pad and you're taking down some of these great quotes, getting some of these great insights from people all over the world that are sharing their love journey, their love story, and giving you nuggets to help you not to just have love today, but each and every day of the year. And with that love, I love introducing this next person. This next person came into my life. We came to know each other last year through some other venues. And I mean, this ordained minister just exudes love, even despite the things that he's gone through in his life. And he may share a little bit about this in his love story. And I want you to recognize that your love story doesn't always have to have highs, because just like a rose, there are thorns in it. In that love story, you've got to go through some thorns to see the rose fully bloom. And this brother right here has fully bloomed as an ordained minister and as an international speaker now, spreading his love all over the world. Let's welcome to the stage, Derek Hawes. Hey, Derek.
Good morning, Dr. Terrence. How are you, brother?
I am unstoppable, and I love that you are here today. How are you?
I am so blessed I can't hardly stand it. You know how it is for me, man. It's an amazing world, and it's just waiting for you to be amazing in it.
Well, I know you are about to be amazing in your presentation to us right now, so the stage is yours.
Well, good morning, and what a true honor to be asked to speak on a topic as large and undefinable and ethereal. We know it's a word that we use all the time, love. And I think that the definition for so many of us can just go across the spectrum of, what does it mean? Are we talking about Are we talking about a good cheeseburger? I love a good cheeseburger. Are we talking about the way your dog greets you when you come in the front door? Because that's pretty amazing when you're tired and you've been working all day and here's this little ball of energy that just can't wait to see you. Are we talking about the relationship that we build with somebody over the course of time? I think a lot of times I wanted to define in my life love as a noun. I wanted it to be a thing that I could go out and I could get a hold of, and I could define it and I could put it in boundaries, and that way I could know whether or not I had it. But to tell you the truth, I do know that for a lot of years I didn't have it, and it's because I wanted to make it this noun, this attainable thing that I could qualify and quantify and measure and see if it was growing or shrinking or how do you measure it, right? And since you can't, it left me stunned for a long time. But I experienced God's love in a place where there wasn't a lot of love, and the love that was there you really didn't want a part of. I found myself in a prison cell on Christmas Eve. And in that prison cell, there was nothing left in my life. I had lost the love of my children. I had lost the love of my wife. I had lost all of the things in the world that I loved. All of those quantifiable things, all of those things that I could measure were all taken. And that was the very moment when I actually experienced God's love. And by experiencing that, by giving my life over to Him, I was finally able to start showing love, to actually start experiencing love, and definitely started my journey towards being able to show love to those around me. And it's been an incredible journey to be 44 years old, locked in a prison cell for the third time, lost in addiction, lost from the world, and feeling completely, absolutely alone, to feeling known and feeling loved has been the most epic journey that I couldn't have imagined. If I'm being honest, I couldn't have imagined. But what do we do with that love? Love is not a thing, because it was a package for me before that. I was trying to hold on to it and I was trying to keep it. And that is missing the entire point. By measuring it and boxing it and limiting it, then it's a resource that you don't want to share. And it's in the sharing of love that we actually get to experience love. It's in the personal relationships where we take the time to get to know somebody and to celebrate their wins with them, absolutely, but also to be there for them in the times of tribulation and trials, for them to be able to reach out and know that you're going to be there and you're going to support them, and that they've got someone standing with them in the fight. And that is what God does for each one of us, but it's also what we're called to do for those around us. When the Pharisees were wanting to put Jesus on trial, they asked him what was the most important thing about God. What were his most important laws? And he said, love God and no other. Don't have any idols in your life. Don't give your deep heart, soul, and body love to anybody but God. Make sure He's first, and to love your neighbor. And in that, all of God's law is fulfilled. And what a beautiful thing. The only thing He's asking me to give away is what He gives me abundantly. And what a blessing to know that that resource cannot be used up, to know that it's one of those beautiful experiences that the more love I can show to the world, the more love I'm going to be shown. Now, does that mean everybody loves you? No, it doesn't mean everybody loves you. I'm a 51-year-old ex-convict. I'm a recovered addict. I lived a life of addiction for a long time. But none of that matters now. What does matter about it is that I have been equipped and been blessed to go out and see people that are in the same situations that I was in, to go out and share with the homeless, to be able to witness about Jesus Christ to men that are lost in addiction, to be able to encourage men that are coming out of prison or are still in prison, and let them know that where they are, they're not alone and that somebody cares. And it's one of the most powerful things that we can do, is let somebody know that they're seen, that they exist, and that they matter. So the way that I would define love is being willing to invest part of myself in someone else. And when I didn't have a really good picture of who Derek was, then I really didn't have an idea of why anybody would want any of it. But I've found my identity in God. I've been blessed by him to share with so many people that think that there's nothing left, and to watch their lives turn around. My brother Terrence said, yeah, I've been through some things. I have had some life experiences. You don't get all these scars from hugging contests, right? That's not how they come about. But that's okay, because now there are men that are in the same situation that I was in that look at me and say, he probably knows a thing or two about the life that I'm living. And that's the power of love, is that connection that we can make, not just with people that look like us, but when you love your life, when you love the world, and when you love somebody who's hurting, there's something beautiful started, and we're planting a seed. And God only knows what that seed can grow into. We're not called to cultivate it. We're not called to worry about the harvest, but we are called to plant seeds. And so if we're going to plant seeds, let's plant seeds of love. Let's go into dark places together, and let's tell people, you matter. I know your life is not what you want it to be. Mine wasn't either. And to tell you the truth, it's not the end now. I have things ahead of me. I have a hope for the future, and I have faith in God. And hope and faith are both born out of the love that God showed me in a time when I felt like I could not be loved and nobody could care less if I was there. So absolutely, planting seeds today, spreading love, seeing the way that it multiplies. The word says that if our seed is sown in love, it can be multiplied 30, 60, or 100-fold. And what would it be like to love on somebody that much and have them spread that love to 100 people and to 100 people and to 100 people? And then the next thing you know, we're surrounded by a world of people that are treating each other better, that are wanting to see the best in the people around them. And by wanting that, they're going to be able to see the best in themselves. So that is my impression of love, and what an absolute honor it has been today to be asked to share this with you. And I hope that you'll see that each one of us can love, can receive love, and we can grow love. And watch out, world, when we start doing that.
Man, Derek, that is why you are the speaker that you are today. And you left us with this great call to action. Plant a seed of love. And I really loved how you gave the darkness aspect of it, because you plant a seed in dark ground. But because you give it love, because you water it, because you nurture it, that seed turns into a root. That root turns into a stem. That stem turns into a beautiful flower or even a beautiful tree. And wouldn't it be nice if we all had a tree of love in our backyard that could spread across not only to our neighbor, to our neighbor's neighbor, to the city, the state, the country, the
That's
world?
absolutely it, brother. And that tree is producing seeds too. So we don't,
Absolutely.
it's just this exponential growth. And I think that people don't do it because they're afraid, they don't know what kind of tree they're planting. Well, it doesn't matter. If it's planted in love, the fruit can't be bad.
And he said it best. Man, thank you so much, Derek, for sharing with us today on this Valentine Day of Love. You enjoy the rest of your day, all right?
Thank you.
Wonderful
God bless
job,
you.
Derek. So glad I heard your beautiful message. All right, AJ, come on up. I want to just make a little segue from one host to another. Terrence, if you'll hang here for a second.
Yeah.
And AJ, you're coming up. Derek, thank you so much for being part of the Love event. All right. So the reason I have the three of us here is because Tanisha begged me that there would be three bald people at one time on the screen on the Love event. And so many people have asked for more bald people to speak about love. So I wanted this obviously to be. So Terrence, you're going to be meeting AJ after this event. I think the two of you are going to become fast friends and very powerful friends. So
right. Welcome AJ to our Love event. Hey, you know what? Every bald brother, there's a bond right there. So
That's right. That's right.
All right. So my dear friend AJ Ali, if there was any reason that I would say I want to do more events, it's because I can reconnect with beautiful brothers and friends who will do anything for you. AJ, you have meant so much in my life. I'm so glad you could be here to share who you are and what you've been to me and so many of our common friends. I wanted to show the world what you created back in 2010-ish, I think it was. And it's something that changed my life. So folks, you're about to see something quite interesting. The Goodfellas of Baltimore. This was a show that AJ put together, and it was a wonderful concept and a series that impacted Baltimore. He picked projects in Baltimore that needed smiles, needed love, and these amazing 7 people here became very good friends of mine. And as a matter of fact, William Peach is the godfather of my son. Vincent Sharps is one of the most beloved friends that you could ever ask for. And I wanted to show one other picture. It's the picture of all of us standing together for the first shoot. I believe that was the very first shoot, if I recall.
Yeah, that's right.
So
yeah.
I just want to thank you for including me in that. That was, you'll never know how much that caused things like this to happen. And your movement, your events bring together the best people in the world. So this is a compliment to what you have created already. And I look forward to the friendships you create through this event. But you have been the ultimate brother. I just want to thank you for being love and always demonstrating what love is. The words you've said at funerals, at any opportunity that you speak, they just hit the audience with the power of what it is to live with love. So thank you, my brother.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, man. Love you so much.
Well, the floor is yours. I look forward to hearing your message.
All right. Well, everybody, I am AJ Ali, and as Ken said, we did Goodfellas of Baltimore together. That was a TV show that was ahead of its time. We really need something like that now to bring people together. Who am I? I'm an Air Force veteran, served in the military with honor. I'm 100% disabled. I am a guy who puts family first and a man of faith. I love my country, but I also love this world, this planet. I've been to a dozen countries. I've been to all 50 states, and home is everywhere to me, everywhere where there are people smiling, people loving each other, and I try to spread that love. When I was a child, I had 8 out of 10 ACEs. If anyone knows what those are, it's adverse childhood experiences. They say that if you have 5 or 6, might be really tough for you. I've got 8. I should probably be dead. In fact, for most of my childhood, up until the day that my mother escaped our household and we went to live with other family members who sheltered us from my father, I thought I was going to die pretty much every day of my childhood. And thankfully, we were able to get out of there, and the abuse from him against her and us ceased for the most part. And I was able to get a solid footing with the help of cousins and aunts and uncles and other relatives.
And then I went into the Air Force, where I served at a nuclear missile base in Sicily, where my service was public affairs, but also something I really have never talked about, except for a few very close friends and family, which is being solicited to participate in intelligence activities without proper training, without protection. And I developed PTSD, anxiety, depression, and a host of other issues, and a bunch of physical issues as well. So I'm a 100% disabled Air Force veteran, on top of the 8 out of 10 ACEs. As a Black man in America, I've experienced my fair share of racism, and a lot of it coming from police around the country. June 2012, I was stopped in my own community for walking and accused of breaking into homes. And I thought, when one officer turned into 3, that I was going to die on the side of a road that day. Add that to the trauma. So what does a person do with all of that? Give up. I thought about that many times. Suicidal ideation. I tried to kill myself once, many, many years ago while I was in the service. Thankfully, I wasn't successful. Ironically, police from the base came in and stopped me in the act. So fast forward to 2012, and I get stopped by police for walking while Black and thinking I'm going to die on the side of a road. That was one too many for me. I had experienced dozens of racial profiling stops by police. Add that to the trauma pile. So I decided to do something. I decided to make a film called Walking While Black, Love is the Answer. And that film came out in 2017, and it didn't present as retribution, as many thought it would. It presented as reconciliation. I had taken those 4.5 years to make the film to examine the world. I went to all 50 states on a journey. I examined myself. And on my 51st birthday, September 25th, 2014, I was in Hawaii at the end of that journey. And I felt something in my spirit that said, if you want to change anything, you have to love them even if they kill you, because I, at the time, was receiving death threats from police for wanting to expose police brutality. So I made a film about reconciliation. It shocked everyone, including myself. I trusted God and made that film, and I dedicated my life to teaching people how to love their neighbor. Then I wrote the book, Love is the Answer, 482 pages. That birthed a movement called Love is the Answer Movement, which has led to classes, workshops, webinars, other media. We have a TV series now. There's a pledge that people are taking, and it goes like this. I pledge to learn about the people in my community. That's the L. To unconditionally open my heart to their needs as if they were all immediate family members. That's the O in love. To volunteer to be part of the solution in their lives during both good and challenging times. That's the V in love. And to empower everyone I meet to do the same as if our lives depended on each other. How many of you have experienced a time in your life where you depended on someone else? And maybe you were thankful that you were nice to that person leading up to it. That's what I'm talking about, right? The short version of that pledge is easy to remember. Learn about people, open your heart to their needs, volunteer to be part of the solution in their lives, and empower others to do the same. We've done that with the Love is the Answer movement, not only in the United States, but around the world. We've done work in Africa and Italy and other places. We've wrapped arms around K through 12 students. We did an event at Lake Elkhorn Middle School in Columbia, Maryland, where we were able to get community members to come together and love each other. We teach people how to break out of their silos. 300 plus book bags filled with stuff were given to students there. A car was donated to a teacher that was shuttling between two schools without a car, walking, taking the bus, getting rides. We've wrapped arms around a homeless veteran recently, just 3 weeks ago at a Campaign for Humanity summit, where a homeless veteran walked in and said he needed help. And 3 weeks later, we've got him in a residential care program. He's no longer homeless. There's 30,000 homeless veterans. There's one less today because of love. So I just want to encourage everyone who's listening, who's watching, to put love first. When everything else fails, love is always there. It's the only thing that is stronger than hate. And I encourage you to be a love song in your community every single day. I love you all, and I thank you for your time today, and I invite you to follow us and join us in this Love is the Answer movement. Thank you.
Wow, be a love song in your community. Man, AJ, out of all the nuggets that you gave me in your short presentation, that's the one that really sets with me. And we are thrilled that you came on and shared your love story with us today. It truly inspires from a different level, from a different ideation, but still shows under the spirit of reconciliation, we can continue to love despite the things that we have to go through. So thank you for sharing that. You guys make sure you put some comments in the links, Sharon, letting him know how you experienced what he shared with us this morning. And definitely check out his film, check out his book, and I'm sure you can get all that information by reaching out to him directly. Thank you, AJ.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Have a great.
Absolutely. Wow. You guys, it just keeps getting better and better here on Love Day. You know, it's this event where we are spreading love from across the country, across the world, so that you guys can take, if not just for this moment in time, you can take this moment to concentrate on love, receive love, and give love, because truly love makes the world go around. Now we're going to keep this love story going. We've got another person that's going to be joining us today, another brother from another mother, but I call him my friend. He is a business and leadership systems strategist, a four-time best-selling author, as well as a speaker. He helps leaders to grow and scale their organizations through systems and leadership development, and he's got a great love story. Let's welcome to the stage Isaac Wambua. Hey,
Oh, wow.
Isaac.
What's up, my brother? How are you doing?
I am unstoppable. How are you, sir?
I believe you. You are unstoppable. I'm doing great.
You know, I'm unstoppable because of people like you who continue to help us evolve in our business systems.
Yeah.
But also you speak to us on a one-to-one level, and you show us the love in everything that you do. And I know you're going to do that today as well, right?
That's the plan. And thank you for the opportunity to spread the love and get to experience it from you as well.
Well, you guys, without further ado, here's Isaac.
Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. My name is Isaac, as Terrence said, and I live in Kansas City. I do leadership development, I do professional speaking, and I help companies to build and install business and leadership systems. But I didn't grow up here in Kansas City. I grew up in a small village in Kenya. I have 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and we were raised by a single mother after my dad left when I was 9 years old. So my childhood looked very different from the life I live today. I have a wife and 2 kids. My daughter is 6. My son is turning 4 today. Actually, we have a birthday party for him. So it's a privilege to be here today to share a few ideas with you about love. And just to give you some kind of background, after going through my schooling, I eventually became an industrial engineer. I started businesses, and now I spend my time, like I said, helping leaders build and install systems so they can become more efficient, more effective, get to build their people. And I don't know about you. There are two sides of me that are very important to me. One is my faith. I'm a person of faith, and I can't tell my story without incorporating my faith, and then my family. Because, like I said, I was raised by a single mother who basically did everything for us. So, me being able to have children and be able to celebrate my son's birthday today is a big deal for me. So for the many years that I've spent in leadership space, I have realized something that to me initially was surprising, that everything I teach about leadership, I learned way before I even stepped into a classroom. And I learned that from home. So today, I don't want to talk about leadership systems and business systems. I want to talk about something a little bit deeper, and that's the subject of love. And right now, I just want to invite you to a conversation with me and explore the idea that love is not a feeling. It's way bigger and more sustainable than that. When I was a boy growing up in that small village, I believe I understood love. I thought love was meant protection. I thought love meant someone making my life easier. I thought love meant being taken care of. But my mother had a different definition for love. To her, love meant getting me ready for the world ahead of me. I don't know about you, but and some of the people have experienced this, when you grow up without a father figure, so to say, life can be a little bit rough, and you need someone to teach you how to ride a bike, and from an African perspective, how to become a man. So having a mother who had to play the role of a mother and a father, it was a little bit rough. So a little bit of confusion here and there, but my mother did very well, and I believe that's why I'm here today. So for the first 9 years of my life, my father was my hero. He held my hand pretty much every single day, walked with me everywhere, and I thought life would always feel that secure. Then one day, he was gone, and overnight, I felt like my childhood ended. My mother took over the family, and when I say took over, I mean we did not vote. My 4 brothers and 2 sisters, she just took over, and she became what I like to say a supreme leader. She basically controlled everything in a good way. And one of the things she taught us every single day is that I want to raise you to become responsible citizens. Children that are respectful and to an extent who can make something out of themselves, and she did. So basically, when she took over, there were no speeches about responsibility. There were no family meetings, no reward systems. In America, we sometimes reward our kids when they do the chores. And sometimes I try to pull off that African style of parenting where I tell my daughter, you do chores because you belong to this family. So that was my mother. And again, looking back, I'm glad she did what she did. So I remember early mornings, before school, working on the farm, taking care of the few animals that we had, and then walking long distances to school. And most of the time as a child, I didn't understand it. I would watch other children playing, and while I was walking, and I quietly carried this question: if my mother truly loves me, why doesn't she allow me to play with other kids? And I thought, again, love meant protecting me from the struggle. My mother believed that love meant preparing me for the future that was to come. And of course, I didn't realize it then. She was raising me to become a capable man, not just a comfortable child. So for a long time, of course, I did not get it. And as I grew older, I began to notice something. The people who shaped my life are not the people who made things easier for me. They are the people who expected something from me. Of course, beginning with my mother, then my teachers and my pastor, and of course, up to this level, my mentors. And when you look back, it's about the teacher who could not accept my excuses, a mentor who trusted me way before I was ready for the responsibility, a friend who told me the truth when it would have been easier to stay silent. At the time, I didn't always feel like it was kind for them to do that, but it was always love expressed in that particular manner. And that's when I realized something important, that we think love always agrees with how we feel, or we think love always rescues us when we are going through a rough time. We think love should always protect us from difficulty, but comfort and love are not the same thing. And I believe you know that already. Sometimes comfort comes from indifference. Love, on the other side, requires courage to tell a friend that, you're messing up here, or to tell a child, if you walk down this path, it's not going to end up well for you. Because real love doesn't just make you feel supported. Real love makes you feel stronger. So here's what I've come to believe as an adult, as a father, as a husband, and as a professional, that love is not measured by how safe people feel around you, whether it's an employee or a friend you have or a colleague. Love is measured by how empowered they become because of you, how empowered they become as a result of interacting with you. Love tells the truth even when it's uncomfortable. Love sets boundaries even when it's misunderstood. Love gives responsibility even when it feels risky to do that. And sometimes we feel like we got to control things, and especially from a parenting perspective, or if you have a team like me and Dr. Roshan and Leffrey and Terrence, but control. When it comes to love, control really is not sustainable. You have to express it in a way that is going to empower those people. And if you think about the people who changed your life, you'll notice something. They didn't just give you comfort. They believed in you more than you believed in yourself. They most likely saw strength you couldn't see at that time. They called you higher to a level that probably you couldn't get there yourself, or maybe you saw yourself as a very small professional and a small person. They held you accountable when excuses would have been easier for you to just, coast and do what you felt like doing. At the time, it may not have been, gentle or felt gentle, but it was deeply caring for them to be able to do that. Because love is not always soft. Sometimes love is expressed through just listening patiently and sitting there and just getting to feel. I have a friend of mine, Evans, who is also a host for this event. And many years ago, I believe more than 10 years ago, we sat down and he said, when someone is going through a rough time, you just need to sit down with them without even saying anything. That's heavy and important by itself. Sometimes love is displayed through discipline. It is not the bad kind of discipline, but the kind of discipline that helps someone to potentially do the right thing at the time, at the right time, in the right way, and also in the right place. So today we celebrate love in many forms: romantic love, friendship, family, community. But I think all of us carry a memory of someone or people who loved us in a way that changed our direction. Could be a parent like me, a teacher, a coach, a mentor, a friend, someone who refused to let you stay less than you could become. They didn't just accept you, they instead invested in you. They did not just comfort you, they strengthened you in whichever way they did. And years later, most likely, you realized something. They were not being hard on you, they were being brave for you. As a child, I thought my mother expected too much for me. And as an adult, now I realize that she believed too much in me. I mean, just like any other teenager, I gave her a run for her time and peace of mind. She was not making my life difficult. She was making my future possible. And that's why I'm here today. So today, maybe love is not proven by how gently we hold people. Maybe love is proven by how faithfully we help them grow, because feelings come and go, but the impact of someone who helped you to become who you are lasts a lifetime. And that's really my wish for you today as we celebrate this Love Day, and as we get to partner with so many friends here. I just want you to think about the people that have been there for you, the people that you care about, or even people that didn't really have to help you, and look at that as an expression of love, because they did it anyway, not because you deserved it, but because you are put on their path, and they opened up their hearts, their resources, their time, and their energy to be able to help you. So I wish you a great Love Day, and thank you so much for your time.
Man, oh man, oh man. Isaac, you brought the heat. You brought the love. I really appreciate you for doing that. You know, I'm always taking notes, and you said love is proven by how faithfully we help others grow.
Exactly.
And isn't that what love is all about? Being able to give of yourself to someone else so that they can grow. That I think that's just the bloom of the rose. It's perfectly stated by you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much for sharing those words of wisdom and dropping those seeds of love for us today, Isaac.
You're so welcome.
And you guys make sure you reach out to Isaac, check him out on social media, get in contact with him. If you're looking for a business and leadership system strategist, he's your man. Enjoy your day and love you so much, Isaac.
Love you too, brother.
All right. Hey, that's what we're talking about today on the Love Day event. We are so glad that you are here. Keep putting those comments in the feed. We'd love to hear where you're where you're watching us from, and any feedback that you're getting out of this Love Day event sponsored by Evans as well as the Perfect Publishing Group. We've got another powerful speaker coming your way. And it's a great segue when we talk about people who are helping other people grow. This next person that you're about to see is affectionately known as the Professor of Change. And sometimes love requires change. The way you give love may need to change. The way you receive love need to change. So it's important that you learn how to change. And this person is a global speaker, a transformation strategist, and the founder of Becoming the Better You, a movement and membership platform that helps thousands of people rebuild their identity, leadership, and live from the inside out. She's on stages across the country, and she's coming to your stage today. Whether you're a high-level business leader or an investor, she doesn't just motivate, she builds systems that help create lasting results. So if you're looking for clarity, if you're looking for truth, and you're looking for transformational love, then stick and stay and listen to our friend, Dr. Brenda Ringwood.
Hello, my name is Dr. Brenda Ringwood, and I want to talk to you today about love, since that's what this whole thing is about. But I'm going to talk to you about it in a different way. You see, I have on this old sweatshirt, and I absolutely love it. Oh, I just love it. Not really because it's old, and not really because it's a sweatshirt, but because it's comfortable. Sometimes we get comfortable in things, but what I really like about it is it has this butterfly on it. It even has it on the back. And I love the butterfly because it talks about change. It lives change. It breathes change. It shows change. And I'm known as the professor of change. But the butterfly doesn't get comfortable. It settles in and it goes to work. You see, it loves itself to know that it needs to go through the caterpillar process to change, to evolve into something beautiful. Now, I know everybody always uses that analogy of the butterfly and the change, but you see, what's beautiful about it is the process. It is the journey of change. You see, the caterpillar could just stay comfortable in its old sweatshirt, and it can love the environment because it's comfortable. But there's a time where being comfortable becomes uncomfortable because there is no change, because the love runs out. Situations change, people change, environments change, and we tend to get stuck. And when we get stuck, we lose ourselves sometimes and forget to love ourselves. We forget to love the mission that we were on. We forget to love in the experience of love. This is why relationships fall apart. This is why marriages fall apart. This is why friendships fall apart. Because we forgot that we once loved them. And you see, love can change. Love can look different. Love can be beautiful in multiple different settings, different viewpoints. And most importantly, love is enduring. So it will change with you. It will grow with you. We just tend to put it on a back burner. we forget about it. And then things go south or things change in a way that we forget about the ones that we used to love. What does that mean? Well, guess what? You can still love them. You can still grow in the love with them. In a relationship, in a friendship, in somebody that you once loved, you can rekindle that. Now, that person has to also be part of it. And sometimes they change and they stop communicating with you, or they do things that you don't like. But you can love them from a distance. You can pray for them. You can be there for them. But if they're no longer serving a greater purpose in your life that fulfills that love, then sometimes we do have to cut that circle. We have to cut that tie, and we love them from a different distance. But your spouse, your children, your family, that love should be enduring, because Christ loves us, and he doesn't throw us to the curb just because we do something wrong. He gets in our being, and he changes everything about us. And that's love. That's how you should be. Every being, fiber in you, every piece, every cell should want to love, should want to change, should want to be new and revived every day. Then you can feel comfortable in the change. You can love that sweatshirt. You can become that sweatshirt because it's evolving with you. It's changing with you. It's growing with you. Instead of just settling for comfort, why not take them with you? Change is something that is real. Change endures, but it only happens if you take the step to do it. And I don't mean one step, I mean multiple steps, multiple days, multiple weeks, multiple months, multiple years to encourage change. That's also loving yourself. Did you hear me? Loving yourself. Loving yourself enough to change your mindset, that will change your actions, and I guarantee it will change your life. I know it did for me. See, there was a time in my life where I absolutely hated myself and I was miserable. I was making a lot of money. On the outside, things looked good, but on the inside, no. I had started to deteriorate physically, mentally, spiritually. I was withdrawing. I needed that cocoon. I needed that change. But unfortunately, mine came through a jail cell. And I had to spend 4 years in my own cocoon, learning who I was, learning who I needed to be, learning where I needed to change, and then I needed to make those changes. Did you hear me? I needed to make those changes. I had to love myself enough to make the changes. And then I had to love my family enough to respect where they were and to give them the time that they needed to learn to love me again, to learn to know me again. Not the old me, the new me, the changed me, the person who loved myself, the person that loved them, and the person that wanted to continue the relationships. What's important to you? Do you love yourself enough to change? Do you love your family enough to change? And more importantly, do it. Make the change. Make things happen. Love yourself. Love your family. Love your life. Because I'm telling you, when you do, wow, great things are in store for you.
Couldn't say it better myself. Thank you, Dr. Brenda Ringwood. She ended on a powerful note. Love yourself, love the change, and be willing to make that change. Love yourself enough to make the change today and let that carry on throughout the rest of the year. What a great way to end my time with you today on this Love Day event. You know, I love that I was able to make the adjustments to be here with you live today. I love that I was able to experience all of these other powerful speakers. And I love the fact that love shares. And we're going to share the stage with another host that's coming on after me. That is a phenomenal woman. She is doing some powerful things out there. She's a 30-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and a former elementary school teacher. And we thank her for her service to the military as well as the service to our children. You know, she is building stories because she believes that stories build bridges between military life and childhood wonder. That's why she formed this organization called the Soldier Mom, the series that honors military families and teaches children's values like courage, loyalty, and integrity. And if you've got those three things, then finding love, giving love, and receiving love is that much easier. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to welcome to the stage our next host as well as our next speaker, Jody Martin. Hey, Jody.
Hey, Terrence, thank you so much for the nice introduction. And yeah, I am excited to be here. I've been a part of so many of the author-a-thons, and this one's just kind of a nice change of pace. We get to just talk about love all day. So I am glad to be here. Thanks for being here. You have been an amazing host. I just want to give you a big shout out on that. So you're going to be a hard act to follow. So thank you.
Well, you know what? The thing about love is that we don't have to love each other the same way. All we have to do is love. So I love that you're taking the reins and the stage is yours.
All right, thank you. Put my notes up here for me. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jody Martin, and I am a veteran, a military mom, and the author of the Soldier Mom series. And those stories are written from some of my personal lived experiences and in raising kids in the military world. And today on this Love Day, I want to talk to you about love through a military lens, because love doesn't always equal romance. When we hear Valentine's Day, we often think of flowers and cards and chocolates. And while that's a beautiful expression of love, the love that we show in the military life often looks a little different. It's not always soft. It's not always convenient. And it's certainly rarely easy, but it's real. In the military community, love is a decision made every single day. It's deciding to serve. It's deciding to support someone who serves. It's deciding to stay committed even when separation is guaranteed. That's not romantic love. That's chosen love. And when you start looking at love that way, you realize it shows up in a few powerful ways in the military life. First, there's love of country. Loving your country doesn't mean thinking it's perfect. It means believing it's worth something, worth protecting, worth standing up for, worth sacrificing for. Service members make that decision every day, but so do their families. Because when one person serves, everybody serves. That kind of love doesn't need applause. It just shows up. Then there's the love of family. Military love means learning how to say goodbye more than once. I remember one goodbye in particular. We have done this before. We knew the routine. Our bags are packed, or my bags were packed. Everyone was being brave. And I was fine. Everything's fine. Until the car door closed. And that's when it all hit me. But isn't that what military love looks like? It's not dramatic. It's not glamorous. It's standing there in the quiet and deciding again that it's worth it. It means missing holidays, missing milestones, missing an ordinary Tuesday night. It means stepping into strength that you didn't think you had. And for spouses, it's carrying the weight when life doesn't pause. For kids, it's missing someone every single day, and yet still believing in what they're doing. That's love too. Not a movie version, a real version. And then there's faith. Because when you live a life where control is limited, faith becomes essential. Faith that there is purpose in the separation. Faith that there is meaning in the service. Faith that even when you don't have all the answers, you're not walking alone. Faith doesn't always remove the fear, but it gives you something steady to stand on. So when I write Soldier Mom stories, this is what I want to show. I want kids to understand that military love isn't just sacrifice, it's strength. I want families to feel seen, and I want to widen the definition of love beyond romance. Because love isn't just this feeling that we get to celebrate once a year. Love is a decision you make every day to serve, to support, to stay, to believe. So today, on this special Love Day, I hope you remember that love can look like country, it can look like family, it can look like faith. And sometimes the strongest love is the one that quietly chooses to show up again tomorrow. If you want to learn more, you can find my books on Amazon, but I'm also across all the social media platforms. You can find me at Jody Martin Author or Soldier Mom, or even find me on my website at jodymartinauthor.com, where you usually can find some freebies. And soon we're going to be putting together a newsletter full of helpful sites, particularly for the military family and community. I would love to connect with you. Please feel free to reach out. And if you're on right now live, send some comments. Would love to see them. Thank you for being here. I love you, and happy Love Day. All right. So I guess it's now on to the host duties. So here we go. I'm going to remove my notes. And I would like to just say thank you to everybody online and watching us live. Thank you for being here and talking about Love Day with all of us. I have already heard and seen some fabulous speakers talking about the different points of view about love and how we all get there. And they've been inspiring. And so I'm going to bring on another speaker. She is a wife, a mother, an ordained minister, and co-founder of Life New Global Mission. And she's an author. Nearly 20 years in church leadership. She's a board member of UP Global Network, Advancing Global Ministry and Discipline, look at me, words, discipleship initiatives. I'd like to introduce Dee Mwanzia to the stage so that she can share her story about love and how she spreads that around the world. Welcome, Dee. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
I am fabulous. Real quick, I have a quick question for you. Where are you located at?
I'm in Kansas City.
Oh, Kansas. And how?
Yes.
We were just discussing how weather is across the country, and even in Atlanta, we have two different distinct weather patterns going on here. How is it on your end of the?
It's rainy. It's a rainy day over here. Not
right.
too cold though. It's just cool, but rainy.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I welcome you, Dee, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for having me on this forum. It's truly an honor. I feel blessed, and I'm grateful to be here. So I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Dee Mwanzia. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm an ordained minister and author of several books, as well as a contributor to some. And I carry a deep passion to see people liberated, growing, and fully experiencing God's promises. Now, for that reason, I write, and I also minister love and hope through Life Now Global Mission. Now, although I've been in church leadership for about 20 years, my calling has led me to different spaces, speaking of which, I serve on the board of Up Global Network, where I'm privileged to contribute to global ministry and discipleship initiatives. Today, as we celebrate Love Day, Valentine's Day. It is a special day, and it's a day to show love to dear ones and experience that love as well. So I know we all have some views on love, and I'll share mine. I want to say something simple but powerful. Love is not passive. Love moves and it shows up. Love crosses invisible lines, and most of the time it doesn't arrive with a platform. It walks quietly through ordinary people who simply say yes to less glamorous opportunities. Early in my faith journey, I realized that many people don't lack potential, they just lack permission to believe that they matter. And I felt called to be a bridge to connect people to hope and dignity. And that calling has led me to serve through Life Now Global Mission and also on the board of Up Global Network, 2 different organizations, 1 heartbeat. Love that crosses borders and changes lives. So how does that love look like local though? Because love is not just globally experienced or globally shared. How does it look local? Here's something I want to be very clear about. Global impact does not excuse us from local responsibility. Some of the sacred work happens not overseas, but in my neighborhood. Through my church, we serve in a community, in a ministry that is focused on a predominantly Hispanic community, just reaching out with love to others who don't necessarily look like you, being there, being just showing them love and being present with them. As a family, we've had the privilege of serving in local food pantries, participating in school supply drives or Christmas giving tree, and definitely reaching out to neighbors who are going through some challenging times. Loving thy neighbor, literally. No stage lights, no viral moments, just presence. And I've learned something deeply important there. Love speaks many languages, and listening is one of them. So, what has love taught me? Working with people who are vulnerable, emotionally, economically, spiritually, has shaped how I understand leadership. Leadership is not control. Leadership is responsibility. It's choosing to show up even when you can't fix everything. And it's choosing compassion over convenience. It's choosing to see people not as projects, but image bearers. That is what leading with love has taught me. And here's the part I really want you to hear today. You do not need a title or a microphone to lead with love. You are already positioned. So how am I positioned, you may ask? Leading with love begins at home. Personally, before I was an author or a minister, I was called to my family. I was entrusted with my family. How does that look like? Leading with love in the family looks like patience when I'm tired, presence when I'm distracted, and grace when perfection feels out of reach. In the community, love moves closer. It asks, who is overlooked? Who needs someone to stand in the gap? And sometimes we bring resources, sometimes we bring ourselves. And love belongs in the marketplace too. Choosing integrity over shortcuts, people over profit, and purpose over ego. In a nutshell, creating space for others to thrive. So here's your invitation. I didn't know I would write books. I didn't know I would serve globally. I didn't know I would be speaking here today or how any of it would connect. But I've learned this. Love has a way of organizing your life around purpose. So let me ask you, where are you being invited to lead with love? Is it in your family? Is it in your workplace, your neighborhood, your calling? You don't have to do everything, but you can do something. You don't have to be known. You just have to be faithful. And as I finish, I must say this. When love leads, communities heal, hope rises, and ordinary people become bridges to extraordinary change. Earlier, I mentioned that I have written several books, and here they are. They are all available on Amazon. So Looking Up is a compilation of some of biblical stories that have a contemporary spin to it. And Ark of the Covenant, which is my favorite, and this is simply because it explicitly illustrates the love of God in action among imperfect people. And it is God's presence among us and how we relate with it. Now, Crushing Invisible Barriers was my first book, and it highlights some spiritual hindrances that affect people who are attempting to create meaningful and lasting relationships. I'm currently working on 4 more, and one of those is titled Beyond Invisible Barriers. So Crushing was the onset of victory, but Beyond Invisible Barrier addresses the what now. After victory, then what? And the goal is to have it published within the next couple of months. So watch this space. I'm excited. It's an incredible journey. I get to share love and hope in writing, and that's a privilege. Finally, I leave you with this. Engage your world with love and see something shift in your life. Engage your world with love and see something shift in your life. Thank you.
Hey, Dee, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. I feel like I connected really well to your message because it talked about service to your community, service to one another. And, my point of view is service through military, but isn't that kind of the same? Showing up when it's hard, right?
Yes.
And showing compassion and doing all those things. And I just wanted you to know I really felt what you were saying. So thank you so much for sharing your message today.
Thank you for having me and listening. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. All right. Happy Love Day to you. And we will see you on the next one.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Thank you again for being here and sharing with us this beautiful love day. And instead of just selling about Valentine's and a romantic love, which is absolutely beautiful, we're here sharing love and how it looks through different lenses. And I'm getting ready to introduce to you to the next person, Danielle Bridges. And Danielle, your name is spelled differently, so please let me know if I pronounce that correctly. But she is a faith-driven leadership coach, author, educator, who's helping individuals transform pain into purpose. Wow, what a great lead in there. She leads with love and is building a legacy through alignment, healing, and courageous service worldwide with a worldwide impact. Thank you so much. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, Danielle. Yes, you did.
All right. It's spelled beautifully, but I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly. And I love your background, how bright and beautiful you are today. So I just wanted to introduce you, let you know that you are loved, and I cannot wait to hear your story and everything you're all about. So please go ahead, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. I am Danielle Bridges, a Christ entrusted operator and the CEO of Kingdom Principles. As Jody said, I love to support people going through their transformation and really sharing the message of how God turns your pain into purpose through his abiding love. So when we hear the word love, most of us think of romance, flowers, candles, or even that song that brings us back to a moment that we almost forgot. But that's not the kind of love that I want to talk about on this morning. Because love, true love, is not soft, it's not passive, and it's definitely not fragile. Love is a force. And like all powerful forces, we know it shapes everything it touches. I've learned that love is not something you fall into, it's something you stand in. And whatever you stand in long enough will eventually shape who you are becoming. For a long time, I misunderstood what love really was. I thought it meant proving myself, over giving, overperforming, overextending, over explaining. I thought love meant being needed, being useful, being everything to everyone. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I wasn't loving or living from a place of love. I was living for approval and validation from people who were not even a part of my purpose. And that is exhausting every time. It will cause you to be in a place where you are exhausted and drained. Love, true love, does not ask you to disappear. It does not ask you to shrink. It does not require self betrayal. Love, love tells the truth, even when the truth is inconvenient. And the truth, that's what changed my life. That's what changed the direction of my life. Love showed up for me not as a feeling, but it showed up as a decision. It showed up as a decision where I had to stop abandoning myself, the decision to rest without guilt, the decision to say no without explanation. I tell people all of the time that no is a complete sentence, and I live on that. The decision to believe that I was worthy before I produced anything. That kind of love doesn't just heal you, it reorders you. And here's what I've learned: love is not loud, but it is consistent. Love doesn't rush, but it doesn't retreat either. It doesn't run away. Love doesn't control, but it does protect. It protects your gifts, it protects your talents, it protects your anointing, it protects your identity, and most of all, it protects your trust. Love is what tells you you don't have to earn what was already given. And once love did that work in me, it changed how I moved through the world. It changed my perspective. It changed how I received love from others and how I gave love to others. I became a better leader, not because I pushed harder, but because I listened deeper. I became a better wife, not because I was perfect, but because I was present in the moment. I became a better mother, not because I had all of the answers, but because I made room for the truth. And I made room for my child's truth, for my children's truth, for my family's truth, because I was able to see people and understand with a compassionate being and spirit and understanding. Love taught me how to stay. Love taught me that creating lasting moments was the impact that mattered and the only thing that mattered. And here's the part we don't talk about enough. The world doesn't move forward because of power. It doesn't heal because of intelligence. And it doesn't last because of success. The world moves forward because someone chooses love when fear or retreat would be easier. Every system that lasts, every moment that matters, and every legacy that ever endures was built by someone who loved deeply and wisely. Love makes the world go round because love is what makes people brave. Brave enough to forgive. Brave enough to try again. Brave enough to believe that healing is possible. Love is not naive. It's courageous. So I ask you today, how are you going to show love? I want you to be brave enough to forgive that person. And the forgiveness is not for them, it's for you. Forgive that situation. I want you to try again. Set those goals, build a legacy, walk in your transformation, and know that you are enough. All you have to do is believe in your healing. So if you ask me what love means to me now, love for me is alignment. Love is wholeness. Love is choosing truth over performance every single time. And when we live that kind of love out loud, the world doesn't just go around, it changes directions. So I want you to continue to love, live, learn, and lead according to God's purpose and his divine design for your life. Thank you.
I did not have my technology going. Sorry about that. That was really great. I loved your inspired spoken word there. But I'll walk away with this. Make room for love. That was the one thing that stuck out for me. And I think that resonates with all of us, right? If you make room for love, so many other things change, right? So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Being present in those moments. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure, Danielle. And you go forth and enjoy the rest of your love day.
You as well.
Okay. And again, just welcome to those who have just joined us on the live content. And we are here talking about some really great points of view of what love means to a variety of people. We all see love in a different light. And it's not always romantic, believe it or not. So here we go. I am going to bring on our next speaker, Isabel. Oh, wait, no, it's Dr. Breakthrough. Is he next? All right, Dr. Breakthrough. All right, nice. How are you?
Hey, I'm blessed and highly favored, just like you. Business is booming, checks are zooming. I'm happy on purpose. Come on.
I love seeing your face and feeling your energy. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Welcome, welcome. Well, I will just do a quick introduction for you. For those who don't know Dr. Breakthrough, he's an evangelic, can I talk?
Evangelist.
Who has preached in 50 states and 28 countries. Come on, dude. That's a lot of places. And you're an author, a master motivator, which I absolutely adore. Happily married with 8 children. 8 children. Wow. And a 10-degree black belt. Dude, you're dangerous, not only in the spoken word, but in the physical realm too, right? All right. The floor is yours. I'm so glad to see you again. And just give me your energy. Give me.
Hey, well, thank you so much. I always start off with a disclaimer, though, as Dr. Breakthrough. I can't provide a breakthrough. I just prescribe the breakthrough. However, when people follow the breakthrough prescription, God Almighty provides a breakthrough they desire and deserve, because a breakthrough is exploding through barriers that at one time seemed insurmountable. And the greatest thing that has allowed me to break through more things than anything else is the four-letter word love. Don't have time to go through everything, man. This day is so amazing. But all I can say is, my dad left when I was 3. Mom, raised us, did the best she could, but dad never called, unfortunately, never sent mom any money or whatever. And so at 6 years of age, I was out in the middle of a field playing, and a gang of teenagers came my way. I froze in my tracks. I was scared to death. As a 6-year-old boy, they grabbed me, bam, one guy hit me in the stomach, knocked the air out of me. I'm, you're trying to breathe. And make a long story short, they picked me up, slammed me on the ground. I'm a 6-year-old boy. I'm crying out for help. And they start kicking all over me, stomping on me like I'm an ant or a roach. And literally, by the time I'm bleeding from everywhere you can bleed, you would think that was enough. That was enough for these guys. They flipped me over on my back. I'm looking face up. And they take a great big old bucket of tar. They pour it on my face. They pour it on my body, take a bunch of feathers. They threw them on me. And they left me there. Thank God somebody finally found me, rushed me to the hospital. But my life was a mess. I'd been through physical abuse, verbal abuse, sexual abuse. I don't have time to go through all that, but tried to take my life on 2 occasions before I was even 12 years of age. And I'm so glad I failed. I tell people there's some things you're supposed to fail at. But I got involved in martial arts so I can learn how to protect myself, because I had this hard shell. I'd been hurt so much in life. And like a lot of people, I wanted to learn how to protect myself. And so I had this hard shell. And so make a long story short, my mom wanted a free month of karate lessons, and she kept going after her free month was out. And she got better and better. And one day she got so good that her and her boyfriend got in a fight, and she knocked him out. I mean, cold. So when I saw my 5'1" mom knock out a 6'1" guy, I was like, man, this karate stuff, this is the ticket. And so make a long story short, I got started many years ago working 4 hours every day because I wanted to learn to protect myself. And I finally became the Pennsylvania Tri-State champion. It's just a teenager, and I beat even the grown man. Coming back from a tournament that day, never forget, a week ago, 50 years ago, a week ago from today, the week previously. And in Japanese, you call your teacher sensei. That means teacher, instructor. He's drinking sake, Japanese wine. We're going through the mountains of Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania. And it's so foggy, you couldn't see literally 5 feet in front of you. And the only way my sensei could drive you is window rolled down. He's looking at the guardrail and he's drunk. So, man, I'm like, hey, sensei, stop the van. We might wreck and die. And there was a guy 2 seats from me. He said, man, if we die, we just die. And we're in a whole van full of people. And you ever heard of, alone in the crowd? And all of a sudden it dawned on me, man, what if my sensei, my karate instructor, in his drunken stupor, what if we wreck? What if he flips over the guardrail? What if we run into somebody in all this thick fog that you can barely see? And I got scared to death. And I said, man, I might die. And then I said, wait a minute, if I die, I wonder will I go to heaven or hell? The only thing I ever heard about was, hey, if you're bad, you're not going to heaven. And so I got scared to death. And I remember saying, man, I don't want to go to hell. I want to go to heaven, but I don't know how to get there. Now I'm alone. I'm in this van, but everybody, and I'm scared to death. And I'm thinking, man, if I die, my martial arts won't help me. The prettiest girl in the school at the time was my girl. And I was like, nothing's going to matter. And I was scared to death. I get home and I try to sleep and I'm tossed and turned and stand if you die. You're probably going to go to hell. And if you go to hell, you're going to burn forever. And I was like, but I want to go to heaven, but I don't know how to get there. A couple hours, I think I got an hour or two of sleep, So every night for that week, I tossed and turned, wondering if I were to die, I want to go to heaven, but I don't know how to get there. If I go to hell, I'm going to burn, and I don't want that. And then this same day, 6:30 this evening, February 14th, 1976, there was a knock on my door. And folks said, look, we're visiting, starting a bus route, and we want to invite you to our church. And I thought I'd get rid of them. I already go to church, Christmas, Easter, 2 times a year. They said, no, something more important than going to church. I said, what's that? And they said, going to heaven when you die. Then they scared me. They said, young man, if you died today, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I've been thinking about dying all week. They said, but if you died today, do you know for sure you go to heaven? I said, no, I don't. I said, do you? They said, yeah. I said, can you show me? I said, I've been wondering about this all week long. And they said, sure. And they came in. Matter of fact, they're looking at each other like, is this guy for real? Make a long story short, man, they showed me from the Bible that I was a sinner. Romans 3:10, as is written, there's none righteous, no, not one. They showed me verse 23, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And they said, Stan, do you realize you're a sinner? I said, man, I already know that. And they said, there's a price on sin. Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death. They said, you have to pay, every sinner has to pay. And so you'd be separated from God. Revelation 21:8, but the fearful, the unbelieving, abominable, murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. So they said the first death is when the body dies. Second death is when the body and soul are separated from God forever in the lake of fire. I said, man, that's what I'm afraid of. I thought you guys were going to tell me about I can go to heaven. They said, we are, but you got to realize you're a sinner and that you deserve to be separated from God, and then God can save you. I said, quick, I'm a sinner. I deserve to go to hell. Show me how to be saved. And they showed me Romans 5:8 that changed my life. It says, but I like when God butts in. But God commended his love toward us, and that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. And they said, Stan, even though we're sinners, they said, we deserve to be separated from God. God loved us so much. Man, you're talking about Valentine's Day. God loved us so much. You're talking about love. God loved us so much, he sent his only son, Jesus Christ, to die. See, sin must be paid for. But if he would pay for our sins for us, then guess what? They said he lived a perfect and righteous life. So he's willing to do a transfer of accounts. He'll take your sin on him. That's what he died for. And then he gives you his righteousness. And that's what will get you to heaven. And they said, and the way you do that is by receiving his son, Jesus Christ. They showed me the rest of Romans 6:23, the wages of sin is death. But I like when God butts in, the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ the Lord. And God has a gift. They said, a gift you don't pay for, a gift you don't buy, a gift you don't work, a gift you simply receive. And they said, you receive that by receiving his son. And then they showed me Romans 10 that changed my life. Verse 9, that if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. For with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. For the scripture saith, whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. For there's no difference between the Jew and the Greek, for the same Lord is rich unto all who call upon him. For whosoever, verse 14, shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And as a 15-year-old boy, I ran upstairs, we got a great big old family Bible. They said, what's that big old Bible for? I said, well, my grandfather died and they had this big old Bible in his casket. I said, I want something holy around when I get saved. And I never forget, I bowed my head many years ago, 50 years ago today, and I said, dear Lord, I'm a sinner and I deserve to go to hell, but please forgive me. I don't trust the priest or the pope or baptism. I just trust the blood of Jesus. Save me and give me your gift of eternal life. I trust you as my savior. Wow. And that day, everything changed. Everything changed. See, when love is received, love is conceived. And then the love that I received from God now went back to him. And then he gave me a love for people. I'm a guy, I didn't like anybody. I was mad at the whole world. But because he forgave me, I could forgive. And then walk in that forgiveness. And make a long story short, my friend, 37 years ago today, my son Josiah, my middle son, was born. So we celebrate now his birthday. And of course, this is Valentine's Day. My beautiful wife, Nadia, my ABCD, my adorable brown caramel delight, my ABCD, my angelic, blessed chocolate delicacy. We're celebrating this day. It all started because of the love of God 50 years ago today. And it gets deeper and sweeter. And I've not been everything I ought to be all these years, but he's been everything he could be and more. And I didn't find him. He came looking for me down in the ghettos of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, down in the hood where, by the way, the guy says, man, this is a bad neighborhood. We got to get out of here. And the other guy said, I feel led of God to go to one more door. And my house was that one more door. So I thank God for folks those people who loved enough to come down into and share the gospel. And that pastor that said, you know, we send missionaries to Africa. What about the African Americans that live in the inner city? Let's go down and share the love of God with them. See, we don't have a skin problem in America. We got a sin problem. The answer is not race. It's all about grace, my friend. And grace, unmerited favor. And grace really comes down to love. The greatest breakthrough is when you get love. Now, my wife and I, we've been practicing what I call breakthrough love, a love committed to breaking through any barrier that tries to hinder our love or tries to hinder our relationship. And so, my friend, what this world needs today is love. Dr. King, this is Black History Month. He wrote a powerful book many years ago. I read it. It's called Strength to Love. Just a little teeny book. It will change your life. So I close, my friend. But I just want you to understand this. And there's my alarm going off. So I am on time. But I just want you to understand, again, God's breakthrough love that broke through to me. And now the breakthrough love that my wife and I share for each other. And we even wrote a book, by the way, we even wrote a book called Computer Love, How to Avoid the Pitfalls and Find the Love of Your Life on or offline. We actually met on the internet, right? And we have a website called Breakthrough Love Online that teaches also some principles. But again, we appreciate you. And right now you may be in the depths of despair and you may think nobody cares. I used to think nobody cares. And then I found out, yes, somebody cares. And his name is Jesus. God bless you.
Absolutely. How uplifting. I don't have as a spectacular story about coming to Christ as you did. That story was phenomenal. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I'm grateful for the grace of God and for people that were willing to come share that.
But I love the line, it's not about the race, it's about the grace.
Come on.
That hit me hard. That hit me hard, Dr. Breakthrough, and I'm going to remember that. It really did. So thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story today. That is the greatest love, is the gift that God gave us through Jesus. Absolutely.
And he wants everybody to be his Valentine.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much again for coming on and sharing that. It's been an amazing, amazing few minutes listening to you. So thank you.
All right. God bless.
You too. Okay, wow, that one actually brought me to tears, folks. So when something touches your soul, you have to release that, whether it's through your words or, in my case, through my tears. So again, a very, very touching story. But I just wanted to let you guys know, again, if you're just joining us, we're here celebrating Love Day, not just Valentine's Day. The purpose that we are here, one, is to talk about love in the many ways that it comes, in the different shapes and sizes. But also, this program being brought to you today was really germinated from one of if I could use my words, from a book called Created for Love, and it's by an author, Evans Kamuru, and it is all about love and how to master the keys to your life and purpose. And so what you're hearing today is stories that really resonate not only with the human race in general, but to the people telling the stories. So they're giving you their own personal insights into how they came to understand what love means. And from everything that I've seen so far today, there is really a central theme. Not only is it love, but love comes in ways that are really unexpected. It's not the flashiness. It's not the dramatic love, which is absolutely beautiful. And we love hearing those stories and all the things. But love, a lot of times, shows up quietly. It's from Dr. Breakthrough's story. It's the guy who went to one more house, and it completely changed his life. And in my case, it was joining the military. It completely changed the trajectory of my life and how I saw service being rendered around the world, not just somebody who wears a uniform, but in the community, in the schools, with your neighbor, in the grocery store, everywhere you see service being rendered. And that's the way people show love. So I also really loved the line, it's not about race, it's about grace. I will tell you a quick story that my mom taught me, or actually the way she raised myself and my sister. We were raised in an agnostic type of home. We didn't believe in God or for God. My story coming to Christ is much later. But in the early years, there was really nothing. But one of the things that she taught us that I have carried with me throughout my life is to judge people by their character, right? So when I hear somebody judging somebody based on their color or a culture or a language that they speak, that's not something that resonates with me. And I think that was coming from a place of love with my mom, who was raised in a very a time period that really did divide based on those kind of things. And I just want to say that she did right by me and my sister in raising us that way, because we do not see that. We see people based on their character, and in this case, their love. What are they doing that spreads love throughout the universe, really, if you think about it? So not only could it be local, but it could be statewide, it could be regional, it could be United States, it could be global. Whatever your impact is, it's important. And we all need to receive and give love all the time. And then sometimes they're more important, because in many of the stories that you're hearing today, there was a purpose, that somebody said something at the right time, or maybe invited somebody to a meeting or a group or a church or something that changed their life for the better. So anyway, I believe, Tanisha or somebody on the backside, I have finished up my time. Let me see. Can somebody come on and let me know what we're doing next? All right. So, Tanisha, who would you like me to introduce next, or who is our next host? I am glad to do that. Just let me know. Otherwise, I can just continue to tell stories.
Howdy. Okay, we're gonna Evans is here. We're gonna invite Evans to come and briefly share before we go into our video. So Evans, we invite you to come into the live so that we can talk just a little bit about the book that you were just sharing about.
Yes. And Evans, I love the cover of your book. If you see any of my social media and you see part of my office, I'm looking at it right now. The one wall is all hearts. I love the artist that did this. So, I mean, I love that the artist did it this way. It's fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much, Jody, and thank you so much for just speaking today and also hosting. Today's all about love, and you brought your love game on. Thank you for just being a blessing to all of us here today.
And right back at you, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you.
It takes a village.
Yeah, I have been really blessed through everybody that I heard since I have been on, and I've been on now nearly 2 hours. So every story I've heard has been phenomenal. So this has been a real blessing.
It absolutely has. And just to hear those different perspectives, thank you so much. And a blessed Valentine's Day to you and yours.
Thank you.
All right.
Tanisha, you want me to exit or you want me to stay? Doesn't matter.
Well, so Evans, you are going to be hosting now. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going to play a video. Thank you, Jody, so much for your expertise and sharing your love. And we have one video of Rebecca Hanson. So we're going to start with that, and then we're going to let Evans share a little bit about the book, a little bit about what this day and how it was inspired, and then we're going to move forward with the rest of our guests. Does that sound good?
That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Tanisha.
Thank you.
All right, as we allow me just to maybe share a few words here about Rebecca. Rebecca is a friend that I've gotten to know over the last couple of years, and she's just been a blessing. She's a leadership coach and a purpose coach out of Rwanda, Kigali, Rwanda, but he's originally from Denmark. And so She couldn't be with us here today live, time difference and also previous commitments, but she was kind to share this presentation with us today. So please welcome Rebecca Hansen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca Hansen, and I am a leadership coach based in Rwanda in East Africa. And today I'm here to talk to you about love, which is such a wonderful topic. And then very interestingly, it's actually something that I do bring into my leadership. Or at least I always recommend people that they start their leadership journeys at home. Because if you can have a difficult conversation with your spouse or with someone that you love and who trigger all of your childhood wounds, you can absolutely have a difficult conversation at work. And in loving relationships, we learn so much about ourselves and we learn so much about other people. And a big part of the work that I do comes down to really figuring out what are the stories that I tell myself and what are they making me believe? How were they formed in the first place? And how does it impact my business or my leadership? And when it comes to love, we very often carry some incredibly deep and difficult wounds because we tend to find partners, romantic partners, that trigger these wounds. We tend to find someone who will trigger something within us that is not fully healed. So if you have a deep abandonment wound, you might end up finding a partner that makes you feel abandoned. And that can just be incredibly painful. And when you're going through incredible pain, it's as if there's a lot of walls that come up. And we are not able to communicate very effectively when all of these walls are up. When we're feeling triggered, when we're feeling wrong, when we're feeling victimized, when we're feeling really anything that trigger a deep emotional response, our defense mechanisms will come up, and that makes it incredibly hard to have constructive conversation. And so in understanding ourselves deeper, in understanding ourselves in a way that we can see how these defense mechanisms were put in place, we're able to deal with them in a different way. So we can notice when they happen, we can see what they're doing, and we can start being a little bit more analytical, which helps us create a bit of a distance to our own emotions. And this is not to say that we should not feel our emotions. We absolutely should, but not necessarily in the moment that we're feeling triggered and we have another person that we want to talk to, or we have another person that we want to respond to. Very often it can make a lot of sense to simply take a deep breath, to see what's happening, to understand what's happening, and then either withdraw by saying, I need a moment, or reach to a point where you can say, okay, right now I'm feeling triggered, but I'm willing to have this conversation anyway. And when we do this type of work, when we get deep into ourselves, and we get deep into our programming, and we get deep into understanding who we are and why we are that person, we can also form much, much deeper and more meaningful connections with this person that we choose to spend our lives with. Or it can be a sibling or a good friend or another family member. It's not only in romantic relationships, but one of the reasons that I'm talking about romantic relationships is because I just feel that the emotions go so much deeper, which makes it so much more challenging. Now, another benefit to doing this work is that once we see the stories that have informed our identities and our patterns and our defense mechanisms and see our wounds for what they are, it also makes it easier for us to understand that other people who don't have the exact same copy-pasted background, they will have different stories informing them. They will have different assumptions, different beliefs, different defense mechanisms, and different ways of engaging into this romantic relationship. And when you can understand that, you can also bring it to work and see, this is why my team members are acting differently, and we can get to understand other people deeper as well. And one of the things that I see is very, very common in the dynamic, in a romantic relationship between a man and a woman, is that we will often hear that women try to express their needs. They will try to express their needs and saying, I need this to be better. I feel like this is not good enough. These behavioral changes is what I need to feel better in this relationship. And not being seen, not feeling understood, or being discarded is triggering a really deep wound in the woman that makes her want to withdraw and just be in pain, and she feels unsafe because she does not feel that her needs are met. And then you have a man who's on the other side, and one of the typical deep wounds that men face is that they're terrified of not being good enough. And so you have this woman saying, this needs to be better, this needs to be better, this needs to be better. And all he's hearing is, you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not good enough. And now his walls go up, and he gets defensive, and then he cuts off the conversation, and he pretends like there's not really an issue, because it hurts too much to know that he's not doing good enough. And now the woman feels unseen and he feels not good enough. And now we're just having a very unfortunate dynamic between two people that love each other but don't know how to fully communicate because the emotions are high, the walls are high. And so until we recognize what is actually going on is when we can start changing the language, is when we can start by saying, it can even be something as simple as confirming to the man that he is actually indeed good enough. But there's some things that you just love to be even better, or something that's just important to be even better. One thing that the man can really do is to see the woman and to just allow her to express herself and to be able to see past the walls that come up and then just say, you know what, I can actually do better on some of these points. If that's going to make her more happy, I'm going to do that. And not just make it performative, right? Because sometimes we try to just be performative so that now things will be better. Oh, you said that if I did this, things would be better and you would be happy. And now I did it and it didn't work. You told me to buy you more flowers and I've been buying you flowers, so what's the problem? That's a very superficial example, but still. And now, again, the woman will feel unseen because it was never about the flowers. It's about the connection. It's about feeling desired. It's about feeling spoiled. It's about feeling like they're not just this labor horse that has to do everything and keep everything in control. Another deep wound for women is that they often will have full-time jobs and also having to take care of everything at home. Mental load is a really big issue for a lot of women. And then the man will just come and say, oh, just give me the list of the things that I need to provide, and I will do that. And it's like, but it's not about that. It's not about that. I don't want to be the controlling person for everything. I don't always want to be the overly responsible one. Another thing that women tend to do, over responsibility, over control, trying to build a sense of safety by having control of everything, then trying to express that if you only did things right, I wouldn't need to feel like I have to control everything. Now he doesn't feel good enough. And there's just a lot of back and forth. Now these are quite simplified examples. I'm using them because they're really common. They're just so common. We will say one thing hoping the partner hears something, but what they're actually hearing is very different from what we're trying to say, because we base it, our communication is based on the stories that we've built, how it impacts our identity, and how it's received on the other end is based on the stories that we've built and how it impacts our identity. And then we end up having two very different versions of what's happening in the same conversation. And once we start learning how to work on that, once we start learning how to actually think about, what do I believe based on what I know about this person? What do I think that they actually are trying to say? Instead of letting the ego come up, instead of letting the defensiveness come up, instead of letting the childhood wounds run the conversation. We do that work and all of a sudden we just have much, much better relationships. And if you can do that with a romantic partner that triggers your deepest wounds, and who knows all of your weaknesses and that you feel really vulnerable with, if you can do that with this person, you can do it anywhere. So that was a very quick check-in from me. I hope you all have a lovely love month, and I hope that this has been helpful. Thank you all.
How amazing was that? Hey, Rebecca, I know you'll probably get to see these later. Thank you so much for just coming on and sharing with us. I especially loved your perspective about. I thought of the saying that says that charity begins at home, right? If you can do it at home, if we can learn to love and be present at home, which is really where it really matters, then we can take that and translate that, whether it's in the community or in the marketplace. So Rebecca, again, is a leadership coach, a three-time international TEDx speaker, and she works with leaders and entrepreneurs to strengthen clarity, communication, and self-leadership. Again, she's originally from Denmark, but based in Rwanda, and supports clients globally by bringing a personal development lens into leadership. So she can help people to make clearer decisions and navigate difficult conversations, as well as lead with greater self-awareness and confidence. Rebecca Hansen. Already, these love days is amazing. It's just been incredible to expand on the subject of love, right? I mean, Valentine's, it's all about romantic love, and that has its place. But hearing all these speakers come in and each one of them bring their own perspective and share the message of love from a place of being authentic to who they are and how they see it, and expand the subject of love has been nothing but incredible. So if you're joining us today, if you're just joining us, thank you and welcome to this Love Day virtual event. Again, it's a platform where various speakers and authors and coaches and thought leaders and entrepreneurs and professionals, we're all coming in and expanding on the topic of love. Now, this event was inspired, or if you will, fueled by the launching of my book, Created for Love. I'm going to just hold it up for you here. Created for Love, 4 master keys to a life of purpose and fulfillment. And the whole concept of this book is the idea that purpose and fulfillment does not happen in a vacuum. It's in the context of relationships. And in this book, I explore the 4 key relationships that I believe are just essential for each one of us to have a purposeful and fulfilled life. The first one, our relationship with God, or that higher being. Number 2, a healthy relationship with ourselves. Number 3, healthy relationship with others. And then finally, a healthy relationship with our life, our experience in this life, our world. Each one of us has our world. The next speaker that I'm going to introduce is in Florida. I'm in Kansas City. That's her world. And then a healthy relationship with our purpose, discovering what we're here for, developing that purpose and sharing it with the world. And so today, in the spirit of love, you can get this book as low as the system will allow us to discount it at only 99 cents. You can get yourself a PhD again. And I trust you'll find an idea or 3 that will just, inspire you to receive that love that is abundantly available for you, and also be a conduit through which that love is shared. And if you'd be kind to leave me a review, my publisher is challenging me to get to 100 reviews today. Just drop me a review. You can always edit it later if you like, and that will be a huge love blessing to me. And so right now, my friends, without further ado, I want to invite just a wonderful friend that I've gotten to meet over the last couple of years in a couple of communities and conferences that both of us are a part of. Lucy Maguire, and that's Lucy with an IE. She's always keen to let you know that when she first introduces herself. Lucy Maguire is a multi-passionate entrepreneur and international speaker who founded the non-profit The Traveling Youth. She owns Moxie Adventure Partners, has traveled to over 35 countries, and inspires all ages to travel because she believes travel builds empathy, emotional intelligence, and unity. Please help me welcome Lucy. Hey, Lucy.
Hey, Avens, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. How are you this morning?
Great, wonderful. So grateful to be here. And thank you again for inviting me to be here on Love Day. It's such a great day and just amazing to be here to share with the world.
I'm excited and I can't wait, Lucy. Hey, take it away. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy Love Day. And today I wanted to start with a powerful reminder that love is taught. The examples we see of love, the ways we experience it, the stories we're told about it are what shape us forever. And they define our understanding of what love is, but more importantly, what it means to love ourselves. And so I'm someone who has learned it a little bit of the hard way of that love is not just something you feel, it's something that you choose. And the greatest act of love in my life was choosing to step outside of my box. And you see, I believe we were all born into a box when we're younger for 18 plus years, where that box is filled with experiences, cultures, belief, rules, expectations, and what success looks like, relationships looks like. And it's all filled by our parents, friends, family, teachers, society. And what we call love is also shaped by those experiences. And sometimes we live in this little bit of a vacuum of that box. We're told that if you follow the American dream, you go to college, build your career, find the partner of your dreams that you love, the love of your life, buy the house, don't forget your 2.5 kids and a white picket fence, that you'll be happy. Check boxes of life, right? And I followed that script for a long time because I thought that I should, because society told me that I should. And I thought I was doing it all right. But a lot of the times we're taught to find love and these expectations externally. And I realized that I didn't truly love myself. And I didn't realize that at the time, but I look back and I'm like, wow, I really didn't love myself that much at that time. Unfortunately, when we're kids are mean. And a lot of us end up getting bullied for the silliest things. And sometimes, a lot of the times, it ends up affecting our self-worth and how we see ourselves because we take that onto ourselves so heavily. One of the biggest shifts that actually happened for me in my life was actually at the age of 22. I had lost my dad, and it was really heavy for me because he was one of the people I loved the most in this world. And after all of that, everything shifted for me. I went with the flow and I was like, okay, let's just get my life back on track. But then I started questioning everything. And grief doesn't just break your heart, it breaks your autopilot. And I realized something at this time, that time wasn't guaranteed, love isn't guaranteed, and tomorrow isn't promised. And so I left. I said, screw this life that I had built, because it felt like nothing was going my way. And I quit my job of 7 years. I left my boyfriend of 4 years. I studied abroad and I backpacked to 10 different countries that summer of 2018 for 4 months. It was life-changing. And I'll never forget this moment that I stood at the John Lennon Wall, which is literally about freedom and love, in Prague. And I wrote a quote on this wall that has still stuck with me to this day. We travel not to escape life, but for life not to escape us. And travel wasn't just adventure for me. It isn't just adventure for me. It gave me perspective, different cultures, different beliefs, different backgrounds. And since that trip, like Evans mentioned, I have been to 35 countries in 29 states, and everywhere I go, from Guatemala to Hong Kong to Europe, I realized that people just want the same thing: to feel safe, to feel seen, to feel loved. And I say this all the time, that I truly believe that if every person in the world traveled, that we would live in a more welcoming, understanding, and empathetic world. Because when you meet people where they're at, you realize that we are all not so different after all. But travel also made me experience the best kind of love, self-love. And when I traveled solo for the first time, I didn't realize how many of my decisions had always been around people making some of these decisions for me. So when you're in another country or a new state or a city, no one tells you where to go, what to eat, what to do. You have to ask yourself, what do I want to do? And I was confronted with that question, and it was a lot harder than it sounds, because sometimes we lose ourselves trying to be loved by other people, but also being accepted by other people and getting them to approve. So sometimes loving ourselves is the best thing that we can do, just choosing ourselves. And so I want to share a quick story of a young woman who studied abroad with my nonprofit, The Traveling Youth. She was carrying more than her age should ever have to carry. And when we talked, I realized that she only had two people in her life that she felt safe enough to open up to, her cousin and her best friend. She was abandoned by her parents and raised by her cousin. And I was the only other adult that she was sharing her pain with. And I share this because love doesn't have to be romantic, right? It simply can be having a safe space for someone else and being someone who sees another human and says, you matter. Because not everyone has the same love support system as some of us do. It's showing up and being present and letting someone be seen and heard. And sometimes that goes a really, really long way. And so this whole journey of self-love helped me to discover and lead to this life of freedom that I really, truly wanted. So many entrepreneurs, including myself, we start businesses because we want to love and value ourselves and create this life of freedom. But here's the thing, we often get stuck working harder than ever and losing ourselves in the grind and working ourselves to exhaustion, right? But we shouldn't be living to work. We should be working to live, to experience, to connect, and to expand. And someone once told me I had moxie, and I looked that up, and it meant grit, determination, and perseverance. And I felt that to my core, and I was like, oh, that's me. And I've built that onto my mission in life to really help other entrepreneurs reclaim the freedom that they wanted in their businesses. But that's why I'm honored to be here today, to share with the world that we can love ourselves. On Valentine's Day, we don't have to have it from external other places. We can love ourselves with self-love. And so I'm inviting you to reflect on the love you have for yourself in the world today. And I'm honored to be here, but remember that love is taught. And you have the power to teach yourself the deepest, most authentic form of love, which is self-love. You don't need approval from anyone else. You just need to be you. And so I ask you, are you ready to love yourself enough to live the life that you were meant to be for? The best time to start was when you were a kid, right? But the next best time is right now. My name is Lucy McGuire, and I believe this quote so much that I tattooed it on my body. We travel not to escape life, but for life not to escape us. And I hope I gave you someone the courage to step outside of your box and into the world so that we can all be a part of spreading the love and the message that we all need. Thanks for inviting me here so I can share this with everyone. I really appreciate it, Evans.
Oh my goodness, what a pleasure to have you and to hear you every time, Lucy. I love that you said that love is a choice and a choice to step out of our boxes. And you said something that resonated, that obviously when we step out of our box, we realize the world is big, but we also realize the world is small, because no matter where you go, people are the same, like
Yeah.
at the very core. So that really resonated with me. Allow me to ask, you've been to 35 different countries.
Yeah.
What's maybe one or two that are at the top of your list? You're like, man, if
It's
you don't want to go
so
to any other country, go here.
It's so hard. People ask me that all the time. They're like, what's your favorite country? And it's hard to have a favorite because it depends on what you're talking about. Food, culture, like if you're looking for travel, right? But I would say one of the most underrated countries is actually Czech Republic in Europe. It is absolutely incredible. The history there, the food, the people, it's incredibly, you actually will see the best architecture you've ever seen in your life in Prague. And that's where I ended up studying abroad. So it was a very special place in my heart. But Czech Republic, definitely go to. It's not the most visited city in Europe, but it should be.
Oh my goodness, thank you for sharing that. I love traveling myself, so I'll definitely put Czech on my list.
Yeah.
So hey, everybody, she's been to 35 countries. So if there's a country, I don't know how many countries do we have in the world now? 100 and something?
196.
196. So there's a There's a what? There's a, my math is failing me here. If there's a country you want to go to, there's a 30% chance, 25% chance that Lucy has been there. Maybe hit her up. She might be able to give you some tips. But Lucy, it's so nice to have you. And hey, thanks again, and a very, very happy Valentine's Day to you and to yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Happy Love Day, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Already. Alrighty, next I want to invite just somebody that's just gotten to be a friend. I had the privilege of meeting him. I think it will be about a year ago in April. And this guy is passionate, and he's as authentic as they come. He will tell you what's on his heart, what's on his mind. But I love that even when maybe perspectives might be different, he always shares it with a lot of grace and with a lot of love. So it's my pleasure to introduce Anthony Michael Russo, who's a Texas-based, nationally recognized. Yeah, you might see his face and be like, I've seen that face on some college football games and on a national network. But he's a Texas-based, nationally recognized MC and keynote speaker that teaches the power of storytelling and using your voice. Here to share his love, let me welcome Anthony Russo. Hey, brother.
Appreciate you, Evans. How you doing, man?
I am doing well. Thank you. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Thank you for having me today.
Absolutely. Thank you for making the time, brother. And the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Already.
Ladies and gentlemen, love is a story you tell. I believe as though your story is your superpower and your voice is your secret weapon in life, really in everything. So for me, what I do is, on top of what Evans brought up, the fact that I do a lot of stuff with college football on Saturdays during college football season. I work for Fox Sports and do a variety of MC events. I'm a speaking coach that teaches transformational speaking and how much power you can have just by owning what you've been through and overcome in your life. I realized at a younger age that I was destined to be a voice that stood up to bullies, as I often played the intermediary or protector between my mom and my dad. I realized if a 4-year-old can stand up to a verbally abusive father, then we can truly do anything when we speak from a place of confidence. Now, I've realized that I have the power to empower people to do the same so that I don't have to do it for everyone. So how does this relate to love on this beautiful Valentine's Day? Love all over the country is in the air. You've got flowers, chocolates, overpriced dinners, Instagram captions, the pretend that everything's perfect, those captions that make single people probably consider flocking to dating apps. But I'm going to ask you something much deeper. What if love isn't a feeling first? What if love is a story? And more importantly, what if your voice is the weapon that either builds it or destroys it? So I'm going to give you some points. First, love begins with the story you tell yourself. Before you ever love someone else, you are telling a story about yourself. People often say these things that are self-destructive, like, I'm hard to love. I always get hurt. I'm too much for people. I'm not enough. That internal script becomes your relationship blueprint. And again, I'm not just talking about significant others. I'm talking about your relationship with coworkers, with friends, husbands, wives. Yeah, of course. You don't attract what you want. You attract what your story says you deserve. And if your story says you're unworthy, then you'll tolerate things that confirm it. If your story says you're powerful, whole, and valuable, then you'll expect love that reflects that exact personality. So here's the first Valentine's Day challenge, Love Day challenge I'm going to give you. Change the story and you will change your outcome, because storytelling isn't manipulation. It can be used that way, but storytelling is more about being who you really are. Storytelling is identity. So I'm going to go to number 2. Your voice is the secret weapon in relationships. You can love someone deeply. You can love someone with all of your heart, but if you can't communicate it clearly, consistently, and courageously, they may never feel it. Love, completely unspoken or uncommunicated, is love unfelt, I think would be the way to look at it. Asking you a question, if you're listening right now, how many relationships suffer not from lack of love, but lack of expressed love? We assume things, we expect things, we get frustrated, we shut down, we get passive aggressive. Your voice in this case is your secret weapon because it does three very simple things. It clarifies intention, it builds emotional safety, and most importantly, trust me, as someone that deals with it in my relationship, it can eliminate assumption. An assumption is the silent killer of connection. That's that passive aggressive side that is the most destructive version of a relationship. And I'm talking, I know, about intimate relationships, but this goes for friends too. Friends can fight, but when friends get passive aggressive, friends are like, I'm out. So if you want deeper love, speak a deeper truth, not louder, deeper. Now, number 3, the world doesn't need more romance, it needs more courage. Everyone wants love. Everyone wants to be loved, but few people want the vulnerability required to sustain it. Love requires you to say things like, I was wrong. That hurt me. I need you. I forgive you. That's not weakness. That's leadership. And leadership doesn't just exist in business. It exists in your living room. It exists in the kitchen. It exists in the dining room. It exists in your place of work. It exists everywhere that you want to bring that kind of communication in. The strongest relationships are not the ones without conflict. They're the ones where two people refuse to weaponize silence. You don't build love by being right. You build love by being real. 4th point. I know it's against the rules. Sometimes you do 3 points. You're supposed to do 3, but I'm going to give more. Give love like it's discipline. We tend to treat love like it's a mood. If I feel it, I show it. If I don't feel it, I take it back. But the most powerful love is actually disciplined. It's intentional. It's spoken. It's demonstrated. It's almost, I want to say the word force, but it's not forced. It's just, it becomes muscle memory when you start to use intention behind it. So here's the wild thought behind that. What if every day you choose to use your voice to deposit encouragement into someone's life? Not because they earned it, but because you decided to because you decided to become someone who gives it. Love isn't scarce. It multiplies when it's expressed. You want a better relationship? Tell the story of appreciation more often than the story of frustration. And number 5, the legacy of love. This is the way that you leave it, the way you leave this earth, the way you leave your relationships. Most of us are not going to be remembered for our bank account. My name's not Elon Musk. You're not Jeff Bezos. You might be, and I wish you the best of luck, and I wish myself the best of luck. But we are going to be remembered for how we made people feel. Your kids won't quote your income. I mean, maybe they'll be able to use a little bit of an inheritance, but they're going to remember your tone. They're going to remember the stories. They're going to remember the time you spent together. Your partner won't remember the car. They might remember the car you drove, but they're not going to remember that ahead of the way that you made them feel. They're going to remember how safe they felt in your presence, how much joy you had. And safety and joy are built through words, affirmation, consistency, integrity. You want to change the world? Start by mastering the story you tell at home. And on this Valentine's Day, I want you to weaponize love, not against people, against insecurity, against ego, against pride, against silence. So I want you to use your voice to compliment boldly, apologize quickly, appreciate specifically, and forgive intentionally. This goes for everything in life. And I may sound like that I'm preaching or yelling at you, and I gave a little bit of my own story, but ultimately I'm in a 5-year relationship, and it has probably more downs and ups, and some of it has to have self-responsibility, and some of it has to do, how can you properly put that love and communication into your relationship and into the world around you? So when you start to learn these things by being appreciative and by forgiving, that's power, because the strongest person in the room is not the loudest, and that's from somebody very loud. It's the one that can love out loud. If you ever want to learn how to improve your speaking ability completely for free, I do a bi-monthly or so webinar. Go to getbetteratspeaking.com. It's free completely. I think the next one's in March. You can also hit me up on Instagram to go to one of my speakers gyms or Toastmasters on steroids. I'll give you free pass to that. I'm not selling anything. At Anthony Michael Russo, and Instagram is the best way to find me. So here's my final question for you on this Valentine's Day, this love day. What story are you telling people closest to you? And is it the story that you want them to remember about you? Because storytelling, as I said, is your superpower. And your voice, that's your secret weapon. Use it to build something worth loving. God bless everybody. I hope that hits somebody at the right time, because that is the power of sharing your story.
Wow. Anthony, that was powerful. And I love the way you also shared that your story is not only your superpower, but that's your identity. And isn't it just so important? Number one, the stories we tell ourselves, right? Because and how those end up being the stories that we maybe project out or share out with others. And then you also say that your voice is your secret weapon, and especially in relationships. So, man, brother, again, thank you so much for just coming on and sharing all of that with us. And man, keep shining your light and keep doing you.
God bless. I would do
you're a blessing.
anytime you give me a call, I do it. You're the man. I appreciate you. Thank you for putting this on.
I really appreciate that, man. Thank you, and happy Valentine's to you.
Happy Valentine's. Take it easy,
All right.
brother.
Take care. All right. Next I want to invite Paul, and forgive me if I say your last name wrong, Paul Rango. But Paul has been in the furniture industry for 40 years. And he's a local communities business advocate, co-founder of Latinos Talk, an ambassador and Citizen of the Year recipient, and the 70s, 80s, and 90s mobile vinyl DJ. That sounds like my kind of Hello, Paul.
Hello, and what a wonderful day to be on. I hope you all can hear me. I'm just excited. I got an invitation. It's interesting how things happen and how we're all connected in one form or another. And I believe that love is that link. I mean, without that love, we can't be connected in one form or another. It's just the existence of what we are surrounded with, right? And it comes in different ways. And I'm just excited to be on here. Dr. Ken Smiley, he invited me on and he says, Paul, you got to be on that podcast of love. And I said, sure, I'll be on it. And I'm just thankful to be here. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for making the time, and looking forward to hearing your message today. Floor is yours, man.
Great. Well, thank you again. Those times where that life takes you through, it comes and goes, and my belief is in different seasons. And the seasons, you are put in a situation where you have to take hold of making decisions. And making decisions starts with being in balance. And for me and for my family, my wife has been an anchor in this journey of the season of life that I'm in right now. And it all starts with my belief in God, my belief in my Savior, Jesus Christ. That's where it all starts. And to begin, for me, love is starting in balance. So I believe in my Lord, and then my wife is second, because she is my anchor. She's the one that I always, after I close my furniture store, I am a furniture store owner. Once I close my furniture store, guess where I come home? I come home to her. Then after that is the balance of our family, our children. Where am I at? And then following that, of course, is my daily activities, which is at the furniture store, which is what gives me the monetary income to survive. And then finally, after that is our communities. And I've been able to take this balance and catapult it into love, because it comes from above. And so it's provoked me to take on a hold to stay in balance so I can go out and reach others in our local community, business communities, to serve them. So I've been able to take the eyes off of myself and put them on others. And through that, for the past 4 years, after the COVID, which we all went through, I was able to step back and ask myself, what is my next season? What is my next chapter? And it turns out that that next chapter was me getting involved in the local Chamber of Commerce and going all in to serve others. And in doing so, I created a brand. I created a name. I'm known as a furniture guy because I started making reels at the store without showing my face. And then pretty soon I started seeing the success of it, and I started putting the camera on my face to share and teach others about furniture, about the comfort of furniture and how that works out, and how passionate and how much I love being in that world. Because when the clients come through the door, I only see love when that door opens. And naturally, from that love, you can see the success from the over 150 Yelp reviews that we have on that platform. So love is a major part of what we do on a daily basis. And it starts with that balance, as I was discussing. It's an economic power. I mean, if you can share to others, it comes back 5,000 times back, because you're not doing it for monetary reasons. You're doing it for love. And it all starts from that balance here at my home. So I encourage you, if you are looking for a way to make a difference in the world, take the eyes off of yourself and put them onto others. And believe me, once you put your eyes on others, economically, it's going to reward you 10, 20, 100 times, 500 times over. Also, for me, love, it comes in different places. Sometimes we have to find love in the darkest places, because if we go on faith and we trust in others, sometimes those dark places are just ready to blossom into beautiful things. And you can't prejudge. You just got to have hope. You got to have strength. And when you do that, that's called love. Lastly, I want to just share that love is about caring for others. Through the last few years, because I put my eyes on others, I've been able to mentor many local business owners that come into my store. And it's a comfortable place to be because I'm surrounded with sofas. So people feel safe when they come in, and they call me up and say, Paul, I've seen you. I've seen what you do. I've seen the love that you share in the community. Is it okay if we sit down for a few moments? I need to go over a few things with you. And I said, sure. And we sit down for 5-10 minutes, and mentoring is a powerful thing, especially when there's that trust and there's no judgment. It goes a long way, and it's an impact on other people's lives. So I've been able to use my retail, my brick and mortar, to go beyond just selling furniture, beyond selling mattresses, beyond selling massage chairs, beyond selling whatever it is that I can have access to in the furniture world. Our furniture store is a love haven. And I'm just thankful that I've been able to take all these things that I just shared, from the balance to the economic power to caring for others and creating a safe haven, a safe place for others, and taking the eyes off of myself and putting them on others. And I'm going to leave you with this. Caring is one of the most beautiful things that you can do for others, because when you care for others, when you care for your customers, I care for my clients. I want to make sure that they're taken care of from beginning to end. When you care for your family, even those family members that you tend to dislike during your gatherings, you care for your family, and you give kindness, and you make sure that you're connected in one form or another, and you care for them. That's love. When you care for the people that work for you, the people that are surrounded with you. Many of you here on this platform are authors. When you have that care for the publisher, when you have that care for the person that's doing the editing, when you have that care for those people, that's love. And lastly, when you care for your community and when you go out and share love to others, it'll come back and reward you. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate you having me on. I'm just thankful and grateful that on this Valentine's Day, we can all put and share a little bit of our heart onto others.
Oh, wow. Wow. Paul, that's what this day and that's what this event is all about. And you've done that and captured that so beautifully. I mean, I know about the law of giving and receiving, but I've never quite heard somebody say that love is economic power.
If you're a business owner, it sure is. Funnel it, tap into it. It's economic power for sure.
And I appreciate that you kind of just brought us back to saying love is to be expressed in practical ways, in very, very practical ways. And truth be told, most of us that are still working, we spend most of our waking hours at work.
Mhm.
So
Absolutely.
if there's a place to really share that care and compassion, it just makes sense. That should be the places where we show up daily and to the people that we connect with the most. So yeah, so thank you so much for sharing that, my brother, and happy Love Day to you and to yours, and blessings, man.
I appreciate it. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, please do so. I'm on Instagram. I'm Sofa Spectrum Custom Design Center. You can follow me there. And then on Facebook, follow me at Paul Rangel, PaulRangel. And let's connect. Let's take this love series and let's move together in unity and let's grow together in love. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Paul. Take it easy.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Wonderful. Alrighty. Next, I want to welcome to the stage Daniel Irby. Daniel is a Grammy-featured performer, a former U.S. Army musical ambassador. Okay, now I think we're talking my language here, music. And leadership, communication, keynote speaker that's known for bringing elite performance mastery to moments that demand presence, credibility, and influence. Here to share with us his light, his life, his love. Please welcome Daniel. Hey, Daniel.
Honored to be here, Evans, and I'm just proud to be able to be on your event sharing love.
Man, it's an honor to have you. And I told you this backstage. I'll tell you again, you're looking super sharp, man.
I appreciate it. So, Evans, there I was, standing on stage in front of tens of thousands of people. And I hit the final high note, and the energy of the crowd rushed through me. But most people don't know is that 2 years earlier, I had to choose love. And that love cost me my career. And so for most of my life, singing has been my world. Opera, big stages, United States Army, performing across the country for millions. I love the stage. I love preparation, the discipline, that moment when everything goes quiet and it's time to step forward and deliver. But something deeply and lovingly, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy. I chased singing hard. Thousands of hours practicing, teacher after teacher, audition after audition, and I built a career doing what I loved. But my voice struggled. You know, there were seasons I thought I might lose it completely. And eventually I had to make a choice. Do I stay safe or do I choose the love that made me who I am? And I chose love. That actually meant leaving the military, leaving the career that I've known for 13 years, and leaving that identity I had built. No plan, just starting over. And you have got something like that in your life right now. And maybe it's not a stage. Maybe it's something simpler. Maybe it's that love for cooking a hot, fresh meal, or the love for your family, or a love for a dream, a calling you've been ignoring. And you already know what it is, but the real question is, are you choosing it? And so after I left the military, I started at bottom. I'm knocking on doors for a living. I'm singing for small, unpaid events. Doors opening, doors closing, unpaid gigs. Just showing up again and again and again, relentlessly. And then one day, I'm back on the national stage and I'm singing in front of tens of thousands of people and singing with that same love that almost broke me. But this time, I wasn't singing from fear. I'm singing from peace. And in that moment, I understood what Psalm 40 means. He lifted me out of the pit of despair, and he set my foot upon a rock, and he gave me a new song to sing. And that rock wasn't the stage, it was choosing love. And here is the funny part. That lesson didn't stop there. When I started my business, I almost forgot it again. I tried to fit in what I thought I was supposed to be. Teach what everyone else is teaching. Market like everyone else. Build what I thought the market wanted, and I felt wrong. That same tension, that same pressure, until I realized I stopped choosing love again. What's always been true to me is the voice connection, helping people feel something when they communicate. So I built my work around that. And so, what does love mean to me? Well, it's not one big decision. It's a daily one. And every day I choose it. I choose the voice, I choose to sing, I choose to speak, I choose to write, and I choose to serve. Because my voice isn't just what I do, it's the gift I've been given to impact others. And now this is what I do. I help speakers and leaders, business owners, entrepreneurs find their voice, use it with confidence and command, and connect when they step into the room or on camera. So here is my question for you. What's the love you need to choose today? And so if you want help stepping into your voice and your presence, I've created something called the Star Power Starter Kit. It is my love gift to you today. And inside there is an exact 20-minute breathwork video I use every time before every major performance. So because your voice, whatever form it takes, it might just be the gift to the world. So grab that link below. And the first step to going after that dream is to choose it. Choose love.
Danielle, that was really, really beautiful. I'm a musician, and so I can relate with showing up on stage and, sometimes just feeling insecure and realizing that a lot of it is because I'm in a mode of wanting to get, right? Wanting to get approval versus wanting to give and to serve. And I especially resonated with you just saying that, love is actually us choosing to share the gift that we are with the world. So thank you so much for sharing your love with us today. Thank you so much for the gift that you have also given us and our listeners. That's something that I'll be checking out. And thanks for being with us today, and blessings to you, my brother.
It's been an honor. Choose love. Choose that gift that you have been given. Go after it with everything you have. And remember, it is about serving and connecting, and not just performing and wanting something in return.
I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, happy Love Day to you and yours, my friend.
Happy Love Day to you. God bless.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wonderful, wonderful. These love days just turning out to be even better than what we had envisioned. It's just been a blessing to get to connect with different people from different parts of the world, different walks of life. But sounds like this whole love thing is universal, and it's something that unifies us. Each one of us is bringing our own perspective and our own touch to it. And so it's been amazing. And so if you are just joining us on this Love Day virtual event, welcome from wherever and whenever it is that you're tuning in, and a very happy Valentine's Day to you and to yours. And today it's all about love, spreading love, and just as importantly, expanding the idea of love beyond romantic love that tends to get center stage here all over the world, really. I'm originally from Kenya, and Valentine's was the same as it is here in the States. But we're expanding on this power that is, I like to say, more powerful than any atomic bomb. It's Dr. Martin Luther King who said, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can, and hatred cannot push out hatred, only love can. It's that powerful, and it's just been a joy hearing amazing, amazing thought leaders and speakers share their own perspective on love. And so today, I also just launched my book with Perfect Publishing. It's Created for Love, 4 Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And in a nutshell, this book helps you to connect lovingly, if you will, with God, with your own person, with the person next to you, even when they look different than you, and also connecting with your life, with the world that you get privileged to be in, as well as your purpose. And today, out of love, my gift to you, I've discounted it to as low as Amazon will let me. For 99 cents, you can grab yourself a copy. I think at 99 cents, you could probably, pay it forward and just bless that loved one in your life. And I trust that you will find some ideas that will enrich your perspective on this very important subject of love. And then if you'd just be kind to drop me a review, my publisher has challenged me to get to 100 reviews today. I really believe we can do that. And just drop me a review, and you can always edit it later if you like. So thank you so much. So next, I want to, we're going to play a video. This is of a friend of mine who actually was a key help to me. Trust me, when you're writing a book, it's a lot of work, and there are a lot of moving pieces, and you will need the expertise of many different people, publishers, designers, marketers, and so on. And this was a person that was very, very instrumental in the helping of actually formatting the ebook version, the one that you get to buy for 99 cents today. And her name is Kimberly Morrison. And allow me just to tell you a little bit about her. She couldn't be with us today, but she lovingly recorded a video and a presentation that we're going to share with you here in a second. But allow me just to read a little bio about Kimberly Morrison. All right. Kimberly Morrison is somebody that truly believes that love is a way of living, it's a way of serving, and it's a way of showing up for others every single day. Kimberly Morrison is an author, devotional speaker, and encourager whose mission is leaving Christ's mark on the world with each stroke of the pen. Known for her heartfelt storytelling and genuine warmth, Kimberly has a special way of connecting with audiences, reminding them that real love begins with understanding who we are in Christ, and then allowing that love to overflow into our relationships, our communities, and the world around us. So wherever you're joining us from today, take a moment to lean in, open your heart, and get ready to be encouraged as we continue celebrating love together. And with that, please help me welcome Kimberly Morrison.
Hey, Evans, we're having just a little technical difficulty. So I think it will just be a little pause before we send Dr. Kimberly her video. So if we can, I know you've been sharing about your book, but we also want to just give a shout out to a couple of other events that we have coming up as we prepare that. And so one of them is, first, we want to let people know that we have been all month long been sharing the Black Hour of Power, Bold Leaders of Authority, Courage, and Knowledge. And in that event, every single day of the month, and we invite everyone to come to the Smile Channel page on YouTube every single day so that you can hear stories about Black Americans for Black History Month. And so this is an event that we're really proud of. It ends up giving us over 300 events for the month of February alone because of how many people are participating. And today, even today, while we are here right now, we are also live streaming Black Hour of Power. And so you can go and check as another live event. The other event is Seize the Day. Did you know that there was an actual Carpe Diem Day? I didn't know. And so it's a day, February the 26th, and of course we understand Carpe Diem is something that the military says, specifically the Marines, Carpe Diem, seize the day. And Beth Robbins, one of our very special and unique supporters and clients, she's one of our authors, she is hosting Carpe Diem Day. And Carpe Diem Day is going to be February the 26th. And so you can be a part of that day where you get to share about how you every day, how you seize the day, not just seize the day, but seize the day with a smile. You know, this is the Smile Channel. So seize the day with a smile. What are you doing to make the most of your day? What are you doing to make the most of every day? And how are you having an impact in the world? And so we want to invite people, and we'll put the links. You can always email events@perfectpublishing.com to get more information about Carpe Diem Day. Currently, we are booked for Black Hour of Power, which we love that. And then the other thing we want to make you aware of is International Women's Day. Now, International Women's Day is March 8th. And something that we are doing for International Women's Day as well is we are celebrating women of resilience, women of power. And so we want you to sign up for that event as well. And the way you can do and what you get today and tomorrow, this weekend only, there's a free portion of this event. And then there is something very special that you get to be a part of a book. The host for this event is Dr. Michelle Mraz. And so Carpe Diem Day, seize the day with a smile, as well as International Women's Day. You have the opportunity to speak as well as be an author in the book that will be produced by each of these powerful women, Beth Robbins and Dr. Michelle Mraz. And so when it comes to these events today, and tomorrow, just for Valentine's weekend, we are giving a discount. Now, the International Women's Day is already discounted. If you go to the website, app.perfectpublishing.com/Women's Day, and you'll see, once you put your information in, you'll see that it is already discounted $100 off. And Carpe Diem Day, if you use the code LOVE, all caps, LOVE 26, you can get $100 off of whichever part of the event that you choose. You will get $100 off. And so we want to invite you to not only share the love today, but also to be a part of these other very special events. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's an excellent place for you to share not only who you are, what you are doing, the power that you are bringing to the world, to the community, and we need and want your voice. And so I'm going to make sure that I type in the link for everyone to participate. And so we have, based on this day, the Love Day, we are also giving you an opportunity to connect with us in the future with Women's Day on March the 8th, and then also Carpe Diem Day, seize the day with a smile, on February 26th. And this weekend only, you can be a part of the book for $100 off. So I'm going to put the links here. You can always email me at events@perfectpublishing.com, and I will happily send you the link directly today or tomorrow. And so make sure that you join us. Make sure that you are a part of the ongoing conversation. One thing about Perfect Publishing, Dr. Smiley, and all the people amazing people connected, such as Evans Kamaru, is that we want you to amplify your voice, and we want to amplify the goodness that is in the world and the heart-centered leaders that are connected to the goodness that is in this world, okay? So if you are watching this right now, hopefully you are sharing the live, and hopefully you're enjoying this conversation on love on the Love Day. So Evans, what do you think about that? We got two great opportunities, and today, just for love, just for the Love Day, we get $100 off.
How cool is that? How cool is that? That's like taking something that's already awesome and multiplying it times 53,000.
Come on, 53,000.
is the biggest number I could think of on the fly. So, well, 53,730.
Right. My kids used to always say, they would go, infinity times infinity. And then my husband taught them the phrase Googleplex, which is supposed to be the biggest number that there is.
What is it again?
Googleplex.
Googleplex. I've never heard of that.
I know. It's supposed to be the biggest number that there is. So.
Okay, wait a minute. If infinity has no end, how can there be a biggest number?
Well, see, infinity is different because it continues.
Uh-huh.
Whereas Googleplex apparently is a finite. It's a number. It's an
Yeah.
actual, so it's a biggest actual number, but infinity is an ongoing thing, right?
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to look
That's
that
how I'm
up.
gonna
And
reconcile it, okay?
yeah. But I like that, that gives us something we can put our hands around, our minds around, right? Because infinity is, well,
It
infinity.
continues.
Uh, but yeah, that's exciting that, and that's just one thing that I'm so grateful for about the Perfect Publishing family, and just being a part of this family, and just the light and the love, and the message of positivity that we are all about just putting out into the world. I love about the Black Hour of Power event that's ongoing.
Yeah.
It's Black History Month, and it's a wonderful opportunity just to celebrate our brothers and sisters of color who have made such incredible contributions to our country and the world. I'm from Africa, and I think in my session where I'll be hosting that, I'll kind of share some stories of some African leaders and people that have done great things. What a wonderful and a positive thing to do. And then Women's Day sees the day coming up. All of that is very, very exciting.
Exciting, exciting. Thank you so much. I think right now we're going to skip to Danielle
Okay.
until we can get this worked out. And
Sounds good.
so then we'll
Yeah,
just trudge forward until we can circle back.
sounds good. And I was backstage with Danielle, and she's ready to go. So let's do it.
Awesome.
Already. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying these amazing cast of speakers and authors and thought leaders as we just expand on the topic of love. Next, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to the stage Danielle Francen. She's an embodied mentor and speaker that guides women to cultivating deep self-love, body trust, and unconditional devotion, restoring inner safety and intimacy that reshapes their lives with joy, confidence, and fulfillment beyond what they ever imagined. So without further ado, allow me just to welcome to the stage Danielle Francen. Hey, Danielle.
Hello, how are you? Thank you so much.
I am doing fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. So excited to be here. It's beautiful.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, floor
All
is yours, Danielle.
right. Okay. Love. An experience dreamt of by little girls, a fairy tale, happy endings, a prayer whispered by mothers consistently, an outcome, an arrival, a feeling, state of being. Warm sun on my skin, breeze gently caressing through my hair. Walking barefoot in the warm, powdery sand, feeling connected, full presence, quiet mind, gazing into a crystal blue horizon. The quiet before snowfall. Waking up on Christmas morning, experiencing my favorite foods with my favorite people, sipping my favorite wine, engaged in deep, meaningful conversation that overfills my cup. It overflows. The luxury of my own bed, basking in an easy, quiet, delicious morning. I've experienced love as a shattering of my entire being. Heart, soul, future, dreams, desires. Disturbing thoughts that question my existence. That was the most divine gift given by love. It was the door. I'm here to expand your mind, elevate your vision. All you need is deep within you. You are my perfect vision. This love, safe, expansive, juicy as fuck, accepting, passionate, compassionate, protective, This love needs no boundaries, rules, guidelines, reassurance, protection. It is them. It craves depth, accepts nothing less. It desires all of me, knows, accepts, and loves all of me. It's power. It breaks cycles, patterns, programs. It transmutes fear into courage, doubt into faith, chaos into clarity. It desires more for me than I could ever dream. The love I have for me. I'm speaking as the woman I once prayed to be. I now sit at her table. I walk away from just good enough. I stop shrinking for others' approval. I'm walking safe inside of my skin, walking in purpose without panic. I know my energy is my economy. This love has created a juicy, soul-aligned, fulfilling life that overflows with love. This is magnetism. Attracting everything that aligns, repelling what doesn't with ease and grace. All you need is deep within you. This love cannot be taken. This love is devotion. It's worship. It is divine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Danielle. One of the things that's just been a joy today is just hearing the different perspectives that each one of us is bringing on this subject, that each one of us experiences and expresses in different ways. And I love the way you just so very, very beautifully captured that. So thank you so much for just taking the time to be with us here today and sharing your light and sharing your love. And if our audience and our listeners wanted to connect with you, how do they do that?
Easiest way is social media, Danielle Francine or Danielle Francine Divine, Instagram. Super simple email, Danielle@daniellefrancinecoaching.com. I would love to connect.
I love simple, and I hope our listeners, you took note of that. And Danielle, again, thank you, and a very happy Love Day to you and to yours.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All righty, wonderful. I hope you all are enjoying, just these amazing speakers and presenters, and again, just expanding on the topic of love. Well, next, we want to bring to you actually a recorded presentation. This is by somebody who couldn't make it to be with us here today, but because of the love that she had in her heart, she put together a presentation that we could share with you today. And this is somebody that I met in my book publishing process. When you're writing a book, you need a lot of hands and a lot of help. And this lady went way above and beyond the call of duty in helping me with formatting the ebook. By the way, here's my book for those of us that are just joining us, Created for Love, 4 Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And just today, I'm offering, today we're offering the ebook for 99 cents, all because of love. That's the lowest that we can discount it. And you can get a copy for yourself or a loved one. And our next speaker helped with that. And she's somebody that has gone on just to become a good friend. And so our next speaker is someone that truly believes that love is a way of living, serving, and showing up for others every single day. Kimberly Morrison is an author, devotional speaker, and an encourager whose mission is leaving Christ's mark on the world with each stroke of the pen. Known for her heartfelt storytelling and genuine warmth, Kimberly has a special way of connecting with audiences, reminding them that real love begins with understanding who we are in Christ and allowing that love to overflow in our relationships, our communities, and the world around us. So, from wherever you're joining us today, take a moment, lean in, open your heart, and get ready to be encouraged as we continue celebrating love together. Please help me welcome Kimberly Morrison. Are we still having some trouble with the video? This reminds me of when I was growing up in Kenya, East Africa, and our first TV set was black and white. Yes, I am that old. And I don't know about here in the United States, but my first experience with TV was not 24 hours a day. It used to begin at around 6 p.m. our time, and until then, you just saw salt and pepper on the screen and the sound of static shh. But then something magical would happen about an hour to the time that the broadcast opened. We would get these lines that went across the screen. I mean, back then, with a black and white set, it looked like just different shades of white and gray. But then when we got a color TV, I did come to find that it was colors pink and blue, and we knew that TV was coming on soon. And every so often, this was back in the days when you had antennas on the top of the house, and sometimes you'd get that message on the screen that would say, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Do not adjust your TV set. No more transmission. Will resume after this. And so all that to say, do not turn off your TV set.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and
Kimberly
a very
Morrison.
special thank you to Evans Cameroon for inviting me to be part of this beautiful Love Day event. Now more than ever, our world needs people who are willing to share their light, their lives, and their love with others. And that's exactly what today is about. People coming together to inspire one another to lead with love in our everyday lives. And I have to tell you, this topic is incredibly fitting for me. Anyone who knows me will tell you I am a tender-hearted, mushy-gushy, hopeless romantic who tends to live life more through her heart than her head. I will cry over a Hallmark commercial, a dog food commercial, honestly, sometimes even a commercial for allergy medicine if the music's just right. I really have this deep-seated way of feeling what others feel. So love isn't just something I enjoy talking about. It's something that has always lived at the core of who I am. So a little about me. I grew up on a family farm in Dudley Shoals, which is the rural area of Granite Falls in North Carolina. And when I say farm, I mean farm. We had the cows, the pigs, the chickens. There was a huge garden that kept me busy picking beans, shucking corn, and digging potatoes in my bare feet. Mostly because I just love the feel of the cold dirt between my toes. But that simple life, it taught me a lot. It taught me about hard work. It gave me a deep respect for nature, but most importantly, a love for God that became the foundation of everything in my life. Fast forward to September 2019, when one Sunday sermon changed my life forever. You see, no one knew, but for years, God had been asking me to write, but I completely ignored him. I told myself, I'm not an author. I don't even know how to write. I've never taken writing classes. I loved books, I always had, but loving to read and believing you can write are two very different things. But that Sunday, my pastor spoke about how God works through our lives for the purpose of sharing what he's done with others so that they can see what he could do in theirs. And in that moment, it hit me. It's exactly what God had been asking me to do. I heard his voice clearly in my heart. This isn't about you, Kim. It's about me. I need you telling others about me. You know, God had been faithful to me through so many seasons, yet the one thing he asked of me, I kept refusing to do. That afternoon, I was deeply convicted, and sitting alone on my back porch through tears, I made him a promise that I would spend the rest of my life doing what he called me to do. And that's what I'm still doing today. Since then, I have written 6 books in my Created with Purpose series. I've written devotionals, and I've had the privilege of speaking and sharing stories of faith and transformation. When I finally said yes to writing, though, my next question was, okay, Lord, now what do I write? I considered self-help books because I really enjoy those, but there's so many of them. And I really felt him nudging me towards something different. Fiction with purpose. Stories that bring biblical truths to life through real, relatable struggles and situations so that readers, believers and non-believers alike, can see how God's word meets us right where we are in the ordinary everyday. Every devotion, every story I write is inspired by real experiences and grounded in scripture, because I truly believe that nothing in our lives is wasted. Every joy, every struggle, every heartbreak can all be used by God for a purpose. And that brings us to why we're here today, to talk about love. When I first heard the topic for the event, my musical ADD immediately kicked in, and that old 80s or 90s song, What is Love? It popped into my head, and I'll be honest, it stayed there for days. But it really got me to thinking. People have been asking that question for generations, haven't they? What is love? What does it mean? What does it look like in real life? You know, for me, the clearest answer comes from scripture. In Matthew 22:37 through 39, when a Pharisee asked Jesus, which is the greatest commandment, Jesus replied, to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love God, love others. Simple words, yet incredibly hard to live out sometimes. Because if we're honest, loving people isn't always easy. We've all had people in our lives who have hurt us. Some wounds come from misunderstanding or carelessness, but others are different. They're intentional. They're targeted. They're meant to cut deep. And I've experienced more than my fair share of those. And you know, for a long time, my natural reaction was to look at people through my own hurt. And through that pain, it was easy to label them by their actions. They're cruel. They're bad. You know, pain really has a way of shrinking our perspective until all we can see is what was done to us. But through those hard seasons, God taught me something that really continues to reshape my heart today. And that is that he sees them exactly as he sees me. He loves them exactly as he loves me. And when I pause long enough to ask God to help me see others through his eyes instead of mine, something shifts. My perspective softens, my heart begins to change, and I'm able to extend Christ-like love, not because their actions were acceptable and not because their hurt wasn't real, but because God's love is bigger than both their choices and my pain. Jesus really modeled this perfectly for us on the cross. In the face of betrayal, cruelty, and unimaginable suffering, he didn't respond with condemnation. Instead, he prayed, Father, forgive them. Even in his deepest pain, he saw beyond their actions to their need for grace. You know, learning to view others through God's eyes, it doesn't erase the hurt or eliminate any healthy boundaries that we may need, but it does free our hearts from bitterness. It reminds us that we are all recipients of undeserved mercy, even those we may not deem worthy. And when we begin to see others the way God sees us, which is deeply flawed, yet endlessly loved, we step into a deeper kind of freedom, a love that reflects Christ, even in the face of pain. You know, every speaker here today has come to share their light, their lives, and their love with you, not just to inspire you, but also to equip you. Because leading with love, it doesn't have to be complicated. There are a few ways you can start right now today. Maybe by pausing before you react. Choose compassion over assumption. Maybe by listening to understand instead of listening to respond. Offering forgiveness, not because someone deserves it, but because your heart deserves peace. Encourage someone who feels unseen. And lastly, though, by choosing kindness in the small, ordinary moments. Because those small moments, they add up to an extraordinary impact. My prayer is that you are deeply blessed by each and every speaker today, and that God is glorified through every story shared on this virtual stage. I continue to be humbled that God would choose someone ordinary like me to be his voice, and I'm deeply grateful every time I'm given the opportunity to share it. As my pastor often says, to make an impression and leave a mark for Jesus Christ. And my prayer is that this Love Day event does exactly that, that we walk away committed to living lives that reflect love in action. Blessings.
Wow. Just thank you so much, Kim. What a wonderful message. And you do embody that message of love lived out in the way you love, in the way you connect with others, in the way you serve. And thank you for sharing with us that message and reminding us that sometimes, actually a lot of times, love is messy because we are called to choose to love, even in situations that we may not necessarily feel like loving. But thank you for reminding us that when we remember we are deeply flawed, but yet God loves us, intentionally and intensely, and he calls us to do the same, even for each other. That definitely helps to put things in perspective. So thank you, Kim. And again, that was my friend Kimberly Morrison. You can connect with her. Her website is kimberlyamorrison.com, or on Facebook at Kimberly Morrison-author, and also on Instagram under the same Kim Morrison. Oh, Instagram is Kim Morrison author. And I know you'll be blessed for that. Well, next I want to just welcome a gentleman that I got to meet sometime last year at an event that both of us were speaking at and participating. And he's ended up just being a really good friend and a blessing, and he has an incredible story. So he is the author of the book, The Miracle Man, Identity Architect. He's a near-death experience NDE survivor and a global speaker that guides humanity to reclaim truth, heal from trauma, awaken to their purpose, and live from sovereign, God-led power. And so it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage my friend and my brother, Royal Kai Aurelius Funk. Royal Kai, welcome. There you are. Already. There you are.
Whew, there we go. All right.
All right. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Man, I had some little technical difficulties there for a moment.
I know technology is great, but every now and then it has its moments, right?
Yeah, it's good to be on. It's good to see you, Evans.
And you as well, my brother. Hey, I can't wait to hear, man, just your message for us here today. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
Aloha, everybody. My name is Royal Kai. So, most people think love is something that you fall into, like an accident, like luck, like lightning. But I've discovered something very different. Love is something you walk back to. And the hardest part about love is not finding the right person. It's becoming the version of yourself who can stay, who doesn't run at the first discomfort, who doesn't disappear when things get real, who doesn't abandon themselves to keep someone else. There was a season of my life that wasn't falling apart. It was literally destroyed, not by fate, not by bad luck, not by other people, but by me. It was all me. By my inability to love, by addiction, by unhealed trauma, by pain I refused to face, by near-death experiences I survived, but I never integrated. My health was shattered. My marriage was gone. My career ended. My identity completely fractured. Everything I thought defined me disappeared in an instant. And I didn't know how to stop it because I had learned how to endure. I had learned how to perform. I had learned how to survive pressure and put my life on the line, but I had never, ever learned how to receive love. I knew how to be impressive. I knew how to be strong. I knew how to be needed, but I didn't, honestly, know how to be held. And I realized you can't build a loving life if you're secretly at war with yourself. You can't experience intimacy if your nervous system only understands survival. You can't feel safe in love if you learned early on that love means pain and trauma. And so one night I was exhausted, angry, and empty, and I stopped asking God to fix my life. I stopped asking for better circumstances. I stopped asking for the right person. I stopped asking for answers. And I truly asked with my heart and my soul, show me who I am beneath all of this armor, not who I've been trying to be, not who I've been proving myself to be, not who I became to survive what I had endured, who I actually am, God. And what I felt wasn't judgment. It wasn't condemnation. It wasn't a list of everything that I'd done wrong. It was love. It was presence. It was quiet. It was steady. It was unconditional, not loud, not dramatic, just presence. And not because I earned it, not because I fixed myself, not because I finally got it, because it was always there. It was always there. That's when I understood love isn't something God withholds. Love isn't something we have to prove ourselves worthy of. Love isn't something that we have to win and conquer. Love is something that we block. We block it with shame. We block it with fear. We block it with old stories about who we think we are. Love is not butterflies. Love is not obsession. Love is not intensity. Love is not someone completing you. Love is the capacity to be fully present without abandoning yourself. Love is emotional honesty. Love is nervous system safety. Love is being able to say, this is who I am. This is where I'm scared. And this is what I need. And staying, not spiraling, not numbing, not ghosting, not shrinking. Real love begins when you stop pretending. Most people don't fear being alone. You know what they really fear? They fear being seen, seen in their insecurity, seen in their tenderness, seen in their unfinished places. So we keep ourselves busy. We stay in shallow connections. We chase highs. We scroll. We distract. We perform and we perform and we perform. We date people we don't even actually want to date. We stay in situations that we've outgrown and we tell ourselves, we're fine. It's okay. Don't worry about me. But avoidance has a cost. Unlived love becomes resentment. Unexpressed truth becomes depression. And unfelt grief, it becomes numbness. And numbness slowly becomes a life that looks fine on the outside, but it feels so empty on the inside. And love doesn't destroy us. Love doesn't ruin us. Love doesn't break us. You want to know the truth? Suppression does. Abandonment of ourself does. Living half alive does. So here's the invitation today to you that are watching. Celebrate love by telling the truth, not the polished truth, not Instagram truth, the honest, raw truth. Tell the truth to yourself. Tell the truth to God. Tell the truth to someone safe. I'm lonely. I'm healing. I'm scared. I want more. I'm ready. Not perfectly, not poetically, just honestly. Open your heart and your soul, because love doesn't start with another person, and it doesn't start with us being chosen. Love doesn't start when someone finally decides to stay. Love truly starts the moment that you stop abandoning your own heart and when you want to come home to yourself. You don't just find love. You don't just attract love. You don't just experience love. You become it, because that's everything that we are. We are pure love. And so today, just for today, accept yourself, love yourself, forgive yourself, and welcome the parts of you that you've been pushing away, and sit with them and invite someone in that's safe so that you can feel loved, and remember that you are loved. Thank you very much. So grateful to be able to be here with you all and share this on Love Day. Wow, so grateful. Thanks, Evans.
Hey, my brother, thank you. Thank you for just taking the time. This is a busy day where we are all, want to have some time with our loved ones, but you took the time to come and share your love with
Yeah.
us. And it's always a blessing to hear you share your story and share your ideas. And I especially resonated with that reminder that, we are already love.
Yeah.
And so, it's the things that we allow to block that love. And so love is something that we come back to.
Yeah.
That resonated with me profoundly.
Yeah.
So, man, my brother, how do people connect with you or with your resources, with your books and
Yeah,
the
for
amazing
sure.
things you have
Yeah,
out there?
thank you for that. Yeah, because I mean, if people that aren't familiar with me, I'm a near-death experience survivor. I'm an identity architect. I died. I went to heaven. My soul, my spirit, my consciousness left, and I was in pure presence of love. Like God's real, miracles are real, and so that's what I help people get back to is that identity of their truth, because people are after performance, Evans, and they're performance, but they're never going to reach their top performance until they get to their true identity of who they are. The top performers know who they are. They know their identity. So if you want to learn a little bit more about me in the book, The Miracle Man, which is a nonfiction self-mastery and spirituality book that's going to take you down a journey to uncover your perspective and your paradigms of your life and your programming, go to miraclemanjourney.com. Love to share it. We're now in 66 countries around the world for the ebook. It's amazing. All glory to God. It's just amazing to share the message that you're loved, that God is real, that miracles are real, and you're truly one miracle away, one change away, one mindset away from living your best life.
I love that. And amen to all the above. Hey,
Yes,
brother,
sir.
again, thank you so much, man. And a very happy Love Day to you and yours.
Yeah.
And talk to you soon.
God bless, brother. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Alrighty. Next, I want to invite to the stage our next speaker, Karen Campbell. And Karen Campbell Smith believes that the most important relationship you have is the one with yourself. And because of that, her work centers on self-love as self-awareness, because how you speak to yourself shapes every interaction that you have. So let's welcome Karen. Hey, Karen.
Hi, Evans. Thank you so much for having me. Happy Love Day, everybody. I'm excited to be here. As Evan said, I'm Karen Campbell Smith. I'm the conscious communication coach, and I help people reconnect with themselves so that they can better connect with other people and finally make their words work and be heard without raising their voice. So when I think about love, I think that I've been really good at giving love to other people for most of my life, but I've not been very good at loving myself. So all of us have an inner critic, an inner voice that tells us that we can't or that we're not enough. And I don't know about yours, but mine is a bully. She's a real bee. And for most of my life, she had me believing that everybody else's needs were more important than mine. And that the only way that I could be worthy and enough is if I gave up everything that I needed to make sure everybody around me was okay. Basically, I needed to exist to make other people comfortable. So for a long time, for most of my life, to me, love was proving my worth and overfunctioning, giving up parts of myself to be steady, to make sure everybody else was okay. It was existing to keep other people comfortable. I would pour all of my time and energy into everybody else, and I would rarely, if ever, give myself the same consideration or care that I gave to everyone else. And so where that landed me is in my 40s. I'm 48 now. I was resentful. I was lost. I was exhausted. I became a version of myself that I did not recognize. I did not love myself. I did not even like myself. And I don't think that I'm unique in that. I think that a lot of us get to that mid stage of life and we have all the things that are supposed to be the benchmarks of a happy, healthy adulthood. You have marriage, the kids, the career, the house, and yet you just don't feel good in your life. That's where I was. I was resentful. I was unfulfilled. And I just kept thinking, this is it. Like, I'm going to feel this way for the rest of my life. I have a lot of life left to live. I don't want to feel this way. So where my self-love journey finally started was ultimately deciding to choose myself in deciding to leave a 23-year emotionally abusive marriage. I knew that it was dysfunctional and chaotic. I wasn't happy for a long time. I tried to get out for many years. I kept getting talked into staying. And every time that happened, I would keep disappearing more and becoming a ghost within my own life because nothing was changing. And so it was the hardest decision I've ever had to make. I do have 2 kids. We had been together for 25 years, married more than 23. But ultimately, I had to make that decision to start loving myself because I was not able to do that in that relationship that was slowly making me disappear. So once I made that decision, it was important to me to start pouring that time and attention and care into myself. I had never done that before. I had never had a relationship with myself. And what I realized is the most important relationship that you have, the greatest love story that exists, is the one that you cultivate with yourself. And I had never done that. I'm 48 and I've only started trying to understand myself and have a relationship with myself in the last couple of years. Tomorrow actually is 2 years to the day that I put my foot down and said I'm out and meant it. I'm pretty proud of myself for that. So what it started looking like, that journey to self-love, was first of all, starting to talk kinder to myself. I started challenging that horrible voice inside my head that made me doubt myself, that made me think I wasn't worthy, that made me think that my needs didn't matter. Do I succeed at that every day? No, because she can be pretty loud, but I've made a lot of progress and we've got an agreement now most days. I also started to set boundaries without just saying yes when I wanted to say no and then feeling resentful. I started to say what I meant without feeling like I had to over-explain. And I stopped existing to make other people comfortable. That shift, once I started doing that, really changed my life. And I started posting on social media about it, just little videos about insights that I learned or the way that I was feeling certain days or things that I picked up along this journey. And what I found was people resonate with it. So that hunch that I had that I'm not the only person who finds themselves feeling this way was true. And I love that I'm connecting with people. Ultimately, that's where I was unfulfilled, is that I was completely disconnected with myself. And so I was not able to connect with other people. I was not showing up well in my marriage. I was not being a great mom. I was not showing up well at work or in my friendships. I was running on autopilot. I was letting old patterns and old hurt run the show without even realizing it. So in any given situation, emotion would take over and that would determine what would happen. And it was ruining all of my relationships. So that's where conscious communication was born. Conscious communication is the concept that how you relate to yourself is how you relate to everybody else. The first step is checking in and realizing that you're running on autopilot. It's understanding your patterns. It's understanding the situations and the times where big emotion comes up and takes over. And the first step is being able to, in those moments, realize that it's happening and take a second and take a breath and not react from that place. Instead, respond from the moment and actually be with the person in front of you rather than operating from old hurt and old patterns. So once you're able to do that, I can tell you, your life will change. I started trusting myself. I started being kinder to myself. I started giving myself more grace. And I stopped expecting perfection and putting these standards on myself that were unattainable and then beating myself up when I didn't reach them. I stopped performing the version of myself that I thought everybody else wanted me to be. Performance is the thief of actual, authentic relationships. You have to be authentic. You have to be yourself. And part of it is being willing to lose the people who like the performative you, who benefit from the performative you. And part of self-love is being brave enough to be alone and to lose those people and to realize that you're better off knowing your worth and loving yourself than surrounding yourself with people who want to take advantage of that in you. I started listening more rather than defending. I started being able to make a point without feeling like it was a fight every time. I stopped feeling like I needed to win every argument just to feel like I was worthy. And I stopped feeling like I needed somebody to choose me to feel like I was a worthy human being. So I now teach this in rooms of 10 and rooms of hundreds because I've found that it's a concept that a lot of people can relate to. It's simple, it's not easy, but it's us checking back in with ourselves. It's us learning how to love ourselves. It's us learning how to sit still with those big emotions and sit still long enough to get to know ourselves so that we can have a relationship that we're proud of and so that we can have relationships where we have actual connection. So if this sounds interesting to you, I share this on social pretty much every day. Sometimes it's silly, sometimes it's insightful. It's always me. So you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, pretty much you name it, I'm there except X. And I also have a website, theconsciouscalmscoach.com. I am a public speaker, so I am available to be booked for talks, and I am a coach. So if you think that you need help in your journey to self-love and in your reconnecting to yourself, I would love to talk to you. You can book a call with me there. But I'm really grateful to have been a part of this conversation today. And I thank you all so much for having me.
Hey, Karen, the pleasure was all ours just to have you and have you share a message that is really so needed. You know, our self-image, how we see ourselves, the stories we tell ourselves, like you so beautifully articulated, that influences how we show up, right?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
So
true,
thank
though.
you.
It's so true. It's everything.
Yeah, I had somebody say that the three most powerful things that influence us. Number one is our environment. Number two is the people around us, and then number three is the stories we tell ourselves.
100%. I agree with you.
So
Yes.
thank you so yeah yeah. So thank you so much for sharing that so beautifully, and I look for you on social media, and yeah, I just love to connect, and thank you for taking the time just to be with us today, and a very happy Love Day to you and
Awesome.
yours.
Thank you so much, Evans. Back to you.
All right. Take care, Karen.
Thanks, you too.
Already. All right. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome on this virtual Love Day event. I love love because love knows no distance, but I also love technology because technology knows no distance. And we are being joined by speakers and authors and coaches and like you just heard, Karen, and thought leaders, entrepreneurs, professionals from different walks of life. And all of us are coming here on this Love Day, on this Valentine's Day, to continue expanding and expounding on this subject of love. And the different perspectives that are being shared here, the different stories have just been so enriching. And it's been just an honor hosting for the last session. But next, I want to invite somebody who's going to not only speak, but after that will be hosting for the next session after me. And this is Francine Julien. And I hope I said her name right, Francine Julien. And Francine is an embodied mentor and speaker that guides women to cultivate deep self-love, body trust, and unconditional devotion, restoring inner safety and intimacy that reshapes their lives with joy, confidence, and fulfillment beyond what they imagined. And so, Francine, hey, it's a welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I am doing fantastic, Francine. It's nice to meet you, and thank you for taking time out of your schedule to just come and share some light and love with us. And I can't wait to hear your story and your message. And after that, thank you so much for helping us with being our co-host. So, Francine, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I am Francine Julien, and I write the children's book series about Camp Confidence. Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie, the Magic Library, and Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie, Let Your Sparkle Shine. The reason I wrote these books and why it's so important to talk about this on Valentine's Day, the day of love, is because as I was writing my adult self-help books, I recognized that things we hear as children, negative childhood programming, stick with us. Mine was that my aunt said, "You'd be such a pretty girl if you just lost some weight." And that stuck with me until I was in my 50s. That one comment changed the whole course of my life and took me down a path that was not healthy and a path that almost killed me. And it also made me not feel comfortable in my own skin. Well, I lost the 100 pounds, and after I got healthy, after I learned how to love myself, people saw this change in me, and they wanted what I had. They wanted to know how I did what I did. And I wrote a book. And in that book, I uncovered my 6-step process of change. And as I went out promoting the book, people said, "Younger children need to hear it." So I wrote another one. I turned that original book into a fairy tale. So the high school to early college age kids would be drawn in to get this message of self-love and being comfortable in their own skin. And then it happened. The one thing in life that I put a wall up for, the one thing in life that I was avoiding, people kept telling me, younger children need this message. I failed at fertility. I wasn't a parent. I tried to teach in a classroom and it just didn't feel good to me because of that. And I fought it. I did not want to try to reach younger crowds because, well, quite frankly, they scared me. But I've learned to love it because the more I love myself, the more I love spreading the message. And I've taken these original adult self-help books and I took them down to a message that children could digest and understand and enjoy because, well, these stories are fun. And my mission now is to help parents raise strong and confident kids so we don't have to fix broken adults later. My mission is to put the self-help industry out of business. So let's get started. Let's talk about how we can help kids grow up strong and confident and comfortable in their own skin now so we don't have to fix them later. In the first book, The Magic Library, and you might be thinking the Magic Library is about books in a library and bookshelves, but it's not. It's about the mind. Your mind is the library. And Sparkle Feathers helps the kids clean up their minds. In other words, meditation. Okay, let me introduce Sparkle Feathers. This guy here is Sparkle Feathers. $500 coming soon, so watch out, they will be on sale. But Sparkle Feathers is the main character who taught me that this message was important for the children to hear. And in book 1, Princess Francie has a scar on her face and she's afraid to go to school because she's afraid the kids are going to make fun of her. She doesn't feel comfortable in her own skin and she's hiding from life. And Sparkle Feathers teaches her how to clean the brain with help from Lily the Lemur, who runs the magic vacuum, and the brigade of squirrels who dust up all the cobwebs and the dust off the shelves. So Princess Francie could think clearly and have that deep, meaningful self-reflection about how what other people think doesn't matter. It's what's inside that counts. That's book 1. Now, in book 2, we meet a friend of Sparkle Feathers. All the kids at Camp Confidence have something that they're not wanting to share about themselves. One little boy, he gets so excited and he talks loud and people tell him to calm down. No, Sam, let your sparkle shine. And one little girl, she uses big words because she reads all the time and she's so smart, but she's self-conscious that the kids are going to make fun of her because she's so smart. So she keeps it bottled up. No, let everybody know that is your sparkle and you should let it shine because that's your superpower and what makes you special. And the friend that Sparkle Feathers introduces to the kids is Eugenia, the mermaid with her pet turtle, Tilly. And Eugenia is modeled after a real friend of mine who told me the story of how she was self-conscious of her name, Eugenia, until she learned that it means queen. So she stopped telling everyone to call her Gina, and she goes by Eugenia now because she lets her sparkle shine as the queen. And now it is time to bring out the first guest on my list. Desi Arias is an entrepreneur, speaker, author, and coach. She teaches small to large businesses how to show love and appreciation to their employees and customers. She has a 20-year background in education. Welcome, Desi. The virtual mic is yours.
Hello, everybody, and happy Valentine's Day. Got my little teddy bear here at my heart. I'm Desi. Desi DeSeos is my umbrella name, my brand name. And I do have over a 28-year background in education. So I've definitely been very instrumental in a lot of young people's lives. And now I'm kind of at the end of that chapter, and I'm going to be going into coaching more as a full-time basis. But anyway, I would like to start my talk today by asking you to do something that might seem kind of strange, but I think that we all need to do this, especially on Valentine's Day, is showing each other or showing ourselves more love. So if you would just kind of give yourself a hug, a big tight hug. Close your eyes for just a second, and I want you to say, I love myself, and I want you to feel it from the core, from your core. And I also want you to say, I know I'm not perfect, but I'm doing my best. I'm growing every day. I'm learning every day. And I'm patient with myself as I grow and change into the person I visualize myself being. So to those of you who did that, those of you that are watching this webinar and participating that are actually in the room with us, I hope that just gave you a little bit of comfort today, and just remind you, remind us that we need to love ourselves first, right? The Whitney Houston song, The Greatest Love of All, right? So I'm going to talk today about 3 ways that we can love ourselves more. The first way that definitely you can give yourself more love is to give yourself that grace and give yourself that patience. And just remember that I know Les Brown, I'm a huge fan of Les Brown, and I'm sure many of you are as well. But his quote where he says, well, he actually is quoting an African proverb. If there's no enemy within, then the enemy outside can do us no harm. We need to be our biggest cheerleaders. We need to be our biggest supporters. We need to be our biggest, cheerleaders, supporters. So we need to make sure that all of that negative talk, all of that negative energy going on, all of the negative junk going on, that we shut it down. Well, actually, I used to think that we need to shut it down. But recently I was listening to a talk where he talked about, instead of shutting it down, actually feel the feelings, right? But don't stay there. You need to go ahead and feel how you feel, and then kind of move on from it. Oh, okay, this is an anxious thought, or this is a fearful thought, but actually feel it and then kind of get yourself out of it. But so that's the first thing, is just give yourself more grace. Give yourself more patience, because none of us is perfect, right? We're perfectly imperfect. So it's very important to give yourself grace and patience. Number 2, realize that you're doing the best you can with what you have. A lot of times we're really hard on ourselves because Again, not everything is perfect. Not everything is set up the way that we want it to be. For example, this morning I had technical difficulties. I was supposed to speak a lot earlier, and I thank you for the grace to give me the opportunity to speak still. It wasn't from my adult kids who came down and fixed it. So just realize you're doing the best you can with what you have, and that being hard on yourself and kind of being down on yourself is not going to help you in any way to progress further, to make progress towards your goals, towards your dreams. And the third way that you can give yourself more love is treat yourself like the treasure that you are. I don't have a Valentine this year, but I love myself, and I am going to treat myself to some special things today, and I hope you do as well, because we come into this world alone, we leave this world alone. So we need to really invest in ourselves, who we are, what we want, what makes our heart sing. We really need to invest. So treat yourself like the treasure you are. Dress up for you. I'm wearing again, I have a background in education, 28 years, so I'm definitely a kid at heart. See my cute little Valentine headband, but dress up for you. I'm wearing my pink and my red, and it makes me feel, great. So dress up for yourself and show up for yourself. Show up for yourself. When you do something that you're proud of, then pat yourself on the back. Give yourself that hug. Words of affirmation. Just make sure that you're being your biggest fan, being your biggest cheerleader, because, a lot of negativity can come at us all the time. So we need to combat it. We need to combat that negativity, and we need to go ahead and remember that, one, again, that we need to give ourselves grace, and two, we're doing the best we can. And three, again, that we need to treasure ourselves. So I hope today everybody goes out and buy yourself something special, or treat yourself in some way, because you deserve it. You are a treasure, so treat yourself as a treasure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Hello. Thank you so much for being here today. And now I would like to introduce Nat Alston. Nat Alston is the president and founder of the Horizons Group Incorporated. He has 40 plus years of executive level and mid-level human resources experience in a variety of positions covering a diverse range of industries. Nat, I can't wait to hear what you have to say, and the virtual mic is yours.
Thank you, Francine. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Fine, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this. I've got to say, listening to all the panelists on the webinar today, I feel somewhat inadequate in the sense of I don't have a book at all. I've been basically thinking about writing a book, and more people are telling me that this is what I should be doing in terms of my career. So hopefully by 2026, the end of it, I'll have my book out there. But when I was asked to think about the power of love, I basically want to share with our listening audience and virtual audience here my story. And really it is, as I see it, a journey, not a destination for me. Background-wise, I was born into a family that my mother and father, unfortunately, were divorced when I was 3. So I really grew up not really understanding or having a feeling more so because I think love is a feeling, not just somewhat of an understanding of what love is all about. As I mentioned earlier, parents were divorced, remarried, both of them remarried twice, one married 3 times. So I really didn't have what I would call a loving family, or really had a true understanding of really what love was really all about. So I would sit back and dream maybe what would it be, and even dream about really who I would possibly even marry in there, and would I fall into the same category of my mother and father. And thank goodness I can say to you and our viewing audience, that has not been the problem at all, and not been the results. This coming August, my bride and I will be married 55 years. And I really consider that as a major accomplishment in my journey in terms of love, and not the destination. We're still on our journey. We haven't concluded our destination yet. And I think love basically to me is a action verb. You got to show it. And you got to, from showing it, you've got to believe it. And what I've basically said over the years, particularly the last several years, it's not the family that you are born with, but it's the family that you create. And I'm blessed to have created a loving family, and it's the offsprings of that loving family having 2 children, a son and a daughter, and being blessed with their love and attention. So I say this in the sense of learning about love. I learned it from really my bride of, as I said earlier, soon to be 55 years. Her family really demonstrated love, starting with her parents. And the more I was around them, the parents and the siblings, they sincerely taught me what love is all about. Being an action verb, being kind, not envious, not boastful, but proud. And they were a loving family. When things were down, each of those siblings picked each other up. So by being associated with them, I learned through this destination, through this journey rather, what love was all about. And God blessed me with 2 children, a son and a daughter. And really what I wanted to show them, which I really didn't have a clue in terms of a manual or a book, what love was all about. I know what I didn't have. So I probably shadowed them in everything that they wanted. I made sure that I could hopefully give it to them. But I always wanted to let them see not just the material things, but me being there as a person, the feelings, the protectiveness, the trust that they had in me and that I had in them. And so I basically, with my son and my daughter, showed up for any and everything. If they need me, I wanted to be there, and really create an environment that they could be safe, knowing that, in my case, their father was going to be there, that they were going to trust my dad, me being there. So this was part of the journey that we created, my bride and I created over those years, trying to create that love, not just by words, but by action. And then surrounding them with their cousins, my wife's siblings, because they showed the love for their siblings and they brought that close knit there. So again, what I feel the power of, and it's what I call maybe a transformative force in human existence. And as I said earlier, to me in my journey, it is still a journey. I'm still learning what love is all about. Yes, I've shown it. My wife has shown it to me and I've shown it to her, but it's never ending. That cup is always half full, never full. So I look at it as an action, as I said earlier, protection, it's kindness, it's showing empathy, it protects, It always trusts. It always has hope. It always persevere. And it's peace and joy. Love is to me always the essence of being a positive person, a positive atmosphere. And what I try to do in my family and all is create that culture, create that atmosphere that as soon as you enter into our family, you can see the love there. You can see it, you can feel it, and it's there. Not just by the words, but by the deeds that we've done over the years and showing our children what love is all about, because they look at their parents, they looked at us and see how we were and we are with each other. Sure, we will have maybe our slight disagreements, but at the end, when we go to bed, we're not angry. We wake up in the morning knowing that we've been blessed to put 2 feet on the ground and say, good morning, how are you? It's a beautiful day. As Mr. Rogers would say, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. We say it's a beautiful day in the Alston hood. And what we do every day is to create that positive feeling, that joy. I think love also has a sense of humor. We've got to have laughter. Laughter is good for the soul. So the more and more that you learn, and what the panelists that have preceded me, sharing their books, sharing their knowledge and their experiences, helps all of us to grow, helps me to grow. So basically, I want to say again, when I coach my people out there, and I do business coaching as well as personal coaching, it is a journey, not a destination. And each day that you're on the ground learning something new, it'll be something that, and you embrace love, and knowing love is an action, you'll get to the point that love conquers all, and love truly is the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, because you gave me something that I am going to use, maybe even put it in one of my books. Love is an action word. And I teach self-love. So yes, love is an action word. What are you going to do for yourself today to show yourself that you love yourself?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Nat.
Thank you. Thank you. And happy Valentine's Day.
Back at you, back at you. And now we're going to bring out Mark Roddy. Mark is a retired Air Force colonel who served 24 years on active duty. He has previously published several articles in professional journals and the novel, The Third Day. If you haven't read it, read it, and please, all authors love reviews. Review The Third Day. Mark, the virtual lectern is yours.
Thank you, Francine, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I trust you can see me. As Francine said, I've written several books. In fact, one of the things that Ken and I talked about the other day was Perfect Publishing is getting ready to publish 3 different books of mine. I write fiction, and the first one is coming out very, very soon. It's called Angela's Letter, and it's a love story about fiction, love story about 2 high school sweethearts that go their separate ways and try to reconnect 45 years later. So a lot of the stories we hear about people connecting with each other are high school sweethearts, and they start as high school sweethearts and they continue their lives together. People might say, well, why did you write this book this way with this large gap in time? Well, there are a couple of reasons why that I'd like to share with you. The first one is that I'm one of these people who believe in the concept of you never forget your first love. I don't know how many of us can remember our first love or our first kiss or our first this or that. But it's, to me, one of those things that is such an important activity or point in your life that you don't forget about it. And in this particular case, I wanted to stretch it out a little bit rather than just they separate for 5 or 10 years. I made it 45 years. Now, what got me thinking about this in particular was when my wife and I were on our 30th wedding anniversary trip in the Bahamas a number of years ago. We met an older couple who in fact, were just like this. They had been high school sweethearts. They had gone their separate ways, basically lived their lives apart from each other. And then a few years ago, they had met each other and reconnected. So it was kind of a case of this was an interesting concept of people living lives and then, if you will, getting a second life with their original love. I also wanted to have a story about older people. Myself, I'm a senior citizen, and I see a lot of stories around younger people. You watch the Hallmark movies, they're basically young people. Well, I wanted a story about older folks like myself, or that I could relate to as an older senior citizen, as it were. In the succeeding years, particularly as I've settled down here in Northern Virginia, I've met a lot of people, and my wife and I have met a lot of couples that have been married for 50 and even 60 years and are still very happily married, enjoying each other's company immensely, and enjoying every part of their relationship. So I wanted to appeal to that particular audience with a story that resonated with them, not trying to associate with younger people meeting after a couple of years, but people who had been apart or for a number of years, actually lived separate lives, which is what is the case in this story, and then decide to try to reconnect some number of years later. In this particular case, Angela's Letter, the title comes from the fact that one of the two people, Angela, she and Jack Doherty, who is her high school sweetheart, they've grown up separate lives and are both now widowed. So Angela decides that she's curious if Jack still might be interested in her. So she writes the letter, hence the title, Angela's Letter. So then the issue becomes, what does Jack do with the letter? He's faced a choice, if you will. And that kind of leads me to another thing that I had in mind when I wrote the book. I think we all have philosophies and ideas that we follow and things that motivate us or things that impact us in our lives. And one of the things that I've thought about a fair amount is what I call the concept of forks in the road of life. And what I mean by that is I think all of us face choices in our lives that, depending upon what we decide to do with the choice, is going to take us in a very different path than the other choice would be. For example, we have a young lady who's graduating from high school. She's been accepted at 3 different colleges. Or we have an individual who's just graduating from college who's been offered 2 jobs. Whichever choice those 2 people make is going to take their life in a very, very different path. In my own case, I'm a retired Air Force officer, as you heard earlier. I've had 2 instances in my 24-year career where I faced very different, good, but very different choices. Because what I'm talking about here are not choices between becoming a bank teller or a bank robber. I'm talking about 2 choices in 2 very interesting and desirable paths, if you will. I think the most diverse one was when I was coming out of Air Command and Staff College. I was scheduled to go to the Pentagon here in Washington, D.C., but I got a call about a month or 2 before I graduated one of my old bosses asking if I'd be interested in going to the Office of Military Cooperation in Cairo, Egypt, in the embassy in Cairo, Egypt. Well, we chose that, and I say we because it was a decision Dawn and I, my wife and I, made. And I think you can figure out just from those 2 choices, the Pentagon versus Cairo, Egypt, our lives had a lot of very, very different experiences and opportunities that we had in Cairo that we wouldn't have had if we went to the Pentagon. Now, as it turns out, I eventually was assigned to the Pentagon, but it was many years later. So again, it's a choice between 2 good options or more good options, but it's going to take that person's life in a very, very different path than if they had chosen the other option. Again, going back to our high school student, depending upon which college she selects, she's hopefully going to get a good education, but her life experiences at school A are going to be very different than her life experiences would have been at school B because of the teacher she has, the people she meets, even the area in which that school is located can make a difference. So those are going to impact her life. Same thing with a young man graduating from college, whichever choice he makes. His life is going to go in a very, very different way. So in this case of Angela's Letter, their lives go in very divergent paths, but they ultimately decide to try and see if they can get back together again. So again, I think this is something we're all going to face, we all have faced. If you sit there for a few minutes while I'm talking and think about your own lives, I'm sure you will come up with a number of experiences or a couple of examples of where you faced a fork in the road of life. And I want to reemphasize one more time, I'm not talking about a choice between something good and bad. It's good and good. And whichever way you go is a good choice, but it's going to take your life in a very, very different path than if you were to follow the other option. So again, another example from my own life is coming out of Cairo. I had two very divergent career opportunities offered to me, totally different locations, totally different job types. Either one of them would have been a good job choice. But I chose one, happened to be in California at one of the Air Force's depots. Learned an awful lot there that is still serving me today. Had a great opportunity to spend time with my family, which I might not have had in the other job, probably would have entailed more travel. But it was a choice I made between good and good. And my life is different. I might not be here right now if I hadn't taken that choice. But my life is different than it would have been if I'd gone the other way. So as we all go through life and we face these forks in the road of life, my wish for you on this Valentine's Day is that may the forks in your road of life be few and your choices inspired. So enjoy the day. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this opportunity. And again, happy Valentine's Day to all of you.
Thank you, Mark. And you have inspired me. I hope I choose my forks wisely.
I'm sure you will, Francine. I'm sure you will.
Thank you. And now it's time to bring out Randy Lennon. Randy is a lifelong entrepreneur, national TV and radio host in Canada, recording artist manager, investment banker, and now author, speaker, and trainer. Wow, what a resume. His calling in life is the questions experience. He joins us today from his home in Guadalajara, Mexico. Can't wait to understand what the questions experience means. Randy, the virtual stage is yours.
Wow, how exciting. I got so excited listening to all these beautiful people speak today. It's almost overwhelming, so I decided to put on my Mexican hat to make it extra special because I love it when things are extra special. So thank you, first of all, to my good friend, Dr. Smiley. I met him at an event in October of 2024 when I was speaking at a LA film convention. And I met so many amazing people there. And, not to compare, Dr. Smiley made a big impression on me. And I also want to acknowledge him for introducing me to probably the most loving person I can think of that I've never met, because of course we've only been connected virtually, and that is Barry Shore. And if you haven't seen his various podcasts, definitely look up Barry Shore. So thanks to you, Dr. Smiley. He mentioned that maybe I should bring up my famous second cousin twice removed, because John Lennon wrote a song, and in that song it says, "All you need is love." And what's really crazy about that is all these years later, I wrote a book called The Dirty Words. I don't know whether you can see it or not. Anyway, it's available anywhere. And in the Dirty Words book, I have 7 swear words, just like the 7 words you can't say on TV, or you used to not be able to say on TV. Now you can say like 6 or 7 of them. And one of those is need. All you need is love. And I teach people to eliminate certain dirty words from their vocabulary that don't serve them. And need is one of them. And you might say, well, all you need is love is beautiful. Of course, it's beautiful, except there's a substitute word. We go around in our lives talking about, well, I need that, I need to do this, I have to, go pick up my son at hockey. No, I don't mean I have to. I don't mean I need to. There's a substitute word to use. I get to. I get to pick up my son at hockey. If you're going to clean the toilet, you've decided to clean the toilet. So you go, well, I need to clean the toilet. Well, you may as well substitute the words, I get to clean the toilet. Because if you're going to clean the toilet, you may as well enjoy it. You may as well let the love flow, so to speak. So when we think of that oh so famous line, all you need is love. What if it was all you get to have is love? You get to love. You don't need to love. You don't need to be loved. You get to be loved. And there's a very important distinction there that some of the people throughout the day today have been touching on. Love is not a feeling. It's actually a choice. It's a decision. Of course, it's a feeling. We feel it's a fantastic feeling. We talked about our first love. Wow. When our friend just before me was talking about, his book about first loves getting together many years later, it made me think of my first love. And it gave me a beautiful, warm feeling inside, even though it actually didn't end well. So choosing love always is amazing. And after all these years, I'm going to be 70 years old this fall. And now I've realized that I'm full of love. And I don't need to. I get to choose love in every present moment. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about the questions experience. Sometime in 1997, when I was at a low point in my life, I was divinely given these 8 questions. Well, I know I was divinely given them because I just sat down and wrote them down like in 5 minutes. And I've been playing with, dabbling with, working with, although work is kind of a dirty word too, these 8 magical questions ever since. And I've done all these amazing things in my life. I've been so blessed. And finally, I'm deciding now to focus on this gift that I have, that I've been given, these 8 questions. With we now have a one-day workshop, etc. And I'm going to share with you just very quickly one of the questions of the 8 questions. And in the workshop, we don't have any answers. We just help people find better answers to these 8 powerful yet very simple questions by asking them more questions about their answers. It's quite fascinating. Anyway, here is one of the questions. I think it's question number 5. And ask yourself this. What is the one thing that consistently holds you back in life? What is the one thing that consistently holds you back in life? Now, it's amazing. People are in the workshop. They've got their paper in front of them. They've gone through the dirty words training to make sure they don't use any dirty words in their answers. And it's amazing how many people misread the question and they actually make a list of all these things that hold them back in life. So, of course, I, as a facilitator, sitting next to them, loving them, looking at their answers, they've decided they want to get coached. I say to them, oh, the question is, what is the one thing that consistently holds you back in life? And they go, oh, And I say, pick one. And it's amazing how often it boils down when we dig through it all with more and more questions that they're holding themselves back. Why? You know why. So many people have talked about it today. Because they don't love themselves. And I know my time is up, so I'll make this very short. I also wanted to share that if you can imagine, I went through a 12-step program for love addiction. And I came from a beaver cleaver family, like most of you won't be old enough to know what I'm talking about. I was so loved as a child. I didn't have any trauma, blah, blah, blah. And somehow I became a love addict because guess what? I was seeking validation from others. I don't do that anymore because I'm connected with the love inside me. So I just want to leave you with one quick question, because my purpose in life now is to share the questions experience. This isn't one of the 8 questions. It's a question that came to me today to share with you on this day of love. Write it down. Who would you be if you connected with the infinite supply of love within you in every present moment? Who would you be if you connected with the infinite supply of love within you in every present moment?
Ooh, that's a good one. I need to add that to my next journal. Thank you.
Get to add it to your next journal. Thank you so much, Francine. You're a beautiful, beautiful soul, as is everyone I've seen today. What an inspiration being here. Thank you.
So much for joining us. And now it's time to wow, haven't even got to her name yet and my tongue's all tied. My friend Preeti. Preeti and I go way back. Preeti is a member of Children Authors Unite, which is our children's authors group. If you want to know how to join that, you can email me, francine712@gmail.com, and I will send you the Zoom invite if you are a children's author and you are available to meet on Zoom at 3:30 p.m. every Friday afternoon. We're just basically a support group, so come on in and see how we could help you or how you could help us. And now I want to share the book that I love. Preeti, I love this book. And now on my podcast, when I introduced Preeti, I told her I am not going to say her last name because I would rather not say it than butcher it. So I'm going to let Preeti tell you how to pronounce her last name. Preeti is an author and a storyteller, weaving mythology, modern life, and quiet wisdom into books that celebrate love, resilience, and the systems that help people flourish. And if you don't get enough of her today during her 8 minutes, then check her out on my YouTube channel for almost 30 minutes because we did a podcast episode together. Preeti, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Francine. My name is Preeti Balasubramanian. And so what I'd like to talk about today is one of the things my dad used to always tell me, like one can only give from a full overflowing vessel. And back when I was still a kid, I thought this was one of those things that parents told us. It was like one of those parenting wisdom quotes, right? Like the things that you hear them say when you're actually not even listening to it, you're ignoring it, doing something, eating your dinner. But as I grew older, as I grew up, I realized that this wasn't something the sentence was not a sentimental thing, or it wasn't just a quote, but it was more structural. And I'll explain. So you cannot pour from what you do not have or do not contain yourself. So, and yet we live in a culture that quietly rewards that empty vessels, right? So we applaud exhaustion, we glorify the overextension, and we admire the person who gives until they disappear themselves. Like they are always giving, they're always doing. You don't see what's going on behind that. So somewhere along the way, we confuse depletion with that devotion. So let me introduce myself properly. So I'm Preeti, and as Francine said, I'm an author, I'm a business coach, I'm a mother of two, I'm a volunteer. So I do all these things, and for someone, when I say, even if it's like say, yeah, I'm also someone who cooks for her family almost on an everyday basis. So I show up to school events, I sit with kids for their activities, and I build systems for entrepreneurs. I write stories that are deeply rooted in culture and mythology. But one common element is everything I do it from a place of love. And it's not the performative kind of love, not the dramatic one, but the steady, intentional, everyday kind of love you see in most families or most among friends that you all have. And I can only do that because I've learned from what my dad said to fill my vessel first. And now, like, let me be honest, I did not always understand this. And like, especially many women, many caregivers, and like many founders of businesses, I believed that love meant proving myself, proving things through sacrifice, or proving things through doing it even if I couldn't. And I felt if I cared enough, I would somehow manage. If I loved enough, I would somehow push through. And if it mattered enough, it's okay, I'll still carry it alone. And I did, I kept doing that until I realized something important. An empty vessel does not make you or me noble, it makes us resentful. And that resentment is not love, it's quite the opposite. So, what does fill your vessel actually, like when you say filling your vessel, like what does it actually look like? It's not that luxury, or it's not, I'm not talking about indulging or not being selfish, not that selfishness, but it's more of responsibility. So, for example, when I cook for my family, to me, it's an act of love, but it is not love if I am exhausted, bitter, and unseen doing it. So I protect my energy, I build rhythms, I ask for help when I have to, and I simplify where I can. And the same, like when I volunteer at schools or at my children's activities, I do it because community really matters to me. But I do not sign up for everything. I choose intentionally where I can give. And when I sit at my children's activities, I am present, not because I'm perfect, I always want to be there, but because I have created space in my everyday life to allow me to do that. And the same principles show up in my work. So, as a business coach, people assume that I teach productivity. No, I don't. I teach sustainability. They are two different things. I work with entrepreneurs who are like brilliant, visionary, passionate, but also exhausted. So they love what they do, but their love has a container, or in fact, rather, it doesn't have a container. So no systems, no support, no boundaries. So their passion becomes the pressure, their commitment becomes chaos, and their love results in burnout. And I tell them what my father told me, but in slight different words. You cannot give your clients your best if you are operating on empty yourself. You cannot lead well if you are depleted. And you cannot build something meaningful if you're breaking in the process of doing it. So love without structure collapses. And that's true whether it's at home, it's true in business, and it's true in the creative work that we do. So, as an author, I write children's stories rooted in mythology and value. And one of the things I've noticed when I began writing is children don't just respond to magic. Yes, they like magic, but they respond well to rhythm. They love the repetition, the ritual, the predictability. And why? Because structure feels like safety, and safety is love. So we think love is a feeling, a rush, a moment, but love that is consistent at its most powerful is design, is that structure. It is choosing boundaries, it's creating systems, it's planning ahead, it's saying no so you can say yes with integrity. And love is not frantic, it has to be something steady. Love says, I will show up tomorrow too. And that only happens when that vessel is full. So let's challenge something together. What if loving yourself first is not selfish, but you saw it as strategic? What if rest is not laziness, but perseveration? What if support is not weakness, but wisdom? The world does not need more exhausted givers. It needs the grounded ones. When? Because when we give from overflow, something shifts. Even if it's things like you cook with joy, you volunteer with your complete presence, you parent with patience, you build from a space of clarity, and you write with your heart. And people receiving it can feel the difference. So overflow carries warmth, depletion carries that tension. So one nourishes, the other drains. My father probably didn't intend to give me like a life philosophy when he said that sentence, but in a way he did. One can only give from a full overflowing vessel. So today I leave with this. Before you ask how much more you can give, ask how well you are filled yourself. Before you commit to one more responsibility, ask whether your vessel has room. Before you prove love through sacrifice, ask whether sustainability would be the greater act of devotion. Because the most loving thing you can do for your family, your community, or your clients, or your readers is to ensure that when you pour, you're pouring from abundance. Love does not require your exhaustion, it requires your wholeness. And I leave you with this last sentence is fill your vessel, then let the world drink from your overflow. Thank you. I can't hear you, Francine. I think you're on mute.
You know, it happens once a day. I spend so much time on Zoom, and it does happen once a day. I love this book, and I just want everyone to know you could go to children'sauthorsunite.com and you could find more about Preeti and her books, and my YouTube channel, Francine Julene, and check out our episode. And thank you so much, Preeti. I love hearing your lessons. You are such a wise young lady.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye. And now I'd like to bring out Tanisha to take the show to the next level. Okay, here she comes. Hello. Did I surprise you? Did I surprise you?
No, you know me. I say got 5 things I'm doing the same.
Oh, I know it. That multitasking.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being one of our biggest supporters. We truly appreciate you, Francine, and your community. And this year, we're going to do some big things with the children's group. So let's go.
And I guess I must thank Dr. Smiley. Ken is such an inspiration to all of us. This vision of his, I've watched it unfold since I met him about 1.5 years ago. And I just see it growing and growing even bigger and better to support more authors.
For sure. For sure. For sure. It is going only up from here, only up from here. And so thank you, Francine, for hosting and sharing with us about love. And we have a special guest that we're going to bring in now. Someone you guys have not met yet. See you later. Continue to watch online for us and share. And so one of the reasons that we are doing this event, this Love Day, yes, it is Valentine's Day. But guess what? That isn't even the reason, the full reason why we're doing this. Love is important. That's it. That's why. But we're doing this because of a gentleman named Evans Kamaru. And Evans, it is an author. And his book is being released. It is recently released, and it is called Created for Love: 4 Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And so that is the reason that we're all here today talking about love, because of Evans. And so I want you, if you have not done so already, or maybe this is your first time hearing that this is why we got together today, to celebrate love, but go and grab the link to this event, to the book, and go ahead and purchase it for, guess how much? 99 cents. The Kindle version of the book is now on sale for 99 cents. This is a new release, and we want to help Evans get to Amazon bestseller. So if you are willing to help us, I want you to put your hand up in the comments, or put a "I did it" after you go and purchase that book. And don't just purchase the book, also write a review. And you can write a review based on who you know at Evans to be. Go and read. And he's already been talking today. If you've been here for a while, you've seen the gentle and kind-hearted person that he is, and talk about that in your review. Then after you read the book, go back and talk about how amazing the book is and how wonderful these keys are, okay? And so right now, just like we have partnered with Evans today, we have a new guest, a new partner that is helping us to take our message even further. Francine talked about how excited she was and how thankful she was for Dr. Smiley and just him, and how he amplifies others and takes authors to a new level. Now we have a wonderful young lady, and her name is Angel France. And we're gonna have her to come up, and we're gonna just have a little conversation about some of the events that we are doing. And so I'm just go ahead and come to the stage, Angel. You can just, and as she is coming, I want you to know that Angel is, yep, it does that.
I have a background, and my background just went crazy.
Yep.
Like I got good goofy
Yep.
teeth, everything.
If you turn it off and on, it'll come back.
I'm gonna fix it in a minute.
Yeah,
It's
so
fun.
Angel is a publisher. She's a magazine. She has produced a beautiful magazine. She is a speaker, an entrepreneur. And what I know, and I don't know her well, I don't know her. This is actually our first time even seeing one another. And so, hey, girl. And so, but what I know is that she cares about the good that goes out. She cares about supporting those who are doing something that is meaningful and impactful. And so we have partnered here at Perfect Publishing. We have partnered with Angel on some events coming up. And one of those events is International Women's Day. And tell us, Angel, why is International Women's Day important to you?
Oh, wow. So I actually own Female Entrepreneurs Magazine, and just taking women to that next level and having them have that visibility is key. And what you guys do at Perfect Publishing, you guys are taking it to a whole nother level this year, and actually making International Women's Day a day that every woman should be involved in, and they should have a voice and have that visibility out there. And what we're doing together, it's going to make them the bomb.com. I can tell you that now.
Yes. Yes, I love it. And so International Women's Day is March 8th, and we are hosting a live event just like the one you are viewing right now. And today, you can not only participate in this event and speak for 9 minutes, but you have the opportunity today only, well, this weekend only, to be a part of the book that is going to be created, Hold My Crown, Volume 2, by our wonderful Dr. Michelle Mraz. She is the curator of this book, and you get $100 off this weekend. This weekend. And all you have to do is go to app.perfectpublishing.com and then /Women's Day guest. And I'm of course going to put that all in the comments so that you guys, all you got to do is click on it. If you ever have any question about it, you can just email events@perfectpublishing.com, and I'm going to send you the email. I'm going to send you the link direct to your email. So I think it's a great opportunity for women to not only share about the resilience of women, but also become a part of this book, Hold My Crown.
And so, Tanisha, let's talk about how we're partnering as well. What about if they actually have a magazine article written about them? They're in the magazine, and we're hoping for 100 women in that magazine, and that is going to be a powerful thing for them to use for media and authority and go on from that. And that's going to be a special magazine just for you guys.
I love it. I love it. Do y'all hear what's happening? Do y'all hear how we're going from this to this to this? We're rising up. So you can't even see my hand right now. That's how high we're going. So not only participating in this book, but being invited to be a part of this magazine. 100 women. Will you be one of those women?
Yeah.
What is the criteria to be a part of this magazine?
You know what? The one for International Women's Day, they have to be at your event.
Easy. That sounds easy to me.
Yeah. They cannot even be in it unless they're at your event. And that's it, period.
Period. So that means that you got to take the opportunity to join this event and be a part and allow us to support you by amplifying who you are and showing, collecting you along with other women together in one place. 100 women. Can we do it? 100 women.
I think we got it.
I think we can do it. It's beautiful. And all you need to do is be a part of this event on March 8th. And so, like I said, we're going to put it in the comments for you to join, for you to be a part. Listen, you can join for free. And if you want to go to the next level, you can get that $100 off to participate in the book. And guess what? When you participate in the book, you also get a longer speaking time. See, for free, we're going to give you 5 minutes. Oh, but when you join in with the book, then you're going to get your 10 minutes.
And where does that hand go again, Tanisha?
Up. You can't even see it. You can't even see it. So I'm excited about that. And one other event that we are having in February, February 26th, and that is Seize the Day, Carpe Diem Day. And we're inviting all of you to participate. This event is about how do you seize the day? What have you done to make the most out of your day? Every day.
Wow.
That's a huge question that maybe you need to ask yourself. And you can share the answer on Carpe Diem Day. So again, app.perfectpublishing.com/Carpe Diem, and then sign up. And you can use LOVE, LOVE 26 to get $100 off of Carpe Diem Day this weekend only.
Ooh, lots of things going on this weekend.
I
Lots of
mean, you
sales.
gotta, this is the weekend to sign up.
Mm.
Because on Monday, it's going to go back to, we still going to be signing up. It's just you're not going to have this wonderful Valentine's gift of a discount.
I like the Valentine's Day gift. I do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so we want to thank you for
Yeah,
being a partner with us and for sharing with us and helping us to go to another level.
Thank you for having me. One more thing, do you realize they're gonna actually get the magazine digitally for free? And they can just put it anywhere they want and it just flips for them.
Wow.
And on top of that, they can actually buy the magazine if they want. And I mean, it's gonna be so inexpensive. You guys are gonna be like, oh, let me just get them. You guys are just gonna want this. It's gonna be so much fun. I mean, you have Tanisha there, and oh my God, she's running the event. What else could you expect? I mean, it's going to be a blast. It's going to be fun. You'll have Dr. Smiley. You're going to have Michelle Mars there, and I'll be there. We'll have fun together. Trust us.
Yep. You want to be there. You want to be a part. Join this conversation. And so I'm going to let Angel share with us about love, because that's what this event is all about. It's all about love. And so while you guys are signing up for our other events, I want you to listen in with Angel as she shares her love conversation. Thanks, Angel.
Thank you. Bye. So guys, you know what? I thought long and hard about this, and I wanted you to realize that love is a calling you have. And I want you to ask yourself, and I've had to ask myself this question as well. What is your specific purpose, gift, calling, assignment that God has placed inside of you? And you know what? Only you can deliver that to the world with love. I've had to ask myself, like I said, this so many times. And I'll be honest with you, it has not been easy discovering mine at all, because I had to weed out what wasn't mine. And you might have to do the same exact thing. You see, I had to realize that my neighbor's gift was not mine. My parents' expectation was not mine. My mentor's calling was not mine. Spouses were not mine. What they wanted was not mine. Partners, what they wanted was not mine. None of that mattered. What mattered is what is mine alone. And what is yours as well. And you get to choose. Each person has their own love calling. I want you to know what yours is. Because here's what I've learned. Love is just it's not a feeling. It really just isn't. Love is a responsibility. Each one of us have been given this love gift, and it is unique to you, your perspective, your voice, your story, and your skills. We are all called to share what we have in service to others in love. For some, love shows up in their family. For others, in relationships. And it shows up in business as well. And sometimes it's just all the above. Love is a choice. You choose love when you choose patience, when you choose integrity, when you choose to serve and instead of shrink. You know how sometimes we like to hide? Let's not do that. In love, real love, it actually creates safety. In relationships, yes. But in leadership as well, in entrepreneurship, and also in collaborations. When you feel safe, you grow. When you don't feel safe, it's the other way around. You know what? And that safety is what you need. And that is exactly what Dr. Smiley, Tanisha, and the team have created here. in these incredible events that they actually host so often, that is a safety place for you to speak, to engage, and learn from other people. This space makes you feel seen, supported, and elevated. You know what? That is 100% love in action. For me, what I do, love shows up through visibility. Years ago, I was blessed. Someone loved me enough to feature me in an article. They didn't have to. However, they did. And that totally flipped the switch for me. And that one act of love positioned me to speak internationally. And doors started opening that I personally did not know existed. That's when I realized something so powerful. When you spotlight someone else and allow them to shine, you are loving them. You're giving them a permission slip to stop hiding. You're giving them permission to love themselves and to love the world. That is why my team and I at Female Entrepreneurs Magazine are so passionate about what we do. We don't just write articles. You know what? We create that safe place for entrepreneurs, for their brilliance to be seen. We highlight their gifts. We amplify their voices, and we position them with authority. Because when someone feels visible, they operate differently, internally and externally. And that ripple of love expands into their families, their clients, and their community and beyond. So today, I want to ask you, are you sharing your love gift you were given by God? Are you choosing love daily to serve those who you were called to serve? Are you creating safety for the people called to you? If you're ready for love in action, I'm just going to remind you, Dr. Smiley and his team have created something powerful here. And I'm honored to be partnering with them through our Female Entrepreneurs Magazine division to spotlight everyone participating in International Women's Day inside a special magazine edition just for you. Because your love deserves to be visible and seen. Step forward. Sign up today at perfectpublishing.com/Women's Day. You know what? Let's also show some amazing love to Evans, some love that he so deserves. So go ahead and grab that book for just 99 cents today and help him reach 100 views. And don't forget to leave a review, because that's love. Supporting one another, amplifying one another, and choosing one another. Because love is not passive. Love is positioning someone to shine. And when you are seen, heard, and celebrated, the ripple doesn't whisper, it roars. And you know what? It's your time to shine. And I cannot wait to work with you, see you, and actually have some fun with you and have you visible. Thank you. All right, I'll be coming on in a minute, and I'm excited for you guys. I really am wanting you guys to shine 100% and just have it all like, I cannot wait. You're going to just be so beautiful. I know it. Hey, Tanisha.
Great, great, great. I'm excited. Love, 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 love. Wonderful message. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to a long and prosperous and exciting partnership.
Yeah,
Thank you for all that you shared about love, just how it shows up in the different aspects. That's what I appreciate about this day and this moment, that how love shows up so differently for each person.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tanisha.
Thank
I loved
you.
having you. I've used the word love more in 5 minutes than I've used it probably in forever.
Right, right. And that's what we want to do. Keep going, keep using it. More love, more love, more love. Thank you, Angel. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. And now we have a wonderful opportunity to invite our next guest, Mr. Jeff Martinet. And we're going to invite him to the stage. Jeff Martinet Jr. is an international resilience speaker and TBI survivor, inspiring people to live intentionally and make every second count. Welcome to the Love Day stage, Jeff.
Thank you so much. Ready? All right, so we're here today to celebrate love. But what if love means celebrating? You see, it all starts when I was 17. I was involved in a serious car accident. I spent 2.5 months in a coma and 3.5 in the hospital. They told me I probably wouldn't walk again, but I did, and I do every day. And I am trying to inspire the world and show them that they are possible. But I want to say this first, that I realized that we only get one chance at life. And every second is something that should be celebrated. Why? Because you never know when your last second is going to run out on that one life. So I've come up with 3 points that you guys can use to make every second count in order to celebrate love. So the first one is celebrate your abilities. Look at everything you can do. No, I'm not talking about sports. I'm not talking about instruments. I'm not talking about things like that. But I'm talking abilities that we all have and use every day. I'm talking abilities to see. I'm talking abilities to hear, smell, raise your eyebrows, smile. I'm talking abilities to turn your neck from side to side, turn your body from side to side, even walking. Those are all abilities. And if we celebrate each of those abilities, then we have something that produces joy in our life and gratitude in our life. And that gratitude turns into love. So my second point was you have to be thankful of what you already have. Now, this is more along the lines of possessions and things like a house or heat in their house or a warm bed to sleep in or a pillow to lay your head down at night, or it might even be a coffee in the morning. I don't drink coffee, but I know a lot of people do. It might just be the fact that you're here, that nothing has taken you out, that you are still alive. That's pretty amazing on its own, to still be alive. What do you think? Well, put it in the comments. Tell me how amazing it is to be alive today. And if you're liking these tips, then put a heart in the comments or hit that like button, however you want to do it. Just show the world that you mean what you say and you're going to do something about it. So remember, the second one was be thankful of what you already have. And no, I'm not telling you not to strive for more. I'm not telling you not to want more. but I'm saying be thankful of what you have. Now, my third one is you have to realize that life is a gift, a precious, precious gift that can be taken away in the blink of an eye. That fast. I'm not saying that you have ever gone through anything like a car wreck and spent months in a coma, but your life can change in the blink of an eye. If you've ever had your life change in the blink of an eye, tell us about it. We want to hear. Put it in the comments. I would love to hear that, because it's always good when you can inspire other people. And so I'm actually missing a funeral to be here at this event, because my word actually matters. When I say that I am going to be here, I'm going to be here. And that is what love means to me. So I want you to remember that celebrating, partying, whatever you want to call it, something is showing love to that something. You can show love in many different ways. And I think celebrating is a perfect way. So I want you to do me a favor this week, next week, and for the rest of your life. I want you to go out there in the world and make every second count. Why? Because you never know when those seconds will run out on your one life. So we're here to celebrate love, but what if love means celebrating? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for always sharing your testimony, and thank you for encouraging us to see things beyond just the physical, but to be thankful for more than just that. What we call, sometimes we call it the little things, right? But they're not so little when it's what you have, when you wish you had it. It's
Yeah.
not quite so little. It's not
Yeah,
quite so little.
it's said that a healthy man wishes for 1,000 things in life, but an unhealthy man wishes for only one.
So good.
And I think that is very profound. That
It is.
shows us that how precious life really is.
For sure. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jeff, for being here. We always enjoy having you and are grateful for you. How can people keep in contact with you?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. So I have made it kind of easy today. And on this webinar, virtual event, whatever you want to call it, down here where my name is, it actually has my website, jeffmarkinetjr.com. And on top of that page, there's all my socials right there in one place. And it's simple. And
Yeah.
I'm always happy to talk to people.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank y'all, jeffmarkinetjr.com. And thank you for being here. We'll see you next time, Jeff.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Peace.
Bye. All right. Well, listen, we are moving right along. We're grateful to have each one of you here. And right now, we're going to invite Mr. David Spencer to the stage to give his talk about love. And David is a Sir, let me just start from the beginning. Sir Ambassador Dr. David A. Spencer, Kingdom Civility Expert. I would love to hear more about that. And so we welcome you, David. We welcome you to the Love webinar, and we want you to share your few minutes about love.
Great. How are you?
Wonderful.
Great. Let me see here. Well, my name is David Spencer, and I am a believer. I've been a pastor for 38 years and written a couple of books. Here's a few books here. My organization is called Kingdom Mindset Development, and I wanted to get that out of the way. My website is drdavidspencer.com, and I want to talk to you a little about love. I'm a musician. I've been a musician all my life. And I remember back in the day, you know, I basically am from the 60s. And there used to be a song that came out that said, "What's love got to do with it?" And it was by Tina Turner. And I was like, wait, why would you want to say something like that? What love's got to do with everything. I said, love is good. And then I heard another song, some of you might remember, by Dionne Warwick that said, "What the world needs now is love, sweet love." And isn't that the truth right now in our world? We need love. And most important is learning how to love yourself. So in the Kingdom Mindset Development Academy, it is a biblical approach to mental health care. So it's about learning the principles, adapting the principles, and living the principles on earth. Amen. But I'd like to just start you with a little song, because I fell in love when I was about 8 years old, and I fell in love with music. Music is a thing that just melted my soul, and I used to sit in front of my mother's stereo and just listen and dream. And, you know, that was when the Beatles first came out. I'll just state my age here. But I fell in love with Jesus. You know, I didn't know. I started getting in a whole lot of trouble as a young person and needed to get out because I didn't feel loved. I mean, I had the love of the family. We all have that. We all have our mother's love. But I didn't feel loved. I know some of you might have been through that too. But then at the age of 32, I received Christ. This is my story. And I fell in love with him. But I'd like to sing you a little song, because I have to do this before I do presentations or before I speak. I have to do this. It just calms my nerves. And so let me do this. It goes like this. And if you know it, you can sing along. Falling in love with Jesus. Falling in love with Jesus. Falling in love with Jesus, sweet Jesus. It's the very best thing that I've ever done. Yes, it is. Some of you too. Listen. In his arms, I feel protected. In his arms, never disconnected. In his arms, I feel protected. Listen. What a place that I'd rather be. Come on, sing it with me one time. Falling in love with Jesus. Falling in love with Jesus. I can hear you. Falling in love with Jesus, sweet Jesus. It's the very best thing that I've ever. It's the very best thing that I've ever. It's the very best thing that I've ever. I've ever done. That's better. I feel better now. But let me tell you how that all came about. I don't plan on being long. I'm not long-winded. But at 16, I walked out of school. All I knew back then was I wanted to play music, and they wouldn't give me the classes I wanted. So I kind of was very rebellious back then. But since then, God showed me so much. I remember another song that came out, and it talked about, I want to know what love is. Remember that song? I need someone to show me. Well, I found it. I found it, and my life turned around when I met the Lord. And I just have to tell you that. See, and I found out that in 1 John 4:8, it said, God is love. And that wasn't hard to believe. I mean, I look outside, I see the beauty, the harmony of the way things are in nature. No problem with that. And so I started to learn more. Then I ran into another scripture that said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Now, that's where the problem came in, because I didn't particularly love myself. So I was wondering, how are we going to do that? How am I going to love my neighbor if I can't love myself? This is very important for you now. Here's a teaching, okay? You have to get alone with God. You need to have a conversation with yourself. You need to talk to the man in the mirror, because the person in the mirror, whether male or female, that's just 1/3 of you. And then you have 1/3 physical, but you have 1/3 that's spiritual. That's the real you. That's the you that you want to bring forward, that can live each day in that kind of love and peace and harmony. You can do it, but you have to want to do it. God is love. God is love. And, with the music now, to me, it's pure love. I mean, wherever I go in the world, and I've been a lot of places in the world, I remember one time in 1973, I was a martial artist. My teacher took me to the Far East to train under the masters there. But I brought my guitar. And when I was there, I was with the teachers, and we were in a nightclub. This was before I got saved. And I couldn't talk Korean. I didn't know how to talk to anyone, but I saw the guitar. And I just asked one of my teachers if I could go, sign language. He asked the waitress, she said, go. And I went over there, and I just picked it up, and I started playing. And I just started playing something simple. Matter of fact, it was, oh, my mind is going through these changes. You might know. Some of you might know. But anyway, when I opened my eyes, everybody was around, smiling and happy. And you see, that's where I get most of my love, is making people happy. And if I can use my gift and talent to make you happy, and when I'm on stage and I see somebody smile out there, my heart melts. And you know what the Word of God says in Proverbs 18:16? Listen, it says that a man's gift will make room for him, and he'll stand before great men. And it's true. It's true. The gift of love that I have, that I can give through my worship and through my music, and I write a lot of my own worship. I'm a psalmist too. And so that I see, when the people feel that love, and you see the weights fall off, you see the joy start to come, and the light in their eyes start to come. Love is the key to life, and God is love. And when you're with him and you have that personal time, life just gets better. Love. We want to live that way, especially in the world today. The world really needs love, sweet love. That's the only thing that there's just too little of. We've got to make sure that we're doing all we can. And for yourself, it's very important that you get in that mirror. It's a part of a game I've developed, actually, where you get yourself a few questions, and I want you to sit down and talk to yourself like I'm talking to you, and just have a battery of questions and start off with telling yourself, I love you. And I'm sorry for the things I allowed you to put me through. Now, remember, you're talking to the person in the mirror, the person that has accumulated all the weight of the world and all the cares and the pain and the sorrow and the hurt and all that. But you have to be able to separate you from yourself so you can communicate with yourself, treat yourself like you love yourself. Because a lot of us don't. A lot of us grew up not loving. Even now, I know in my heart that there's some still have this problem that are watching right now. You got to love yourself. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. There's nothing wrong with you. You have gifts, you have talents. You just have to find out what they are and then refine them and work on them and practice your craft or your goal or the vision that you have. And if you want to make it and you have the right motive and you understand that the right motive is love, that you're doing what you do because you love people and you want to see people free and happy and just prosperous, not just financially, but healthy. Listen, money's just ink on paper, believe me. I've been a pastor 38 years. I've been beside some millionaires in their deathbed, and they ain't talking about money. Okay, so keep yourself balanced. Stay right. Get in that mirror and listen. Go to AI if you say I don't know what questions to ask. Just ask AI. What questions should I ask myself? Amen. And you start to really develop. You develop more love. And I have a pastor from Nigeria, and he told me one time, I said, Pastor, I don't know what's going on here. I've been married a couple of times, like some of you. And he said to me, and I never forget it, he said, the trouble you're having is because you're a worshiper and because you worship so deeply that you haven't been able to find a partner that can connect on that kind of a level, spiritually speaking. And it brought me a little bit of peace, but in the natural, the guy in the mirror, he's still, yeah, but I want. You see what I mean? You got to talk to that person in the mirror, calm them down, get that person under control so that you can live a good, full, happy life. And if you need help, you can always go to drdavidspencer.com. No period, davidspencer.com. That's my website. And you can go through the website and see what I have to offer. Practical, effective, and applicable. Very simple. Very simple. It's not hard to stay happy in this world. Amen. All right, my sister.
Amen. Well, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you
Bless
so
you.
much for being here and for sharing in such a powerful way and how love has guided you and been such an instrumental part of who you are and
Yes.
whose you are.
Yes. Amen.
Thank you so much. Make
You're
sure
welcome.
y'all follow David
God bless
and
you.
check him out. Take care. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Well, listen, we are moving right along and we're so thankful for you, all of you being here and all of you. And I want to remind you that who we are, we're here and it's Love Day. And we're thankful for each and every person that is participating. And we are honoring Evans Kamaru and his book, Created for Love. And we want you to go to Amazon, Kindle, and get that book. And we want you to get it today. It's called Created for Love. And we want you to support and really help David get not only purchase the book, it's 99 cents. But most importantly, write him a review. And if you don't know, if you're an author and you're not aware, reviews help to bring your item to the forefront. The more reviews you have, the more people will see your book. So you want to get as many reviews as possible. And that's what we're trying to do for Evans today. All right. All right. Well, we are continuing on. And we want to bring up our next speaker, Christy Tufts. Christy, welcome to the stage. Come on in. And as Christy is coming, we just are thankful for her and her sharing her voice here on the Love stage. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Love the background.
Love and light. Love and light. We're
Yes.
trying to keep it that way.
Perfect. Well, why don't you go ahead, share a little bit about yourself and share your conversation on love.
Okay, yeah. So, hey guys, I'm Christy Tufts. I'm founder of Rebel with a Calling. Yes, you heard that right. That's Rebel with a Calling, not without. So, everybody's kind of like on this movement of all love, light, and all that jazz, right? But really, let's get to the facts. The facts are it's all love, light, and go smudge yourself, if you know what I mean. The world's full of positive, negative, good, bad, and indifferent. And I feel that society has this idea of what's good and what's evil, and that's majorly changing and finally at that, right? But honestly, polarity must exist. Without positive, you can't be negative. It's you without one, you can't have the other. You've got to balance and know the difference between how deep that goes within you as well. So, what I'm talking about is love, light, and smudging yourself today. And it's something you have to understand that love is being remembered, is remembering. I've spent my whole life trying to understand society and the ways behind beliefs. I went down every possible rabbit hole to find a common ground. And the common denominators I found personally that actually work, even with the good, the bad, and the indifferent, is acceptance, non judgment, and authenticity. Love isn't always light. What it is authenticity. Because the only thing higher in vibration than love is being authentic and being yourself. Um, and the ability to love is the ability to be authentic with other people and truly yourself and know how deep that goes for you. You also have to have the willingness to do so. So facing your darkest depth and finally choosing to thrive, because I don't think we're afraid of our darkness. I think we make that the big bad monster. I think what we're really afraid of is how light we can truly be and how much of an impact we can actually make in the world and getting real with that. So the fact that we do have, because I'm somebody that provides facts, and the facts that we do have is the only the only vibration higher than love itself is authenticity. And that's a fact. And what does that tell you? In order to receive in order to receive the amount of love that we all have this ideal around is through authentic self, is through that search of self, being authentically in the world, no matter what that looks like. Societal conditioning is an amazing concept, but it's got to be unlearned. Everything we thought we knew has got to go. Love isn't always about romance. It's not about approval, but it could be for you if that's how you're loved. But if you are looking for approval, that's abandonment of yourself. Love isn't even being chosen by somebody. Love is choosing yourself every single day. Choosing authenticity over expectation is clarity and truth with yourself, with others. And if it costs you your authenticity, it's not love. I see a lot of people settling right now for just enough. The fear of leaving what they know. Love is choosing better for yourself and refusing to accept the reality of what's not bringing you joy. I've done a lot of healing on myself, and I've spent a lifetime healing myself because I grew up a neurodivergent. I'm on the spectrum, and that's a different place to be because on the spectrum means you full spectrum. You use your entire mind, not just a quarter of it. And during during that time that I was the quote unquote problem, which is why I became Rebel with a Calling, I found out that I was actually pretty well rounded and I was getting somewhere. And I never understood why people were actually like kind of mean to me and just mean growing up in general. And I was the one child who asked why. Like why this, why that? And it's just consistently going against the grain. Well, that's actually kind of worked for me. Fortunately, yet a little bit unfortunately, my only choice was to find love in the silence. I found love in the void. I found love when nobody was clapping for me. I found love when the only person coming to save me at my absolute worst was me. I also realized that love was already with me the whole time, and I was love, and it was a choice to give. Happiness and love is a choice that you choose every day, and sometimes some people wake up and choose violence, and that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. It's not really okay, but it is. But does that make them unlovable every single day? It's not supposed to. So don't forget that just because somebody woke up and chose something different than what you perceive as good, it doesn't always have to be shamed. And I think that's where the misconception and the idea around love gets so warped. And so don't forget to spread love to those who even you think don't deserve it today, tomorrow, and the next day. And that right there is why I'm Christy Tufts, a founder of Rebel with a Calling, a conscious leadership advisor and intuitive strategist. I'm the one who comes in like a wrecking ball and the kind you don't realize you needed. So I do so for individuals, businesses, leaders, corporations, and I audit your root cause of your breakdown to provide your breakthrough. If you want to learn more, you can find me at rebelwithacalling.com or at my link tree for my socials is at Rebel with a Calling. So that's it.
Great job, Christy. Thank you.
And thanks for
Thank
having me,
you.
by the way. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for being here, Rebel with a Calling. I love that. And to be rooted in a place of love, honor, respect. Yes, love that. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing. Y'all make sure y'all go and connect with Christy.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Take care.
Y'all too.
Well,
Bye,
listen, we
guys.
are going to step into a place we're having special speakers that have gone out of their way to share with us. And so right now we are going to have Dr. Coffee Cup, Chuck Doyle, and we are preparing to share his conversation. And Dr. Doyle is the founder of the Stay Positive People movement, and he has inspired audiences across the country with his powerful storytelling, authenticity, and practical wisdom for personal growth. Thank you, Dr.
What's good, people? I'm your boy, international speaker, Dr. Coffee Cup Chuck, and happy Valentine's Day. Now listen, today is the day of roses. It's the day of chocolates. It's the day of candlelight dinners and those last minute Walgreens runs at 9:47 p.m. because somebody forgot something. But today, I don't want to just talk about the romantic love. I want to talk about 3 of the most important kind of loves that are out there. Because if you get these 3 right, people, you don't just survive, you thrive. Now, before you get uncomfortable, I want you guys to do me a favor. I want you to get loose and lean in. Because the first love and the most unlooked love is the love you have for yourself. That's right, I said it. You can't pour from an empty cup, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, Coffee Cup Chuck said it. Some of us are trying to love somebody else while we secretly don't even like ourselves. We criticize ourselves. We replay old mistakes we've lived in guilt. We compare our behind the scenes with someone else's highlight reels, and then we wonder why our relationships feel heavy. You teach people how to love you. Self-love is not arrogant. It's not ego. It's not narcissism. Self-love is saying, I forgive myself, people. I'm growing. I'm worthy, and to allow yourself to simply evolve. On Valentine's Day, some people feel lonely, not because nobody loves them, but because they haven't made peace with themselves. Ain't that nothing? Let me tell you something, people. If you can't sit in a quiet room alone and feel whole, no relationship will ever complete you. Self-love is doing the work, people. It's doing therapy. It's setting boundaries. It's walking away from disrespect. It's choosing growth over comfort. And here's the truth. When you love yourself properly, you stop begging for crumbs. You start expecting the table. You know what I'm saying? Now let me get off of that one and let me go to the second one. Romantic love, family love, friendship love, the love of other people. Love of other people is powerful, people, but it's also a little risky, because when you love someone, you give them the power to do what? You give them the power to hurt you. That's right. And that's why some people build walls. That's why some people say, I don't need nobody. But here's what I've learned throughout my life. Love requires vulnerability. You can't have deep connection and emotional safety at the same time without risk, people. The strongest couples aren't the ones who never argue. They're the ones who choose each other after the argument. And the strongest families aren't perfect either. They're actually committed. Love of others is listening when you're tired, showing up when it's inconvenient, and apologizing when your ego wants to win, man. And I know I'm guilty of that. And it's also choosing loyalty over attention. And fellas, since it's Valentine's Day, let me just say this. Flowers are nice. Chocolates are nice. Reservations are even nice. But consistency, well, that's the ultimate love. And ladies, let me just say this. Respect is love. Support is love. Encouragement is love. Love isn't just how you feel, man. It's how you act when you're feeling fluctuated. It's a big word. And here's something powerful. Love is not just about finding the right person. It's about being the right person. And that's going to take me to the third and final type of love. And I know might surprise you a little bit, but the third most important kind of love is actually loving your purpose. Because if you don't love your purpose, you'll expect a person to become your purpose. And that's too much pressure for anybody, people. When you love your calling, when you love the person that you're expected to be, when you love your mission, when you love who you are becoming, you stop making relationships your oxygen, people. Purpose gives you direction. Love, well, that gives you the connection. But when you combine both of them together, when you combine both, boom, shakalaka boom, you get power, baby. And some relationships fail not because there isn't love. Some of them fail because there's no vision. Some people just don't have it. And two people in love but headed in different directions will eventually feel just a little tension, just a little. But your purpose, it actually stabilizes your life. When you wake up driven, when you wake up focused, when you wake up building something bigger than you, bigger than yourself, your love, well, that's a different kind of love. Your love overflows, not from desperation. Just do me a favor and hear me clearly. The right partner will support your purpose, people. The wrong partner will compete with it. Which brings me to this. Tonight on Valentine's Day, today, I want you to ask yourself 3 questions. Do I truly love myself? Am I loving others in a way that's healthy? And am I in love with my purpose? When you answer those 3, you start to align your self-love, the love for others, and the love of your purpose. When you do that, you become like Terrence the Unstoppable Coach says, unstoppable. You stop chasing validation. You don't tolerate disrespect, and you don't shrink yourself because someone else wants you to. You walk in confidence. And here's the beautiful part, people. When you love yourself, you love others intentionally, and you love the purpose that you have. You don't just experience love on 4th of July. On February 14th. You live it 365 days of the year. I'm international speaker, Dr. Coffee Cup Chuck, and thank you for joining me for this powerful message. I hope you remember that love is not a feeling you fall into, but a decision you rise into, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And as always, stay positive, people. It's Valentine's Day. Now, do me a favor. I know there's other people on this line that has to get their speeches out for today, but do me a favor today. While you're loving on your significant other, while you're loving on your children, while you're loving on your family or your friends and your life, love on yourself a little bit more.
All right, Dr. Coffee Cup Chuck. Love it, love it. Love on yourself. Don't forget you while you're loving everybody else. That actually has been a common theme today, that we don't forget about ourselves as we share this day of love. And so we want to thank Dr. Coffee Cup Chuck. I love it. We want to thank you for sharing with us. And we want to invite our next guest. And our next guest, why don't you come to the stage, Jean? And why don't you share a little bit about yourself and your views on love. Jean is a family civility life-based expert and educator, helping individuals and families build love, respect, and healthy communication through lived experiences and practical wisdom. All right, Jean, thank you so much for being here on Love Day.
Greetings, greetings. Thank you for having me today here on Love Day. As the host noted, my name is Jean Caggiano, and I am an educator and a life-based family civility expert. But more than that, I'm a woman that's learned that a love is about real life, and that's how you learn love. But first, it begins learning it through family, through rebuilding, and through growth. These are all things that I had to do before I really understood what love is. So I would like to share with you a little bit about how love made my life better. Thank you very much. When I was younger, I used to think that love was something that you received. Or maybe I used to think that it was something that meant I was chosen, that I was valued, and that I'd been affirmed. But there was a time in my life when I realized something much deeper than that. It's not all about all of those things, although those things do contribute to the feeling of love. But I learned that it was a time that I needed to love myself. And I needed to love myself just as I am, even today. Not when I was accomplishing more and not when everything would be organized. It was about not looking at what everyone else was approving or not approving. It wasn't about being approved. I didn't have to prove myself. And when I realized that it was about loving me loving me, that was when it changed. Because when you do love yourself, you look for love. You don't look any longer for love to be completing you. It is you. When you accept yourself, the love becomes something that you give freely, not something that you choose. So loving myself didn't make me arrogant when I discovered that I could love myself. It didn't leave me defensive all the time about why somebody should love me. It didn't make me feel like I had to do something to be approved. I stopped reacting quickly on things. And I learned that it wasn't always about agreeing with everyone else. I could love myself and disagree with others. So for me, love took time to grow, but it began when I began to love others. I've heard it said that we should love our neighbor as we do ourselves. Many times I've learned that people don't even know how to love themselves. So when I look at how people demonstrate love, I have to remember that it may very well be that they're not loving themselves. And I can't let them decide whether I'm loved, right? So I also had to learn how to speak, how to be secure with my speech, and how to use tones with my love to myself and to others. That it was okay to be correct, but not crush others with words, because love is demonstrated in many ways. A lot of us expect it in words. So if we're loving ourselves with words, then that's what we're going to be sharing with others. When we learn to love ourselves, we learn to protect our dignity, especially in difficult moments. Why? Because again, we're not measured by what other people think. It is what's within us. So love didn't remove the hardships in my life. I still have them, as anyone does. But I learned how to love myself in a healthier way, to move through those hardships. And that gave me peace. It gave me a better perspective. It was helpful that I didn't always have to build the relationships rooted in insecurity. If I was secure with myself and I built the love relationships, then the security would already be there. The foundation is already placed there. And that would help me build relationships instead of being insecure. Also, as I moved into relationships with intimates, with my husband, love had to also have a partner to love me back. So with it being Valentine's, and if you're looking for a love relationship, first, love you. If you love you, your love will come and your partner will come. If you love yourself, then I believe, based on my own experience, learning to love myself was the first place I had to be before I could meet my partner. And with that, my partner also needed to know who he was and love himself. Together, that gives us a relationship that's built on love. And two people together loving can share love with a family, with a community, and to the world. So when love is expressed in dignity, it comes with safety. And safety changes everything when it's about love. So love in my life, it's there because I made it intentional, not perfect, intentional. If this resonates with you, I would love for you to reach out. My name again is Jean Caggiano. You can find me on Facebook or Instagram. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean. A beautiful message. Thank you so much for sharing and being here with us today.
Thank
We
you. Thank you for
appreciate
having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a blessing. Thank you so much. Well, we are so grateful to have you, and we look forward to having you at other events.
I would like that. Thank you again for having me today.
Yes. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, we are in our last in the home stretch with this event. We are in the home stretch, and this has been a beautiful day of love. And we are now going to head into a couple of videos back to back The first of which is Dr. Jessica Kamaru Collins, and she is an associate professor. Let me know this. She's an associate professor at the University in Kansas City, and she prepares future educators through undergraduate and graduate coursework. She has earned her PhD in special education with a focus on learning disabilities and mathematics from the University of Missouri, Columbia. Passionate about teacher preparation, she mentors teachers throughout their practicum experiences and supporting their growth as reflective, effective practitioners. And beyond academia, Jessica is a devoted wife and mother who finds joy in nature, loves spending time outdoors, and embraces the balance between her professional calling and family life. And right after Dr. Jessica, we will have George Jege. And George is a prolific speaker and a teacher on all matters faith and spirituality. His deep understanding of spiritual concepts and his ability to articulate the same in relatable ways moves his audience towards clarity and meaningful transformation in their life. And so we will listen to those speakers back to back. All right, thank you. First, Dr. Jessica.
So, a few years ago, I started noticing something unsettling in my classroom. My students were doing everything right. They were completing assignments, they were participating online, they were using AI tools efficiently and effectively. And yet, many of them were lonely. These were college students sitting in classrooms full of peers their own age, at the same stage of life, and still feeling deeply isolated. And that's when I began asking myself a question that has reshaped my teaching. What does love look like in education, especially in this age of AI and algorithms? My name is Jessica Kamuru, and I am an associate professor in the School of Education at a university in Kansas City. And my job is to prepare future K-12 teachers. And to me, love means humanizing teaching. Now, let me be clear. I am not anti-technology. AI can be a powerful tool. It can support learning, spark curiosity, and expand access. But somewhere along the way, AI has also become a surrogate companion, an eager study partner that never gets tired, never disagrees, and never asks us to sit with discomfort. Add that to social media algorithms designed to curate our realities, and we get a generation of students who are more connected than ever, but yet profoundly alone. And here's why that worries me. The isolated students sitting in my classroom today will be the teachers standing in your children's classrooms tomorrow. So the question becomes, if we don't humanize their learning now, how will they humanize learning for others later? My students, future teachers, are full of joy, excitement, and also fear. They are stepping into a profession that's constantly changing. They're overwhelmed and they're trying to find their place in a world that keeps telling them to move faster. So I decided to slow down. In my classes, love looks like making space for thoughts and feelings. It looks like low stakes collaboration. It looks like fewer lectures and more conversations. Yes, my students use AI and other virtual resources outside of class. But when they walk into my class, not for all of my assignments, but for many of my key assignments, there's no laptops, no phones, It's just us, and it's just a conversation. Let me tell you about one assignment. I gave my students the profile of a sixth grader who was unhoused, a child navigating school without stable housing. Their task was very simple: research the community and school-based resources that could support the student. And then the next day, I placed them in groups of 4 or 5. And for an entire hour, they talked. No slides, no screens, just human beings wrestling with a real problem. During that discussion, one student quietly shared her own experience of being unhoused as a child. Another student responded with, "I've never even thought about this before." That moment, that exchange, changed both of them. They didn't just learn about the resources, they learned about each other, and they walked away not just as better students, but as better future teachers, as they were able to see the humanness in a very real problem that affects many of our K-12 students. Humanizing teaching also means stepping outside the classroom. Every spring in my course on students with disabilities, my class participates in a service project. We help someone in our community with basic yard work, and in return, we ask them to share their story, not as a case study, not as an assignment, but just as a person. My students work side by side with their classmates and neighbors, and something powerful happens. They stop seeing others and they start seeing our shared humanity. Beyond my university courses, I mentor students and their practicum placements where they teach K-12 students for the first time. I encourage them to do the same thing. Design lessons where students must talk to each other. Create assignments that require collaboration. Use technology, but only as a supporting role, never as the star. Because education was never meant to be automated. The goal of humanizing education isn't agreement, it's connection. It's recognizing that people who look different, think differently, or live differently from us still share something fundamentally the same underneath. No matter our age, race, ability, socioeconomic status, we all want to be seen, we all want to belong, and we all want to matter. As AI becomes more integrated into our lives, and as the algorithms increasingly push us toward division, my expression of love is simple. I show my students that slowing down matters, that talking to people matters, and that helping others matter, because those things will never become obsolete. And if we want a future where education remains deeply human, then love, real intentional human love, must stay at the center of how we teach. Thank you.
In the winter of 2019, unbeknown to me, I was about to embark on what would prove to be a painful and dark season of my life. You see, leading up to this dark chapter, I had made a series of selfish and foolish decisions, in spite of the wise counsel of those close to me, chief among them, my wife of 14 years. Now, in retrospect, when I look back on that dark, painful chapter, I marvel not at the pain, not at the darkness, not at the selfish and foolish decisions, but at my wife's response to me. See, here she is dealing with pain she did not cause, experiencing a darkness that she had no part in causing. And yet, she turns to me and responds by covering me with love, undeserved kindness. She drenched me with undeserved love. There's a quiet scripture, often overlooked, tucked away in the 3rd chapter of the first book of the Bible, Genesis, the 21st verse. And this is what it says. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. I love that. See, God's love is revealed in how he covers human shame after human failure. See, pick the text. Adam and Eve sinned. Their first response when they sinned was fear, was hiding, and was self-covering. God's first response to them after their failure, after their sin, was movement toward them and providing the covering. This is the earliest and clearest picture of divine love, a love that covers. See, love moves toward us in our failure. Adam and Eve sinned and hid. God came looking for them. He did not abandon them in their guilt. God's love initiates relationship even when we fail. We don't need to run away from God in shame. We can run to Him. Human coverings are inadequate. My covering, your covering, human covering is inadequate. They sewed fig leaves to cover themselves. The solution was self-made and temporary. It addressed appearance, not condition. Human effort cannot fully cover guilt and shame. Good works and image management cannot replace God's provision. God covers with love. God provides true covering. God made garments of skin and clothed them. God Himself provided what they could not. This covering was personal and intentional. They felt exposed and ashamed, and God restored their dignity by clothing them in love. God's love restores dignity, not just innocence. God does not only forgive, He restores, He covers with love. A case to consider is, in this context, when it says God made garments of skin and clothed them, it implies, the supposition of the text is, something had to die for that skin to be provided for their covering. Therefore, love, true love, is costly. It's sacrificial. From the beginning, God revealed a covering love, moving toward the guilty. That's you and that's me. Providing what we cannot, paying the cost, and restoring dignity. God's love is a covering love, and this is ultimately, perfectly encapsulated, embodied in our Lord Jesus Christ. And the only right response to this kind of covering love is surrendering to it. Covered by love. Love covers. May the Lord bless you. And may the Lord keep you. Happy Love Day.
Wow. Well, we've had some really, really powerful conversations today. Some statements that could not be compared to. We are thankful for everything that has been said, everything that has been shared. And I'm excited because now we get to bring back one of the reasons that we are gathering today. And that is with Evans Kamaru. We want to invite you to the stage, Evans, because we want to invite Dr. Smiley to the stage as well to have just a conversation and remind us of why we're here. And so I want to share with you that one of the reasons that we are here today is because Evans has written a wonderful book, and that book is called Created for Love: 4 Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And listen, he offers this information for a nominal fee, and you could support him. He's talking about how we were all created by God for a purpose. And we are excited to support him with this event. And you can go. We have been putting the link in the live broadcast for all day long. And you get to go to Amazon and you get to purchase the Kindle, and you get to write a review, and you get to support our dear brother, Evans Kamaru. And so, Evans, tell me how you came to this place of even writing this book.
Well, Tanisha, first is just to say thank you so much for just everything that you have done behind the scenes leading up to this day and today as well, in just making this event the success that it has been. A place where multiple people can come together and each one of us share our love uniquely. And so for me, I've always felt called as a communicator. I feel like God has entrusted me with an idea or two that are worth sharing with the world. And so I'm passionate about speaking. I'm passionate about writing. I'm passionate about music. I see music as just another language, right? A universal language at that, through which we can communicate ideas and our emotions and our feelings. And so, as far as this book is concerned, quite honestly, it's my first book, and I want to say it's my first one of many. If you were to ask me what my first book was going to be about, I quite honestly would not have said this. But this came to me in a shower when I was taking a shower. Like many of my good ideas, I've heard that there's a correlation between the flow of water and ideas. And so maybe that's a reason or excuse to shower more, stay in the shower longer. So I tell my kids that when I finish all the hot water in the house, hey, I was just downloading ideas. But anyway, on one of those days, it occurred to me, hey, I was thinking about the book Purpose Driven Life by Rick Warren, and what an incredible book that was. And then it occurred to me that purpose does not happen in a vacuum. We're all looking for a sense of purpose, for a sense of fulfillment, but none of that happens in a vacuum. It all happens in the context of relationships, healthy, growing, vibrant relationships. And so my book is an effort at looking at what I feel are the four most important relationships for all of us. So our relationship, number one, with God. Number two, our relationship with ourselves. And then from receiving God's love and having a healthy relationship, a loving relationship with ourselves, we can translate that into loving others. And then the fourth piece is loving your life, loving your world that you get to be a part in, and loving your purpose. So yeah, that's a long answer to a short question, Tanisha.
I love it. I love it. This is good. This is good. I think that sometimes, often, we choose to write books. Well, we don't necessarily choose, but we come across the idea to write books, and they're not necessarily the ones that come first. Not always the ones we thought would come first, but maybe at the time are the most needful.
There you go. That's exactly what it is. If it's needed out there, then yeah, that's what comes out.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, I am going to give you the opportunity to have a few interviews yourself as we close out this Love Day and share with a few people we have a few more speakers. And so I'm going to pass the baton back to you to let our young guests have a little talk before we close out today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tanisha, and a very happy Love Day to you and yours.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Next, it gives me great pleasure to invite a young man who just inspires me and astounds me. He's only 12 years old. And get this, he has written not one, not two, not five, not 10, 14 books. At 12 years, I don't know if I can tell you if I was doing anything that was meaningful in the context of impacting my world. But this young man is just a joy. He's just a blessing. He's wise beyond his years. And he is here just to share with us out of his heart. Maybe, I don't know, he might talk a little bit about love or about some of his books. I do not know. But either way, it's going to be a treat. So without further ado, I want to welcome Kenny, aka K3 Roshon III. Hey, Kenny. Oh, I think you may need to unmute your line.
Okay. Hello, Dr.
There
Evans.
you go. Hello. Hey, man. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And thank you for an author that's written 14 books. You have to be a busy man. And for you to find time to come and hang out with us is something that we're really stoked about.
Thank you.
So Kenny, hey, listen, I'm going to give you the stage. Just feel free to share with us, whatever it is that's on your heart, and then when you're wrapping up, I'll come back and then we'll close it out. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Alrighty. Wonderful, Kenny. Go for it. The stage
Okay.
is yours.
So, the first thing that I want to share about love is that I know about two different types. There is self-love and others that you love. So, there, of course, is the other types of love. There's appreciation, there is romance, there is sharing, there is truth and honesty. But those take a lot of work, I guess, to make. And that's how you get family and friends. You trust them, you believe in them, you're honest with them. So there's a lot of things that I do that I love. Like, I play the piano and the cello. I love doing that. I, of course, have family and friends. I love them a lot. I know that there's a lot of like veterans and army. First responders and army volunteers, and they fight for their country. Like, they put their life on the line. So they love this country, of course, if they're fighting for it. And we need to show gratitude to them for what they do. And it's funny how a lot of people put a lot of work into relationships, but you have to maintain those you have to maintain the trust, honesty, the commitment, and you have to stay committed, or else it could end, or it could simmer down, but if you do stay on those, then you could have a very strong relationship, and that's what Valentine's Day is about. It's about sharing love. It's about being with your loved ones. And yeah. So my piano, I've probably spent like only 1,000 hours probably over the past 4 years of playing piano. And when I started piano, I was like I didn't like it that much. But over time I started practicing more. I started getting better. And then eventually some days I don't like to practice because my fingers feel weird. But most days at night I play piano. And I love it, and I do it without my mom telling me to anymore. So yeah, that's how love works. You gain it. You choose if you want to feel love. It doesn't just happen. You have to choose to feel it. Same with hate. Hate's like the opposite of love. And you should never really feel hate, because if you hate something, then you probably just didn't have enough time to give it the love that it needs and give it a chance. So I believe that if you hate something, then you should give it another chance. And yeah, stay trustworthy and commit. So that's what I want to share about love on this Love Day.
Wow, Kenny, that was really, really fantastic. You spoke just from your heart, and I know that's touched a lot of people, because that has touched me profoundly. I especially liked the way you said, you compared love to like playing your piano or any skill that you want to develop, that it takes work, right?
Yeah.
And I think I've seen some of your videos playing, your dad, that's how you can tell that he loves you. Every now and then he'll post something of you playing, and you you're an incredibly skilled young man at the piano, but obviously it's because you've been putting in the work. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for reminding us that it's a choice that we can all just put in work and get better at loving others. So can you allow me to ask you, a couple of questions here? You've written 14 books. That is incredible. And I have to ask you, of the 14 books, do you have a favorite?
My favorite is probably my first 10 years. Even though I didn't have a lot of time. I mean, I did have a lot of time to write it. I did write it in, I think, only about 2 weeks or a little less. But I really liked writing that book and I didn't have to think about much because it was just from my heart. So I already had everything planned out from experience. So
Wow.
yeah, this is it right here.
Mm.
Oh, wait, it's
What would you
the
tell
thing
us?
is cutting it
Would you
out.
tell would you tell us a little bit about the book?
This book is its subtitle is Philosophies for a Better Life and World, and it just tells everyone who reads it my beliefs, what I think should happen, what I want to happen, what I believe that we need, and like an example is there was oh yeah. One of the things I have in here is if I flip to a random page, it's let's see. Okay, so that's not really a good page, but this page right here, how to become creative, right here. It's what I believe that you could do when you're creative. It's about like, yeah, and me in third grade, how much imagination I had. Yeah.
Wow, wow, that is incredible. Philosophies for life. So like that's your first book. So I'm guessing your first 10 years, you're probably about 10, right?
Oh, wait,
Am I
no,
guessing right?
my first 10 years was my 10th book. My first book, it's a joke book. And I wrote
Got
it
you,
when I was
got you,
6.
got you. Man, but that you're writing philosophies about life about such a young age, like I said, you're really wise beyond your years. And that's a book that I definitely would want to get my hands on. And to all our listeners, I want to encourage you out there to go out and check out Kenny's books. Again, he's Kenny Rochon III, and that's how you can find his books on Amazon, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's on Amazon,
Um,
and I think we had we had a website. We're probably gonna rebuild it soon, and so next time we meet, I could share about that too.
That's even better. And your books are books that I know can inspire not just us as adults, but also kids alike, and maybe inspire them to write their own stories as well. Kenny, I got one more question for you, and then I'll let you go. If you could change one thing in the world, what would that be?
Yeah, that's in the book I just shared about, but I changed. So I think the question was, if I could change one thing in the world, what would it be?
Yes.
Hmm. I would say that we should all change the way we think, because everything right now is really about politics and sides to be choosing.
Mm.
So if we could all just like take our minds off politics and do the right thing and stay together, even though we have different beliefs, and we should respect each other's beliefs. I believe that that's the thing I would like to change, to respect other people's beliefs and not worry about your own.
Oh my goodness, that is so powerful. You said it there. Respect each other's beliefs even when they are different. And there's something you shared earlier in your talk when you say that sometimes when we hate something, it's just because we haven't given it a chance. We haven't given ourselves a chance to learn about it, and maybe we might be able to understand where maybe other people are coming from if we just listened a little bit. So that is awesome, Kenny. I am so grateful. We're so grateful to have you on the show here today. Thank you for taking some time to come and talk to us from the heart. That was incredible. And I'm looking forward to getting some of your books and encourage our listeners to do the same. So, Kenny, thank you so much and take care.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty. Awesome. Bye-bye. Happy Valentine's. Already. How incredible is that? How incredible is that? And you see, love is it's a it's a reality, that any one of us gets it. Any one of us can feel it, whether you are a older person or whether you're a younger person like Kenny. And Kenny articulated that just so incredibly well. Well, they say the apple does not fall far from the tree. And next, I want to invite Kenny's dad, Dr. Ken Rochon, also affectionately known to friends and to his followers as Dr. Smiley. And I got to meet Dr. Ken, I want to say in 2022, when I attended an event that was hosted by a mutual friend where both of us were speaking. And just the energy, the life, and the love that Ken exudes is just unmistakable. Ken wears a huge smile and a personality that just shines, and you can notice across the room. And I remember just him and I talking and connecting. And he had his camera with him, and he's like, and he took a picture of me, and later on, we just got to hang out and talk. And I was just so touched by his love, by his willingness to connect, by his willingness to be interested in others. And that's a spirit that I've seen in him ever since. And he's the founder of Perfect Publishing. And he's all about just sharing a lot of light and life and love with the world. And it's been my honor to publish my book with him, and I'm excited just for our partnership together. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call to stage the man behind all these, and with whom I'm pleased to partner today, Dr. Smiley himself, Dr. Ken Rochon. Hello, my brother.
Hello. Thank you very much for being a host, a co-host, and a brother as well. And I saw that Kenny really enjoyed speaking with you, and he said your name right. I coached him, Dr. Evans. Did you see that?
He did.
Well, you definitely handled that interview beautifully. I was so happy you asked that final question, like, what would you change in the world? And I'm actually always teaching him, or wanting to teach him, that we have the power to change the world. And it's the power of one thinking that doesn't have you as a bystander, but an upstander, someone that says, let's raise the standard of what we can do in the world. So thank you for asking that question.
Absolutely. And he's an incredible young man, and I'm just excited to see what the amazing things that he will continue to do in our world.
You see the shirt I'm wearing?
I see that. The Beatles
love, and this is the Cirque du Soleil. So I went to the Cirque du Soleil event in Las Vegas to see this. It was extremely magical. I need more love shirts. I think next year when we do the love event, we want to have your love emblem on. I think that would look beautiful in black shirts. It would look probably good in any color, but I would love to have that particular shirt design.
Absolutely. I'll have my people talk to your people, and we'll make that happen.
Yeah, you got to have the merch. Well, you know, it's interesting when you wear it, it reflects who you are, but it gives people what they can have too. I mean, when you wear smile or love or be kind, it's interesting how that impacts humanity, and it comes back to you with many gifts.
It's interesting how that works, because at the end of the day, it's all about raising awareness and consciousness. I remember walking into a place yesterday, and this girl had a t-shirt written Psalm 23, and just that right there, made me think of that incredible psalm. So to your point, absolutely.
Yeah, just having something as simple as a red heart on your shirt, just that simple, can awaken the world.
That would speak volumes just by itself.
Well, didn't the day fly by?
I guess they say time goes fast when you're having a good time, and just to create this space where people from all walks of life in different parts of the country, different parts of the world, were all able to come and just share their love. It's been an incredible experience, Ken.
Well, we had a lot of people watching today, and I got lots of comments and texts saying, wow, the depth of talent, and there was never a time when there was gaps of people not caring or people not stepping up and sharing the importance of love. And my son, before he went on, says, hasn't everyone said something about love? And I said, yeah, but no one said what you are going to say about love. Because everyone's version of love impacts the world differently. And it's interesting. I could hit a home run with one person and not with another. And Kenny could say the right thing, and that person goes, I get love. I was being kind of a cornball or a dork. I said, I love love, and it's fun, but that's actually it. You love love.
Tell us that quote that you tell me about love. There's something you say about love being the most. Okay, and I don't know if it's going to get into your presentation or what you're going to share. It kind of does, but it's about love, about music.
Yes.
And about a smile. And you don't have to share them now if you're going to say them in your presentation.
I'm going to say them in my presentation. And
okay.
And awesome. And the culmination, though, is that the final one is why I'll say I needed to reach out to you and say how important it was to have your book really impact the world. Your book is beautiful, and you are a beautiful person, and what you speak is all truth. And there's no however or but. And if you don't have the fuel, meaning the marketing system or the dollars, unfortunately, the content is beautiful, but it is not reaching enough people. And so I want to take it upon myself that your message needs to be fueled with people that believe in you. And I believe in you so much, so does my team.
I am grateful for that, my friend. And in my book, I talk about the power of synergy and just collaboration. And I'm grateful for what you're doing in the world, and allowed to be a part of that journey with you, my friend.
Well, the best part of love is that it's best with
So,
others, isn't it? Isn't it?
mm,
The best part of love is that it's with others. That's what
mm,
collaboration is. Like, if I am loving the fact that you have a great book, but I don't do anything about it, then I just love it for myself. But when I love it to give to others, or I love what I can do to help expand that message, it's really what love is about. It's an unconditional feat. And if you recall, when I came to you, I had never had any type of business designs. It was all about, I believe in what you're doing. I want this to be very successful.
I appreciate that, and that's just a testimony to the friend you've been really all through the years. And I'm excited. Great things happen when people come together just for the common good. One light is great, but when we come together and amplify it even further, then God is able to flow through us to impact more people.
Amen.
So
well, what a beautiful day.
that's it,
So
my friend. Hey, I know you have a presentation to give, so I'm gonna go ahead and yield the stage to you, my friend, and I can't wait to hear you.
yeah, I'll see you in about 5 or 6 minutes. Mine's a little, I figured we would talk a little bit, so I'll see you in about 5 or 6.
Sounds good.
All right. So, as Dr. Evans insinuated, there is a quote or a journey that I've seen that has been pretty miraculous that would make me embrace this day at the highest level. So, I was a DJ for 40 years before I was enlightened as to the power of my mom's biggest gift, which is life and time, and how precious it is. So, I did upon myself to pay tribute to each of the phases of my life. I decided to pick 14 songs on the 14th day. And by the way, my son was born on the 14th day of June, which is Flag Day. And he's written 14 books, which I think is symbolic that it is the 14th and he gets to still stay. He's written 14 books at age 12. So the 14 songs I would like to share, you could possibly even look these up yourself, but there's a little bit of trivia with each one I'd like to share. So number one song, according to we'll call it AI, is I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. And I will say that song, when I was a DJ, I cannot believe how many times I played that song and how much it evoked not just my emotions, but how the crowd would go to the dance floor and really celebrate their love. And this was written originally by Dolly Parton. And so this is just it's one of the best-selling singles ever. The number 2 song was the song that I shared with Dr. Evans at the beginning of the day, All You Need Is Love. And that was their 1967 anthem of the Summer of Love. Number 3 is Beyonce and Jay-Z with Crazy in Love. Number 4 is Endless Love with Diana Ross and Lionel Richie. Number 5 is Bleeding Love by Leona Lewis, a global smash hit in 2007. And then my go-to when I needed to fill the floor as a DJ was Can't Help Falling in Love with Elvis Presley. The other one was Wonderful World, but since we're not talking about songs that don't have love in it, I will say that this was my number 2 pick, Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley. Number 7, Make You Feel My Love by Adele, and originally written by Bob Dylan. Vision of Love by Mariah Carey is number 8. Number 9 is Whole Lotta Love by Led Zeppelin. Love Story by Taylor Swift, and that's a country pop classic inspired by Romeo and Juliet. 11, How Deep Is Your Love by the Bee Gees, the smash hit in 1977 and Saturday Night Fever. And Love Me Do, the Beatles, the only group that has 2 songs in the top 14. And here's the reason I'm sharing this today. I was a track runner and a cross-country runner, a good 50, maybe even 75 pounds lighter than I am now. And one of my track friends was Hadaway. He was on my track team at Fort Meade High School. He was a junior, I was a senior. He was a brilliant half miler. And he did a song called What Is Love? And I'm not going to sing it for you, but it's the one that you go like this, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. So he was on my track team. And when he went to the UK, he created that song, and he's actually has two massive hits. Another one was Embraced by Tony Robbins, and I don't recall the name of that, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't have the word love in it. So the 14th and final song is Baby Love by the Supremes. So as I alluded earlier, my mom gave me a gift of unfortunately having Alzheimer's and waking me up that life is not forever, and the power of believing in somebody and the power of loving someone so unconditionally that you don't even ever tell them what your needs are. So my mom was an amazing person. And in the end, she taught me not just about how precious life was, but that I needed to find a purpose, and that my purpose would be to amplify goodness. So on the bottom of every one of my cards, or on the top, depending on which card you get, it says, "We amplify goodness." And this is my Keep Smiling card. Over 10,000 people have been photographed. Quincy Jones, John Travolta, I mean, just thousands of amazing people that are doing good things in the world. So I have been so fortunate that for a better part of my life, music was fueling me. And, you know, I realized after reflecting on my stages of life that everything I do is for humanity. If you think about it, if you're a DJ and you're playing music and you're bringing people together, music is the universal language. If you hand a smile card to somebody or you smile, you are giving the universal expression of acceptance and love and collaboration and creativity and just happiness and hope. And then the final one is today's celebration. I received in Qatar, thanks to Dr. Michelle Mraz and Princess Aguilana through the United Nations and the First Ladies Forum, the Ambassador of Peace Award. And just before I went to go up to the stage to get the award, it just dawned on me that what a journey the universal language music, the universal expression, a smile, and then the universal power is love. So I took a very deep breath going on a stage, and I just was thinking, wow, you've just accepted as an ambassador of peace that you will stand as a global leader, and that you will stand for not just humanity, but you'll stand to inspire and to correct wrongs and to educate and to be a friend and to volunteer and to be better at anything you can do to have love fuel it. And so I think that a smile, when it's powerfully done and with authenticity and sincerity, it is because it's fueled with love. And I think that ironically, love fueled with a smile is joy. So that is my presentation. I want to share the three stages of my life. And I am very excited about this day. I'm very excited about the partnership. And I'm very excited about the team that believes that we can change the world with an episode, with a segment, with a message, with a day of a theme like love. So I have this as my culminating word that I bought just because it means so much to me. So Evans, thank you so much for being my co-host. Tanisha, thank you for being my partner on this wonderful channel called the Smile Channel.
Mm.
Doesn't this look delicious?
The pleasure. I know. And you know, and the funny thing is that you can feel the relief. You can feel the depth in it. It looks like something you can actually just grab.
Yes. I think we're gonna have these available next time. I think when you sign up, you get a little packet of those are those cinnamon ones that make it a little spicy in your mouth. Remember?
Yeah. Very nice. I love
But
that background.
you know, you can go to bed tonight, Dr. Evans, and say, I wrote a book, but it inspired a movement. It inspired a day of rejoicing. It inspired friendships stepping up and saying what it means to have that book written. And you know, there's people that are going to read the book a different way, and there's people that didn't even know the book exists that are going to read it, and there's people that have the book and maybe weren't even going to read it, but they bought it because they believe in you, and now they're going to read it because they feel so much about this. It's just so many different things are going to happen. This is going to be quite a ripple effect.
Wow, you know, that's just encouraging and inspiring to hear. And you know, you said that, and I was just thinking about just the power of light, one single light, you know.
Mhm.
And in my book, I write about like the Christmas candle candlelight
Yeah,
service. I don't know if you've ever been to one of those
I have.
where, it starts out with one light at the front and everybody, and before long, the auditorium is lit up. And that just always reminds me about the power of one, and so nothing that we do in love, and with just a genuine desire to shine that light that we are, um, ever, goes to waste or returns void. So again, just to applaud you for the work that you're doing, and making this world a better place. It just takes each one of us
A
to
reflection
to
of you,
reach
sir.
out,
Did
right?
you like that list of music?
You know, so I was backstage, and so we were catching up a little bit with Tanisha, and just doing a little housekeeping. So I missed most of them. So I'll have to kind
Well,
of
I
go
will
back
I
and
will make
listen to
sure
them.
that I send you the list by text. But here's the thing. I think
Yes.
that One Love by Mob Marley needs to be on this. This was just simply AI saying these are the biggest songs that have ever been produced with the word love in it. So it's that I did it that way so that there was no bias. It wasn't me saying these are my favorite songs. This is just what
Yeah.
happened. But what I thought was interesting is that the best songs in the world were written by someone who was feeling love, and someone else took it and it meant so much to them. They sang it and it became this big hit. That was one. And the second one is these are not songs of romance. These are songs of humanity. This is songs of energy. This is song of dance. This is song of celebration. This song of love. So love is a very complex and gorgeous word, because when you are love, you can be silly, you can be giddy, you can be romantic, you can be alive, you can be more energy than you've ever had in your life. You can be at your highest creative zone. You can be a Renaissance person at that point. So when I read this list, I thought, wow, this is a fast song. This is a slow song. This is a medium. This is a country song. Love lives in every human, in every genre. And when Kenny said, if we could just drop the things that separate us, we would accept the things that make love come together, which is music. It's a smile. There's no one I've ever seen smile. And I go, I wonder if that's love. I wonder if they're just being mean to me. It's always, I know that they're happy. I know that they see me as happiness. It's a reflection. It's a welcoming of engagement and friendship. So that's and by the way, I got this from giving this presentation, not before the presentation. So in sharing this, I was thinking, wow, this music, I'm saying this music, and it's not one genre, it's not one type, it's not one pace. And love isn't like that. Love is everything.
It's a universal power, just thinking about it from a spiritual perspective, uh, you know, God introduces himself as love. I mean, he could say many things, but I find it interesting that he says, I am love, and because of love, he gave, and, love has that outward focus of, and obviously love comes from a place of overflow, right? He's love, and so he's able to give love. And each one of us, I like what you said, you can be you, because each one of us is a unique expression of that love. And
Right.
actually, I think our highest way of really loving people is being authentic, is just being me. Because, the personality you have, the gifts you have, the vision you have, the ideas you have, right? That's your love gift to the world. And when we strive just to let that authenticity of who we are flow, and other people do the same, we put it
Well,
together, and it's an amazing thing.
Well, I know we have some more speakers. I know we're going to be celebrating the finale and the celebration of a beautiful day. I want to say that I want to say three favorite things about today, and I guess I could say it in the celebration, but I do feel the urge to say it now. One is that a lot of people talked about it's a choice, and then you just saying I am. When you say I am love, you cannot be anything but love. And the thing I love most about today is I could look at anyone and see that they weren't the same, but they were love. And that was what was the same. Every single person here came with their heart, came with the message of love, came with that everyone was in that group was accepted because they believe love is the way we save this world. And not only that, enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Forget about saving it. It's just enjoying the ride, enjoying the journey. So I'm going to yield to the other speakers. I know you're hosting. And I am just so excited that my son got to speak today, and that, no matter how many times I talk, I learn more when I examine how powerful these pieces are, especially love. So thank you, Evans, for all you do. Thank you for writing this book. This day exists because you catalyzed the importance of a simple word, but with so much power.
Well, and thank you for coming alongside me and showing me the possibilities. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You got my brother. I'm going to
All right.
let the next speaker come up.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, that was Dr. Smiley, Ken Rochon, and he's, the man behind Perfect Publishing, and you get to hear a little bit about his story and about his mission in the world. As his name suggests, he's all about not just capturing smiles, but doing things that put smiles on people's face. And, you got to hear from his son earlier. So you can see that it's something that's not just lived out on a platform, but it's something that even more importantly happens behind the scenes at home. So a wonderful friend and brother, and it's an honor. And you'll get to hear from him again here in a little bit as we close. Now it gives me pleasure to go ahead and introduce another one of our speakers. We have two to go. And this is Clarissa Burt. Clarissa is the author of The Self-Esteem Regime. That right there just piques my curiosity, if you will. The author of Self-Esteem Regime. She's a speaker, a media producer, and the host of In the Limelight show. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Clarissa Burt.
Hello. I'm on the
Hello,
webinar.
Clarissa.
Hello. I was going to sing One Love. Should I sing One Love for you?
Oh, that would make my day right there.
One love, one heart. Let's join together and be all right. And I thought it was let's get together and be all right, but I just looked it up while you guys were talking. It's let's join together and be all right. So there's one for Bob Marley and all the love around the world today.
That is incredible, and hopefully you'll agree we need so much of that in this season.
Absolutely. I would definitely say that. Yeah. And there's all kinds of love, and I'm going to get into that in just a minute. And whenever you say I can go, I'm going to go.
Wonderful. Hey, Clarissa, listen, thank you for making the time to come and share some love with us. And I'm excited to hear your thoughts on the message today.
Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. Thanks. Well, hey, everybody, it's me, Clarissa Burt. And as we said before, I am the author of The Self-Esteem Regime. So when we're talking about the regime, which is an organized way of doing things, we're talking about the importance of the love of self. So I really hope today that when we're talking about love, we're talking about all kinds of different love. And all love begins with happy, healthy self-esteem. So how are you feeling about yourself, right? Today, today in today's age, we're living in the age of externalization. And we know so much more about everybody else than we know about ourselves. And so we wonder why we can't find the right love, or is our relationship flat, dead, or unhappy? And so we're asking ourselves, what can I do? Or we should be asking ourselves, what can I do to bring a better me to the table, especially when it comes to, again, love of self and then love of others. So personal development it's a work that comes, and it really should be your sacred duty, if you will. I call it a sacred duty because it's not kind of like a wait and see. It's not someday, I'll get to it. It's one of those kinds of things you need to be working on all the time. Because remember that when, we are in love, and I'll get to that in a second, when we're in love as a couple, we have a responsibility for our emotional heart and their emotional heart. So when we say to somebody, I love you, we have to know that that is a declaration that we have to take as a responsibility, because the minute we tell someone we love them, we take their heart into our hands, again, as a responsibility. So there was also, when somebody, you do say I love you and maybe don't mean it, or someone has we've all been through heartbreak. There's not one of us, I think, here on the webinar that hasn't been through heartbreak in some way, shape, or form. There is a measurable psychological correlation between heartbreak and physical health. So many of us may remember, I kind of went through it kind of recently, but it was, it's like a neurological endocrinology, there we go, and cardiological event at the same time. So an emotional loss activates the same neural circuitry as physical pain. So be really, really careful when when we are in love, and telling other people that we do love them. Don't say it if you don't mean it, and only say it if you do, because again, it's the right thing to do. So self-love, people say, well, wait a minute, self-love, man, isn't that like, it's not self-indulgent, right? It's self-honesty, it's self-discipline, and it is self-responsibility. So if you abandon yourself, you're always going to choose people that are going to abandon you. So be really, really careful in the work of personal development and self-esteem, self-improvement, self-confidence, self-awareness, that you are doing the work, constantly doing the work. One of the things you have to put as a non-negotiable into your calendar to read personal development books like mine or many others. Today in Barnes and Noble, the only remaining bookstore, there's when I was a kid, there were no computers and nothing, no internet. So I used to go into the three bookstores that we had at the time, and there was a little section in the back called self-help, and that's where I got my solace and my assistance and all the guidance that I needed for my personal development. Well, today it's a multi-billion-dollar industry globally, and there are rows upon rows upon rows upon rows in Barnes and Noble now it's called a personal development section. So no excuses. There are courses and classes and all kinds of things that we can be doing and or taking to be living our greater good. All right. So no self-esteem. People say to me all the time, isn't self-esteem kind of like narcissism? No, it's the complete opposite. So narcissism is quite the opposite in the sense that it is insecurity dressed as superiority. So take that in for a second. And I know we all have come across a really great narcissist along the way, for sure. But let's get back to self-esteem. So many of us, are thinking, and I know all of us go, oh, I'm not enough. Am I enough? Who am I to think that I ever could? And so one day, as I was doing the research on the book, I went in and I looked up the definition of enough. And here's the definition: only as much as is required. I'm going to say that again because it's got to land. Only as much as is required. I don't know about you all, but I know about me. And I know that I am so much more than enough. And so I want you to take a note of that. Maybe put it on a little notepad, put it near your mirror, near your computer, near your workspace. I am so much more than enough. Because when you say I am not enough, you're still kind of putting it as a question mark, really. Just be really, really more decisive about you and your value and your importance and your living in happy, healthy self-esteem. So I really think that that's something that we need to hold on to. 4 pillars of self-esteem. I'm going as quickly as I can. Hope I'm not talking too fast. I am from the East Coast. The first one is looking good. About 85% of adults say they're really unhappy with their appearance and their body. Well, about 85% of us might be able to do something about that. And no, it's not vanity, it's standards. And so how you present yourself communicates how you expect to be treated. So if you don't carry yourself with dignity, don't expect to be handled with care. Second pillar, feel good. There's a lot that I could say here, but I wanted to go down the emotional regulation path. So emotional intelligence is the capacity to accurately perceive, interpret, and regulate your own emotions while effectively recognizing and responding to the emotions of others. So this is a really pretty important part, right? I think that what we're getting to here is strong self-esteem. It really keeps you away from anxiety in relationships, feeling insecure, and constantly seeking reassurance. So be mindful of that. I could go down the path of trauma bond. Don't know that I have the time for that, but a trauma bond is basically when you're in a relationship and there's chaos created in the relationship. It's a strong emotional attachment formed between a person and someone who is abusive, inconsistent, and emotionally unsafe. So that is reinforced through cycles of reward and punishment. I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I'm coming, I'm leaving, I'm coming back, I'm going, all of that. I know I've been in a relationship like that so many years ago, but I think you understand that a trauma bond is when you feel deeply attached to someone that constantly hurts you. And believe me, if it's love, it shouldn't hurt. If it's love, it shouldn't hurt. So remember that too. If you need to write that down, that's a pretty good one as well. I know it's simple, but sometimes we're in love. When we're in love, we get the butterflies and we go down the butterfly path and we're not taking a really good look at what love truly is. Be good, character. That's the third pillar. So be good. It's your character. It's integrity when who you are when no one is looking. It's keeping your word and respecting boundaries, right? So that is extremely important, and it's really harder, and I find harder and harder to find. So be the gem that does live in integrity, that does keep their word, that does respect boundaries, and that you can love without love without character is performance. So be really mindful of that. I have a really great story about that, but if I have time, I'll get to it. The greater good, there's your fourth pillar. So fourth pillar is, love that expands beyond you. So serving something larger, and it doesn't have to mean money always. People say, geez, Irina, I really don't have the extra cash. I'd love to do more. It could be a smile. It could be a compliment. It could be your time, volunteering, tithing, paying it back, paying it forward, and serving something larger, i.e. your family, the community, contribution, right? So that's something else too. We talk about love about something that as something that we fall into. We fall into love. I'd like to say and suggest that we walk into love with a strong sense of self and with high self-esteem, because living an esteemed life means you enter a relationship more complete. You enter knowing your triggers, your wounds, your strengths, and that's an important place to be, right? So you don't enter perfect, but you do enter responsible. Here's another mantra that I'd like for everybody to hold on to, and that is, I want to be a better person today than I was yesterday, and I want to be a better person tomorrow than I am today. And if you hold that dear and hold that close, that will really help you, I think, kind of push you forward into that place and in that space. There are three entities in a relationship. There's you and who you bring. There's the other person and what they bring. And then there's the third entity, which is you two together. It's not just two adults entering a relationship. It's that are, unhealed, insecure, afraid of the inner child. But it's both of your inner children coming together to create a new climate together. So both need to be, I suggest that you both need to be on the same trajectory with your personal development goals and dreams for the relationship. So we think we did that. Then we're going to do the three levels. So the first level of love, be really careful about this one. That is the attraction. There's your chemistry and all, as I said before, all the butterflies and those sorts of things. The second phase is attachment, and that's when we become comfortable. She's making dinner, he'll be home soon. He's making dinner, I'll be home soon. All of the lovely relationships that, that we all love, that, the feeling of. But that kind of goes into that comfort stage. The third stage is one that we really like to pay attention to, and that's being in alignment. So in alignment with shared values, respect, and growth, because the attraction part is easy. The attachment part is really common, but the alignment is kind of rare. So the alignment for loyalty, commitment, your monies, family, health, emotional alignment, which is, do you both regulate well? Do you repair after conflict? Is there mutual accountability? Because if one person escalates and the other one stonewalls, that's not alignment. Directional alignment, real quick, is where are we going? Our lifestyle goals, career intensity, family vision, and trajectory in general. So making sure that, when we choose our partner, we're on the same path. Now, we'd like to think that everyone would stay on the same path for many years, and sometimes that always doesn't work. What I do want to interject here is that when a relationship does destabilize, we tend to think that the grass is greener on the other side. And that's maybe where we break out of the relationship and we start looking for all the butterflies in phase one somewhere else. But I do want to leave you with this, and that is the grass always greener on the other side, or is the grass greener where we water it? Is the grass always greener on the other side, or is it astroturf? Is it completely fake? Is it plastic and only your perception? So it's probably easier to come back to square one and continue to do the work on yourself that you need to do. And that's, I understand it's not always possible, but I think I think it's kind of a thing that we need to all be mindful of. Is it really better? Is the grass really greener on the other side? We also want to take the high road, which is honesty, integrity, gratitude, and honor. And honesty is the most important thing I think that you're ever going to give to anybody is your word. And so keep it. If you make a promise, keep it, because that is living in integrity, which is the second. Honesty, integrity, gratitude, and honor. These are your moral principles. This is the distinction between right and wrong and good and bad behavior. So where are you on all that, right? Your moral compass is guiding your actions. Where's your moral compass? I think that's just really important to remember. And then gratitude is, drop and give me 5, drop and give me 10, drop and give me 15. How many things can you just, boom, right off the top of your head, be grateful for right now? I know I've got mine. In honor is something that we, usually think that's a military term, but it's really, who are you when no one else is looking? No one else is in the room. That's truly who you are. I want to, are we almost ready? I hear something going on. So living in self-esteem, in low self-esteem and lower vibrational energies is when we attract what we don't want. So I want you guys to take another note, and that is The Map of Consciousness by Dr. David R. Hawkins. The name of his book is Power versus Force. And he talks about a vibrational scale in ranking emotions. I want you to print that out and just keep it nearby in your workspace and see where you are at any given moment on that scale and see what you need to do. Am I in closing now, guys? All right, I'm going to keep going.
Yes, you may give your final remarks.
Thank you. The only final remarks is the only person you should compare yourself to is to the person you were yesterday. And these last 2 questions are, what is it like to be you? And what is it like to be near you? If the answers aren't favorable, you need to work on your personal development and self-esteem, i.e. your self-love.
Wow. Clarissa, that was so rich and so loaded, and it left me just, desiring to hear more. And so I'm curious, how do we connect with you or with your resources?
Well, first of all, you go back to the book is The Self-Esteem Regime, and I'm happy to say for the last 5 years, it has been on the shelves in the Barnes & Noble stores. It goes Brene Brown, Clarissa Burt, Dr. Deepak Chopra, and Dr. Joe Dispenza, all on the same shelf. So again, thanks to Gary Krebs, who helped me write the book and who has treated the book with lots of care. Just get in, just do the work. We're never going to be able to get away from doing the work on ourselves. And it's not always going to be easy, and you're going to need some courage. But just remember that, what we were taught by the familial tribe is not necessarily ours. And so we take it with us sometimes as a burden in the sack through life, but we can just let go. My first chapter is release, in fact. There are 12 different chapters. You're going to do self-esteem. You're not going to read about self-esteem. So that's how you can find me, is the book, and then clarissaburt.com, and I'm on all socials.
That is fantastic. When I was reading your bio, and that word hit me, self-esteem regime.
Regime,
a
regime is an organized,
practical.
It's an organized way of doing things. I have 12 chapters. Every chapter begins with a re word. And so we talk about reinventing, responsibility, reciprocal, all the things. It's work. It's like it's a mini workbook in there too. So just get started, and I continue along my quest. And people say, well, it's not like you ever take a self-esteem test and get 100, because life's going to trigger. And you need to know what your triggers are, and you have to have the tools in the shed at any given time that you need to help you through those difficult times. And books like mine are the tools that you will have in the shed.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to getting myself a copy, and I think our listeners will do well to do that as well. One last thing before I let you go, Clarissa. So Ken clued me in a little bit, and he told me that you speak fluent Italian. Is that true?
I do. Well, I lived in Italy for 30 years, so you better speak it or leave.
Yeah. So, would you say something to us maybe in closing, just in a little bit of Italian?
Assolutamente, io auguro a tutti quanti un buon San Valentino.
Grazie.
Con tanto amore.
Now, if you'd please let us know what you said.
I wish everybody a very happy St. Valentine's Day with lots of love.
We received that. Thank you so much. And to you and yours as well. Thank you so much for sharing your love with us today.
Appreciate you all. Thanks again. Bye, everybody.
care.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, my goodness. Today has just been an incredible day, an incredible experience. But they say everything has to have an end, unfortunately, and this thing. But you know what? Love never ends, right? I think what I'm hoping at the end of it is that today, speakers that came on, their heart, their authenticity, their stories, and their love just was a catalyst, was something that maybe sparked something in you that encouraged you to continue being the unique expression the unique expression of love that you are. So even though the event is ending, well, number one, you can always go back and rewatch the episodes on YouTube even later if you missed something. But I think that message of love and the reality of love continues to flow through each one of us. And so I'm going to go ahead and invite my two co-hosts today, Dr. Ken Rochon, Dr. Smiley, as well as Tanisha Carroll, who's the event director and the person that makes the magic work behind the scenes with her team. And then we're going to wrap this thing up. So Dr. Ken and Tanisha, if you want to go ahead and come on stage.
Well, I think after all the things I've said today, I am grateful. I will say that love nourishes us. Love provides us energy. So I'm leaving here on a very high note. I'm feeling like I have been nourished emotionally. I've been nourished with friendship, and I've been nourished on a day that is to be celebrated. I think there are people that who are not experiencing love. This is a very lonely day. So I hope that this day inspired them that we are here, and that a friend is just someone that you give love to and care about, and you get that care back many times more. I think that comment you said that if you didn't get to see the whole thing, you can start at the beginning, or if you watched it, you can rewatch it. I think it's like food. The more love you eat, the more you actually are a human. So I will leave that. Tanisha, you know what I think of you and how appreciative I am, but I will say it again for the 100th time, if not the 1,000th. I don't know what I'd do without you. You are a blessing. You are certainly the journey of dots that need to be connected for love to happen. I will just give a tribute to whoever introduced me to Dr. Stan Harris, who introduced me to Dr. Roz Smiles, and then she introduced me to Tanisha, and Tanisha's recently introduced me to Patria, who is the person behind both of us, helping us manage our time, manage our communication the best. So Evans, it's a pleasure being here with you, but love is the reason we're here with you. It's not just because of what you wrote, it's because of our journey of celebrating it together as friends and also as partners.
Absolutely. This is a really great opportunity. I'm so thankful to you, Dr. Smiley, to you, Evans, Dr. Evans. We want to make sure that everyone knows just that we can't do any of this without you. If you guys don't show up and share your stories, if you do not come and share your voice on our platform, we will not even be here. And so just want to shout out all of you, everyone who participated today, everyone who recommended someone to participate today, and to our team, Faison, Aisha, Patria, Amy, Daniel, Dr. Michelle. Shout out to every single one of you. Thank you guys, because we cannot accomplish this at all. And big shout out to our families, because we have been here today. And so thank you to them for allowing us this time to creative platform for all of you. And we're grateful and we're thankful for the opportunity to, hopefully everybody went to Amazon today to grab the book Created for Love. You still got time. It's not even midnight yet. So go over to Amazon and get the book. I've been posting it all day. And Evans, you make sure you post it again on your socials and tag all of us so that we can repost it, because we want to make this a special day, not just for you and your Valentine, but for Evans and his book release. So congratulations to you. And thank you to everyone for being here. And what I want to say about love quickly is just that, and I noticed it throughout this entire day, is people recognize that love does not begin with them. And one of the things that I noticed is that they recognize that it begins with a power much greater than them. And God is at center. And he is the beginning and the end of love. He is the best love that you will ever receive and that you could ever give away. And we agree, all of us agree with that. And we want you to know, if you didn't, that that's where it begins and ends. And once you know him, then you have an opportunity to experience that love. And then you can give it away.
And for those of you, I just want to say this real quick, Evans, is that for those of you who bought the book, and thank you for supporting Evans, I know it's faith to make a review before you've read the book, but I assure you that the book is as true as his voice today, as true as his message today. If you were to write something, thank you, Evans, for being a stand for love, and thank you for making Valentine's more special because I heard your program. You can always modify it later, but the reason I share this is because when life gets in the way and you don't do the review, it's a missed opportunity for you to show love to Evans, who actually created this day. So thank you.
Yeah, my goodness, my heart is overflowing with gratitude to God. Everything begins with him. And to all of you incredible people that God has put in my life, Dr. Ken, Tanisha, and the team, all the speakers that came on today, our families that allowed us to be here today, all the people that tuned in to listen, all the people that went online to make a purchase of the book or leave a review. Thank you so much for just sharing your love. There's a little scripture that says, "Give and it shall come back to you." And it's antithetical to human nature because we think getting is the way to fulfillment. But the funny thing, and I think you touched on it a little bit, Dr. Smiley, when you give a smile, when you give a love, when you give whatever it is, it comes back to you. And often in more ways and in greater measure than was given. And so all that to say that my prayer is, as you all have shown love today to me and to everybody here, may that multiply back in your life in an amazing way, and so I have a proposal. Maybe if once we are done, if there's nothing else to, after we're done saying
I do have one more thing to
Valentine's
say, but please share your. Well, let me say my thing, because Tanisha will roll her eyes in about a second. Okay, so I apologized to Evans. I called him. I said, why did you let me get away with calling you Evans at times? And he says, potato, potato. No, that's what his answer was. But that's
I know he said the same thing to me, and I was like,
no. But here's the thing: that's love. Like, love is that he just is happy that you are saying his name with the tonality of love. Like, if I say his name Evans or I say his name Evans, but Evans is what I'll say from now on. But this is where Tanisha will roll her eyes. Is you may call me Keen for the next 3 months, just to even out all the times I call you Evans. You can call me Keen.
Well, okay, I'll take you up on that.
See, even
now,
I gotta do this every day.
So I told you this was not a good way to finish it. So you're gonna finish with the proposal, but I wanted to let you know that it's interesting, but when you are called anything, but it's called with love, it's I have this thing I said only 2 months ago, and it actually is a reflection of what it is to have love interpret how you take things. So I said, you can call me anything at all in the world. You can even call me late for dinner as long as you're treating. Because someone that calls you late for dinner as they're treating, I mean, that's love. All right, Evans, you're going to have the final word. You are the host, you are the author, and you're the catalyst. So why don't you complete your proposal, and we will close the day out.
My proposal is very simple, for us to end the same way we started, with prayer. And if you will, letting the author of love, just kind of have the final word, if you will.
Okay, that's good. I'm so glad that I didn't have you do the prayer and then I said that.
Right.
All right, prayer it is. Let's do it. Are you going to give the prayer, Evans?
I can, or either one of you is welcome to.
Tanisha, would you like to?
Sure.
It's your choice. Okay.
Lord, we thank you. We thank you for this day of celebrating love, celebrating Evans Kamaru and his commitment to sharing your love with everyone, celebrating Perfect Publishing, Dr. Ken, and all the people who have come through this day and shared how you have impacted and influenced their life and given them the opportunity and the space to be love. We thank you for a love that is unconditional, a love that does not boast, a love that does not remember wrongs. We thank you for a place of humility, a place of grace, a place of kindness, and a place that has exuded and honored love throughout this entire day. Whereas many are looking for romantic love, Lord, today we thank you simply for love that never changes and love that can be given freely. And so because we have received freely, now, God, we give freely back. And so we pray blessings over everyone who will hear this message everywhere that they go, that they will know that they are loved and they are valued. And we give you all the praise and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 That was beautiful,
That was
Tanisha.
so beautiful, Tanisha.
Amen. Thank you. Praise
It's almost
God.
as if you had love speak through your heart.
And I do, because I got Lord in my heart.
Yes, you do. Well, let's have a blessed Sunday, and let's keep this message alive. And that's the thing about impact, is that you don't stop with one day. You keep it alive every day. So thank you, Evans. Thank you, Tanisha. Have a wonderful Valentine's weekend, because there's still a lot of hours of love left.
Yeah.
Happy Love Day.
Happy Love Day, everyone.
Happy Love Day, guys.
Happy
Yeah,
Love
you
Day,
will.
Faizan.
You get some sleep, Faizan.
I will, for sure.
All right, you're shutting down, Faizan?
Yeah, let me just stop this streaming 1 second.
Okay. That was perfect, Tanisha.
318 people watched so